Immortal Cultivation family, starting with extreme effort to gain experience. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 476, Congratulations from all sides and the Daoguo plan. Luyur was keenly aware that the Five Elements Avenue contained in the strange phenomenon that fell from the sky after surviving the nascent soul tribulation might be his biggest gain this time. At this moment, he was almost facing the Five Elements Avenue, and the secrets of the five elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth were now revealed in front of him. Luyur was not sure when the strange phenomenon would disappear, so he could only do his best to absorb and comprehend. If he could completely integrate the five elements into the five internal organs, and use it as a foundation to temper his whole body, he would not only be able to obtain the state, 5 converging to the origin, but also be able to further accelerate the condensation of the immaculate body. Perhaps he would not have to wait until the refining void, and he would be able to complete the condensation of the immaculate body in the God transformation stage. If he could condense an immaculate body in the God transformation stage, then in the God transformation stage, Luyur would also be qualified to challenge the refining void mighty. You know, the further you practice, the greater the gap between each realm. An ordinary Xianjiao can defeat the foundation establishment with key training, defeat the golden core with the foundation establishment, and even defeat the nascent soul with the golden core in the early stage of practice. But after the nascent soul, it is rare to hear of someone using the nascent soul to defeat the God of transformation, let alone the realms after that. On the one hand, it is because those who can cultivate to the nascent soul are already among the best, and these people have spent a lot of time cultivating to the nascent soul level. Whether it is cultivation, aptitude, understanding, or experience, they are all in the forefront. In this case, even if you are defeated, you will not suddenly collapse during the fight. Moreover, if you really can't beat them, there must be many ways to escape, and there is even the last way of the nascent soul to take over the body. Therefore, in this case, it is difficult enough to kill a nascent soul, let alone defeat the strong. The gap between the nascent soul and the God of transformation is greater than that between the golden core and the nascent soul. The difference in combat power brought by the higher realm is enough to be called a crushing. If Luyur can condense an immaculate body in the God of transformation stage, he will not only be invincible in the God of transformation, but he can also resist some of the great masters of the void refining. After understanding this, Luyur did not move at all and just concentrated on comprehending the belly of the fifth peak. At the moment of the strange phenomenon, the Lu clan members had already felt it and showed joy on their faces. Ha ha ha, nascent soul. Nascent soul. Our Lu clan has produced a great nascent soul cultivator. Lu Dingbo could no longer maintain the dignity of the clan leader and laughed out loud. 2,000 years of life, the world has changed so much. As long as Luyur is here, their Lu clan will become more and more powerful. Boom. The gate in the mountain gradually opened, and light shone in from outside. Lu Dingbo took the lead and stepped out of the cave. Behind him, everyone in the Lu clan followed. When they reached the first peak, Modu suddenly blocked everyone. Seeing Modu blocking the way ahead, Lu Dingbo stopped and asked in confusion, "Modu, what are you doing?" Modu raised his huge head and looked in the direction of Luyur on the top of the peak, with a solemn look in his eyes. "Young master is meditating and practicing right now. I can sense that it is an opportunity. We must not be disturbed at this time. Clan leader, we will wait here until young master finishes meditating, and then we will go up the mountain." Modu said so, and Lu Dingbo's expression became solemn. He looked at the top of the mountain, nodded carefully, and then turned to look at the people behind him. Everyone has heard what Elder Modu said. Now we will go our separate ways. It will not be too late to gather again after Luyur finishes meditating, everyone agreed. After everyone dispersed, Lu Dingbo looked at Modu and asked with some concern, "Modu, will Luyur's meditation take a long time this time?" Modu shook his head. To the clan leader, "Modu doesn't know, but I think it won't take too long." Seeing this, Lu Dingbo had a formation plate in his hand. This was the core formation plate of the Lu family's protective formation. Previously, Luyur needed to survive the nascent soul thunder tribulation, and the protective formation was only a fourth-order initial formation. It could not help Luya survive the tribulation, so it was directly closed to avoid being destroyed by the thunder tribulation. At this time, the thunder tribulation had passed, and Luya was at a critical moment of comprehension. Lu Dingbo immediately raised the clan protection formation to prevent anyone who was unaware from disturbing Lu Yao. As the light of the Korra ray disk emerged, the Lu family's spiritual land was once again wrapped in the light of the clan protection formation. After doing all this, Lu Dingbo breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to look at Modu and said, "Modu, you will go outside the formation with me." Lu Ya just passed the nascent soul thunder tribulation with such a huge momentum, and successfully passed the thunder tribulation and achieved the nascent soul. There will definitely be surrounding forces coming. You will go with me, so that we can explain to these forces to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Modu, I will follow the clan leader's orders. When Zhou Liancheng rushed all the way to the Lu family's land, he saw the clan protection formation running at full capacity, and Modu and Lu Dingbo standing outside the formation. Clan leader Lu, congratulations, the Lu family has been promoted to a nascent soul family. Zhou Liancheng smiled generously, and he had already said with a bow before he arrived. Lu Dingbo also smiled, but he did not step forward. He just stood there and bowed, saying to Zhou Liancheng, "Thank you, Sect Master Zhou. Please wait here for a while." Lu Yu is still consolidating his own cultivation at the moment, so it is not convenient for him to meet with guests. Zhou Liancheng glanced at the formation below, then laughed and said, "Old Zhou, I understand that Master Lu's consolidation of the cultivators is a big deal. Patriarch Lu and I haven't seen each other for a while. It's a good opportunity to contact each other." Okay. Lu Dingbo also bowed and smiled. As time went on, not only the beast-taming sect, but also the head of the Qi family and the Lord of Yunlang City, who were a little further away, came one after another, and the Lord of the Spirit Land, who was even farther away, also came in a hurry. In just 2 hours, more than 30 forces came to the Lu family. Dozens of giant beings gathered here, chatting and laughing with each other, in a harmonious state. But when everyone communicated with each other, they would subconsciously look at the protective formation below that was still running at full power. At this time, farther away, a sword light and a fire light were running side by side, like two long rainbows crossing the sky, heading straight for the Songhai area. In the sword light, it was Zhang Daoying in white, and the fire light beside him was Zai Haoji in golden red martial arts uniform. At this moment, the auras emanating from the two of them were completely different from before. Occasionally, a trace of unyielding level mana fluctuations would be leaked, which would force those who were looking at them to retreat. Obviously, both Zhang Daoying and Zai Haoji had successfully condensed their unyielding and became unyielding cultivators. Junior brother Zhang, do you think brother Lu has achieved unyielding now? In the firelight, Zai Haoji looked at Zhang Daoying with a relaxed expression and asked. Zhang Daoying sighed rarely, "Brother Zai Hao, you have asked at least 30 times along the way. We are not far from Songhai Lu's family. When we reach the Lu's spiritual land and meet brother Lu, we will know." Zai Haoji smiled awkwardly and said, "Isn't this a little curious? Brother Lu doesn't have the convenience of our Wulian Heia, and his strength is much stronger than ours. My Yuanying's heavenly tribulation is almost reaching 8 or 9, and yours has even reached a legendary 9 heavenly tribulation. If the sect is not fully prepared, I am afraid that neither of us will be able to condense Yuanying so easily. I can hardly imagine what brother Lu's heavenly tribulation will look like." Zhang Daoying was silent for a moment after hearing this. Yes, his existence has already attracted the 9 heavenly tribulation. Thinking of the horror of the tribulation at that time, Zhang Daoying still felt a little pain all over his body. Lu Ya's strength is much stronger than his, so what will be the intensity of his heavenly tribulation? No need to guess, we'll know when we get to Lu's. Zhang Daoying's eyebrows were a little worried. After he finished speaking, the sword light became more dazzling and the speed increased again. Seeing this, Zai Haoji let out a long roar, and chased Zhang Daoying with blazing flames. Time went back to a few months ago, after Lu Ya had killed thousands of monsters. In the center of the monster world, there is a huge mountain that pierces the sky like a pillar. The monster holy land of the 10,000 Monster King Court is located on the top of this huge mountain. In the tall and rough stone hall filled with the aura of ancient majesty, 12 terrifying monsters with auras like the abyss and the body size of more than 1,000 feet are entrenched in all directions of the hall. At their center, there is a rat-like monster beast that is only at the peak of the Monster King. At this moment, This rat-like monster beast is crawling on the ground, trembling all over. The terrifying aura from the dome almost freezes its blood. It is unknown how long it has been, so long that the rat-like monster king is almost suffocated to death. On the dome, a huge black dragon exuding a majestic aura like a mountain slowly lowered its head. And there was only endless coldness between its dark golden vertical pupils. It was the ruler of the Black Soul Sea, one of the 4 seas of the demon race, the Black Dragon Emperor. You mean, all the sons of my demon race, including the true king of divine blood, died at the hands of one person? The Black Dragon Emperor's voice was cold, like thunder falling from the sky, which almost made the rat-like demon king below faint. Great Black Dragon Emperor, it's really as I said. If I wasn't a little far away from the battlefield at that time, when many true kings realized that things were not going well, they would have used their own talents to escape at all costs. Ah, creak. The crisp sound of bones bursting rang out in the magnificent hall, and a thick and huge tiger paw slowly retracted. White tiger, you are impulsive. Opposite the Black Dragon Emperor, a 1,000-foot-long giant turtle with a dark blue body raised its head with dragon horns, and behind it, a giant python quietly stretched out its snake tongue. The demon god White Tiger was not moved at all, and there was only a fierce killing intent in his golden tiger eyes. My grandsons all died in that war zone, but this dark mole survived. That's not a reason for you to vent your anger. The giant turtle's voice resounded throughout the hall. Okay, stop arguing, it's useless now. The point is, what should we do now? The other big demon wrapped in black mist said gloomily, stopping the quarrel between the two. In this battle with the 10,000 demons gate, my demon race can be said to have put hundreds of years of accumulation into it. The true king of divine blood alone invested almost everything, but now, they were killed by a golden elixir human in one fell swoop. The Black Dragon King's voice was low. Now, the younger generation of my demon race is almost extinct, while the human race is still thriving. This means that in the next few hundred years, my demon race will be tightly blocked by the human race in this world. The point is, what should we do now? The giant turtle's voice sounded again. The Black Dragon Emperor looked at the white tiger opposite him, his eyes devoid of any emotion. White tiger demon god, are you still preparing for your Deo fruit plan? As soon as the words Deo fruit plan came out, the entire stone hall suddenly fell silent, and even the rather irritable blue giant turtle remained silent at this moment. Upon hearing this, the white tiger, whose body was covered in black and white hair, flashed with endless murderous intent in its golden tiger eyes. Instantly, the sky and the earth changed color, and the temperature dropped sharply like the cold winter. Humph, I was going to start the Deo fruit plan 500 years ago, but you all looked back and forth, and were as timid as mice. Why do you think of my Deo fruit plan now? The timing was not ripe at the time, and your Deo fruit plan was not perfect. If you startle the snakes, I'm afraid it will only cause a more intense reaction from those old immortals of the human race. The Black Dragon Emperor spoke calmly. I have found out that Luya, who killed all the divine blood true kings and most of the demon clan in one blow, is from the Songhai Lu family. There are many humans in the Songhai area, more than hundreds of millions, and there are even more cultivators. Using this as the implementation side of the Deo fruit project, the quality of the Deo fruit produced should be even better. By the way, Luya and a large number of humans can also be wiped out together. Ah! The Black Dragon Emperor is really good at it, the White Tiger Demon God roared. There are many human races in Songhai area, but there are no top forces. Even if they are discovered by the immortals in the immortal gates of the human race, they cannot stop them in time. This is our chance. As long as the Deo fruit plan is successfully implemented, the Deo fruit produced will be enough to make the White Tiger Demon God take another step forward and be promoted to Heavenly Demon. With the strength of a Heavenly Demon, no matter how many old ghosts of the human race are going through the tribulation, they are not the enemy of the White Tiger Demon God. By then, my demon race will not only be able to break through the human blockade, but also be able to counterattack and kill into the Shyanidun continent in one fell swoop, and dominate the entire Shyanidun again. The great demons spoke one by one, their voices full of cruelty and murderous intent. So, White Tiger Demon God, how are the Deo fruit plans prepared? If it cannot be implemented, then my demon race will lie dormant for another 500 years, and make plans after 500 years, a cold voice sounded. The White Tiger Demon God's eyes were like lightning, sweeping across the great demons present, and then the murderous aura in the sky was completely restrained. I have already prepared for the Deo fruit project. As early as 300 years ago, I had already captured an extraterritorial star. 300 years later, that extraterritorial star has been completely controlled by me. As long as I am willing, and with the joint efforts of all the demon kings, the Deo Fruit project can be fully implemented. Okay, when the extraterritorial star falls, it will kill hundreds of millions of lives in one fell swoop, and the only Deo Fruit of killing will be condensed with the spirit and blood of hundreds of millions of lives. Then we will desperately stop those immortal humans, and the white tiger demon god will take the opportunity to swallow the only Deo Fruit of killing. In less than 100 years, my demon race will surely become the master of Cheyenne again. Everyone, remember to vote. Chapter 477 Meteorite from Outer Space. In the court of the 10,000 demons, the 12 most powerful demons of the demon clan could not help but roar with excitement. In their roars, they seemed to have seen the demon clan reoccupy the Cheyenne continent and become the overlord of Cheyenne again. What if we fail? A sinister voice suddenly sounded. Bash, a demon was extremely surprised. Bash, what do you mean by that? The demons asked one after another. The great demon Bash has always been an outlier among the demon clan. The Snake King of the Snake Clan has repeatedly invited Bash to the ancestral land of the Snake Clan, hoping to assign Bash to the Snake Clan. The Four Seas Dragon Clan, including the Black Dragon King, has also invited Bash to join their ranks, and even offered to recognize Bash as a dragon clan. But without exception, all were rejected. After all, Bash's strength is incomparably strong. Compared with the demon kings and demon gods of various clans, Bash is generally stronger than them. At the same time, Bash's slender and huge snake body that stretches like mountains is weaker than even the dragon kings of various clans. This is also the reason why the Bashan rejected the snakes and dragons. In the past, the Bashan usually did not participate in the meeting of the 10,000 Demons King Court, and even if he participated, he would not speak. This time, the Bashan not only participated, but also poured a basin of cold water on him without hesitation. The 1,000-foot giant turtle looked at the Bashan, and said with a hint of anger in his powerful voice, Bashan, what are you going to do? The Bashan was shrouded in black mist, which concealed its huge body very well. I won't do anything, but I just want you to calm down when I see you imagining the future here, as if you have already won. Roar. Bashan, looking for death, come out and fight. The big monsters spoke one after another, all glaring at the black mist. Even though the Bashan was powerful, the 11 demon kings and demon saints of various tribes here were not soft persimmons, so after the Bashan finished speaking, it immediately caused dissatisfaction among the big monsters. Silence, the voice of the Black Dragon King echoed in the hall. The question of the Bash does require us to consider and answer, but before that, can't our demon race afford to fail? The Black Dragon Emperor's dragon eyes swept across the audience, and his voice was cold and calm. My demon race once became the overlord of Cheyenne, surviving and multiplying in the vast Cheyenne continent. The human race and even all things were just food for us, but how many years have passed since we were driven back to the One Yago Gate? My demon race is curled up behind the One Yago Gate. How much room do we have for development? The Black Dragon Emperor's voice was cold and echoed in the vast hall. The other 11 great demons were terribly quiet at this moment. Yes, most of them had never experienced life on the Cheyenne continent. They had lived in this demon world behind the One Yago Gate since they were born. Even the fact that they had been fighting with a human race all the time was because of the obsession left in their blood and inheritance from generation to generation. At the same time, they also knew that the demon world could no longer support the development of the demon race. It was not because of the lack of living soil, but because of the lack of resources. After generations of searching and consuming by the demon race, it is difficult to find medicinal herbs with a particularly long age in the demon world at this moment. Even medicinal herbs are not very old, not to mention those natural treasures that need a lot of time to breed. A trace of coldness flashed across the dark golden dragon eyes of the Black Dragon Emperor. The number of our demon race is extremely large, and the output of the demon world is not enough to support us. If this continues, our demon race will only become weaker and weaker, until the end, we will not even need the human race, and our demon race will gradually die out. In the end, we will either become pepskept by the human race, or become ignorant beasts. Is this the scene you want to see? The demons roared one after another. The 1,000-foot giant turtle roared like thunder. Black Dragon Emperor, that's why we need to launch the Deo Fruit plan this time. We want to rebuild the glory of the demon race, rebuild the glory of the demon race. Fire flashed in the eyes of many big demons. Seeing this, the Black Dragon Emperor continued, "Besides, a large number of God-blood true kings died this time. In the next few hundred years, once that Luya grows up, my demon race will definitely have no one to compete with him. At that time, let alone what my demon race wants to do, I'm afraid it's a luxury to just want to hide in this demon world. Therefore, once the Daoguo plan is completed this time, whether it succeeds or fails, we must launch a comprehensive counterattack against the human race in the shortest possible time." The Bashan was shrouded in black mist. Hearing this, he just said sinisterly, "I still say the same thing. What if it fails? What if the counterattack also fails? Failure, so what? The worst that can happen is that this emperor and the demon race will completely perish." The Black Dragon Emperor's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Now the human race is holding a blunt knife, constantly cutting flesh on my demon race. When enough flesh is cut, the human race will definitely swallow our demon race whole. Bashan, this emperor doesn't mind using your blood as a sacrifice before the war. Who agrees and who opposes now?" The surging black fog was stilled, and many great monsters locked their eyes on the python in the black fog. "I agree," the voice of the white tiger monster god sounded. "The leader of the Daoguo project is me, and I completely agree with what the Black Dragon Emperor said." "I agree too," the black tortoise roared. "I have lived for 30,000 years, and I have been frustrated for 30,000 years. I have seen with my own eyes that my monster race is getting worse and worse. If my monster race hesitates and retreats again, my monster race will die. At this moment, if we join forces, there is still a slight possibility of breaking through the blockade of the human race. If we are still indifferent this time, then the only way waiting for us is extinction. Rather than extinction in time, it is better to fight hard. Kill 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 kill. Luyu must die. The human race must die too." "Agree." One by one, the great monsters responded. Under the pressure of the expectation of becoming a celestial monster, the discontinuity of the younger generation of the monster race, and Luya's burst of amazing potential, the top leaders of the major races in the Monster King's court of 10,000 monsters finally made up their minds to fight to the death. Either the Daoguo plan succeeds, and the demon race gives birth to a celestial demon, leading the demon race back to Xianyun. Or the plan fails, and the demon race fights to the death, but is killed by the human race and the demon race is exterminated. At the first peak of the Lu family spiritual land, Lu Yat has now completely immersed in the Five Elements Avenue. In just a few hours, his gold control technique has been perfected, and the magical power born has been directly integrated into the Finger of Extinction. The power of the Finger of Extinction has been strengthened again. At the same time, the magical power of the Finger of Extinction fell into the lungs, and the magical light that turned into it began to merge rapidly with the lung-soul meridian. Under this fusion, the remaining 4 organs of Lu Yat also began to burst out with rich magical light, and the 5 internal organs began to run spontaneously. A constant stream of power was born from the depths of his body and acted on all parts of his body. Lu Yat forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart, controlled his whole body with a strong soul, and tried his best to maintain this state. As long as the light of divine power completes the tempering of the 5 internal organs, it will inevitably lead to a chain reaction of the whole body, which also means that the progress of tempering the immaculate body will increase significantly, and Lu Yat's potential will be realized more quickly into combat power in the near future. Just when Lu Yat was concentrating on tempering himself, he suddenly felt a great terror. It felt like facing the way of heaven, and there was no power to resist it all. What happened? What happened? In all parts of Songgu, there were cultivators who felt a trembling of the heart and asked questions. Outside the formation, a large number of giant and cultivators landed on the ground. The feeling of impending disaster had made it impossible for them to maintain the state of flying in the air. "Lord Yun, what's going on? Master Zhou, can you find out where the danger comes from?" There were cultivators who kept speaking, but no one could give an answer. "Junior brother Zhang, do you feel it?" In the firelight, Zai Haoji's face was hideous, and he tried his best to resist the fear in his heart and looked at Zhang Daoying. Zhang Daoying was also very uncomfortable at this moment, and the sword light was a little dim. "I sensed it. What kind of power is this? Why does it make us all feel the threat of life and death indiscriminately? I don't know. Maybe Brother Lu knows. Let's go to Lu's quickly." When everyone in Songgu territory was anxious, suddenly in the center of Songgu territory, a Taoist in white looked up at the sky. Through the azure sky, He looked at the dark starry sky and a group of firelight in the starry sky that was getting bigger and closer. Even though the Taoist in white had reached the realm of refining emptiness, as the head of Kangsong Sword Pavilion, the largest force in Songgu territory, he still felt his scalp tingling and his hair stood up when he saw the group of firelight coming from outside the sky. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised his hand and shot out a flying sword to transmit the message. Then he turned into a sword light and rushed straight to the forbidden area of Kangsong Sword Pavilion. Grand Elder, please come out quickly. This situation continued to happen in various places in Songgu territory. When sensing the unusual movement in the sky, all forces started to save themselves at the same time. As time went by, the fire went from being imperceptible to being gradually perceived by people, and then to being observable with the naked eye. The cultivators in Songgu, especially those in Songhai, could already see directly that in the sky, a bright and dazzling fire was heading straight towards them at an extremely fast speed. Meteorites fell from the sky. This is a natural disaster. Many old Taoists looked at the meteorites and roared unwillingly. Xia Haoji looked anxious. Junior brother Zhang, I have already informed brother Lu. Let's run away quickly. We can't go to the Lu family's spiritual land. We still have a chance to escape now. If it's a little later, even if the headmaster comes, we will die without a burial place. Zhang Daoying looked at the rapidly enlarged fire in the sky, and a sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. I have contacted Master, and Master has already said out to come. We are too close. With Master's strength, if he can't resolve it, I'm afraid we will die. Xia Haoji's face froze, and then he looked at the huge meteorite that had covered the entire field of vision. A surge of anger suddenly rose in his heart, and the phoenix wind-gilded spear made a bang and appeared in his hand. Damn it, you thief god, if you want to kill me, I will also poke a hole for you. It's over. We are finished. In the Lu family's spiritual land, whether it was key training or golden elixir, or ordinary mortals, they all felt despair under this world-destroying power. It's almost there, it's almost there. In the cave, Lu Ye's eyebrows were tightly closed, and the sense of death in his heart became stronger. Wulian Heia, before Zhang Daoying's master, Wulian Heia's headmaster Xian Jiandoran, received Zhang Daoying's message. He had already discovered the unusual movement of the sky. Just a glance at the meteorite in the firelight, and Xian Jiandoran's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance. The demon race, what a cruel method! As the voice fell, the heavenly sword Taoist had disappeared from the spot. The next moment, a magnificent sword intent suddenly rose from the main peak of Wulian Heia. It's the heavenly sword. Why did the headmaster summon the heavenly sword? Is something big going to happen? In the magnificent sword intent, a simple and unpretentious ancient long sword turned from virtual to real and appeared in the hands of the heavenly sword Taoist. When the heavenly sword Taoist gently grasped the ancient long sword, a crisp sword sound swept across the sky, shaking off the clouds in the sky and awakening countless beings. Clang. The sword sounded, and the sword energy was like a rolling river, as if it was an upside-down river from the sky, going straight from the earth into the sky. The heavenly sword Taoist held the heavenly sword in his hand, controlling the vast river of sword energy, and rushed straight to the fire in the sky at a speed that was almost instantaneous. In the eyes of millions of creatures in Songgu territory, they saw a white river rising from the southwest, heading straight for the growing meteorite in the sky with an unstoppable momentum. A sword like chills the 19 states. In the void, a Taoist's bold and hearty voice spread throughout the fields. I have a sword. As the voice fell, the outside world looked and saw that the river was getting faster and faster, and it extended to the bottom of the meteorite in almost a blink of an eye. A pale crack appeared in the sky that almost split the sky in two, and the layers of clouds were penetrated, revealing the dark starry sky behind. There was no roar as imagined, no fierceness as imagined, just a slight contact, and the sky was filled with sword energy like rain, and in the blink of an eye it was covered with a meteorite that looked more like a star. Someone powerful has taken action. We are saved. When the sword energy torrent swept through, the people on the ground saw that the meteorite that was originally the size of a basketball had been forcibly scraped off a circle, so that it looked only the size of a football. The face of the Taoist Xianjian was as pale as gold paper. The sword he swung out had exhausted all his magic power and soul. However, he only barely scraped off a circle of the surface of the star that fell from the sky. The core was still hard, and the original 100% power was now reduced to 80% at most. If it fell to the ground, I am afraid that the entire Songgu region would still be in danger. If you want to stop it completely, I am afraid that this meteorite from outer space will have to be weakened to 30% or even less. The Taoist Xianjian looked at the entire Sangha from afar and whispered to himself, my fellow Taoists, now it depends on you. No, the meteorite from outer space is still terrifying, stop it. On the ground, countless people shouted. Boom. Then, the next moment, a slate sword made of bluestone rose from the center of Sanggu. The bluestone sword was as tall as a mountain, and at this moment it rose from the ground like a peak. If you were close, you could even see the old Taoist holding the sword in one hand and looking angry at the end of the hilt of the bluestone sword. Wulian, you immortal, I've been dead for 2,000 years, and you actually dug me out of the grave to support you, a bunch of unfilial sons. Everyone, remember to vote. P.S. My wife just had surgery yesterday, and Luhu has been taking care of her in the hospital these 2 days. Please forgive me. Chapter 478, 5 Kiss Return to Origin. The giant who holds the sky. The bluestone sword was as heavy as a mountain. The bluestone light enveloped the surrounding space. It crashed into the bottom of the meteorite with a sound explosion. Many monks who were watching this scene subconsciously tensed up their bodies. The alarm bells from the depths of their souls made them subconsciously prepare for defense. Boom. The giant sword crossed the sky. The sword blade that was thousands of feet long pressed through the space, which set off a series of sonic booms, and the clouds in the sky were swept away. The old Taoist held a bluestone giant sword with a ferocious face. The mana accumulated for thousands of years was boiling in his old body. Go! With his roar, the bluestone giant sword accelerated again. In the horrified and expectant eyes of many monks, the bluestone giant sword pierced into the bottom of the meteorite from outer space and began to penetrate into the interior of the meteorite inch by inch. Break it for me, the old Taoist clenched his 5 fingers like eagle claws, and his mana surged, and punched out. The space was shaking endlessly, and a dark crack appeared on the sky. Boom. The hilt of the bluestone giant sword was hit by this blow and stabbed forward again. Crack. A crack that ran through the entire meteorite spread to both sides with a bluestone giant sword as the center. Seeing this, the old Taoist put his hands in front of his chest and slapped his dantian with one palm. A white mist visible to the naked eye burst out, and then he forcibly gathered it into his palm. His right hand stretched forward, and the white mist turned into a huge hand covering the sky. With a movement of the old Taoist, he grasped the hilt of the bluestone giant sword. Scandium. The giant sword was pulled horizontally, and the infinite bluestone sword light burst out. The meteorite from the sky was actually directly split into 2 by the bluestone giant sword. After doing all this, the pale-faced old Taoist glanced at the position of the Xianjian Taoist from a distance, and a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. It seems that the Xianjian Taoist of this session is not very good. As the voice fell, his whole person's aura quickly declined, and then fell from the sky and disappeared. After being blocked by 2 powerful men, the meteorite that was originally 1 has now split into 2, and its momentum is not as terrifying as it was at the beginning. But if left alone, its lethality is still enough to destroy most of Sanggu. Fortunately, the meteorite that has been split into 2 halves is no longer as unstoppable as it was at the beginning. Therefore, many high-level monks who have never shown themselves in front of others have taken action. For a time, the entire Sanggu area was filled with Taoist magic flying all over the sky, and the magic weapon spiritual light shone in the sky. Under such a large number of attacks, the edges of the huge meteorite began to gradually break. However, even though many powerful monks tried to stop it, the speed of the meteorite was too fast. In just a few breaths, from the Xianjian Taoist to the Kingshi Sword Pavilion's Grand Elder, and then to the many slightly weaker powerful monks, the meteorite has almost covered the sky in the eyes of all living beings. In the quiet room, Lu Ya sat cross-legged on the ground. 5 colored light appeared on the trunk of his body, and then the 5 colored light connected with each other, turning into a square array that rotated in front of Lu Ya's chest. At the same time, the 3-colored lotus in Lu Ya's soul sea of consciousness was divided into 3, and turned into jade flower, golden flower and 9 flowers again, and turned into 3 flowers of spirit, energy and spirit, escaping from the sea of consciousness and landing on his upper, middle and lower dantian. As soon as the 3 flowers appeared, the 5 ki in Lu Ya's chest began to rotate violently. During the rotation, Lu Ya could clearly feel that his body began to become perfect under the nourishment of the 5 ki. Even the infinite 5 elements of spiritual energy have been pulling along the 5 ki to accelerate the tempering of Liu Ya's internal organs. During this process, Liu Ya's eyes began to blur, the sound in his ears gradually weakened, the taste in his mouth gradually lost, the smell lingering at the tip of his nose also tended to hide, and his limbs lost perception. The whole body was like a clay puppet, motionless, deaf, inaudible, invisible. 2 sentences naturally emerged in Liu Ya's mind. When the eyes do not see, the soul is in the liver. When the ears do not hear, the essence is in the kidneys. When the tongue does not make sounds, the spirit is in the heart. When the nose does not smell, the soul is in the lungs. When the limbs do not move, the mind is in the spleen. So it is called the 5 ki returning to the origin. When the body does not move, the essence is solid and the water returns to the origin. When the heart does not move, the ki is solid and the fire returns to the origin. When the true nature is quiet, the soul is hidden and the wood returns to the origin. When the false emotions are forgotten, the soul is suppressed and the metal returns to the origin. When the 4 elements are in harmony, the mind is settled and the earth returns to the origin. This is called the 5 ki returning to the origin, all gathered at the top of the head. Liu Ya only maintained this state as if the whole person turned into nothingness for a moment. But this moment caused earth-shaking changes in Liu Ya's body. His body has achieved unprecedented balance, and the 5 ki in his body have reached the best state at this moment. His magic power is extremely full, his physical energy is infinite, and his spirit is full and pure. In Liu Ya's skill panel, in the status bar, a line of words quietly emerged. Status, 3 flowers gathering at the top of the head, 5 kis gathering at the origin. After more than 20 years, since Liu Ya condensed the state of 3 flowers gathering at the top of the head, 5 kis gathering at the origin was also gathered at this moment. At the moment when the state of 5 kis gathering at the origin appeared, Liu Ya could clearly sense that an invisible chain in his body was broken. The invisible chain was the body's potential protection for itself. Liu Ya had broken through this potential protection 3 times before and forcibly squeezed the body's potential. One time was in the 10,000 Demons sect, when he showed the law of heaven and earth to kill the god-blood demon king of the sky-stepping Blue Ox clan. The other time was when he was crossing the 9 thunder tribulations before, with a full burst of power, he turned his body into the sun to fight against Lei Yang. And the injuries in his body that were so subtle that they could not be discovered by the divine sense just now had already recovered to normal under the nourishment of the 5 ki. At this moment, as long as Liu Ya wanted, both his body and magic power could fully support him to show his strongest side. The moment after the 5 kis gathering at the origin, Liu Ya's eyes suddenly opened, and a gleam of light suddenly flashed in the cave. Lightning in the empty room. There was no time to be happy. The life and death crisis above his head had reached a point that he had to face. Liu Ya's mind moved, and the 3 flowers returned to his soul, and the 5 energies were all gathered into his body. The next moment, his figure flashed and he had disappeared into the cave. At the top of the first peak, a flash of light passed, and Liu Ya's figure appeared out of thin air in the eyes of the people below. It's Master Liu. Liu Ya did not respond, but just looked up at the meteorite that covered the entire sky above his head, as if it was a catastrophe of the end of the world. On the meteorite that fell that day, Liu Ya could clearly sense a vaguely familiar breath of destruction. In just a moment, his mind turned rapidly, and he had remembered the source of this breath. This was actually the same source as Bai Shenzhen, who he killed. In other words, this meteorite from outer space is most likely the source of Bai Shenzhen's bloodline, the work of the demon god White Tiger. After realizing this, Liu Ya's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. If it was the revenge of the demon god White Tiger, why would such a move be used at this moment? You must know that this kind of means that can be called the means of extinction is a huge trump card at any time. It has extremely important strategic significance at any time. Unless it is used at this time and place, the benefits that can be gained will be even greater. With this thought, Liu Ya looked at the meteorite from outer space differently. However, time did not allow him to delve deeper. Not to mention other places, in the Liu clan, there were already many clansmen and mortals with low cultivation who could not bear this kind of pressure and were pressed to the ground. Liu Ya, don't worry about us, you run away. Lu Dingbo's roar suddenly sounded. His eyes were full of expectations for Liu Ya. He knew that under such a disaster, with Liu Ya's speed, it was entirely possible to escape the range of the meteorite. As long as Liu Ya survived successfully, then their Liu family would not be extinct. The existence of a Yuan Ying's engine itself means a very long family inheritance. As long as Liu Ya survived successfully, the Liu family would still continue with the birth of Liu Ya's bloodline. Liu Ye looked at Liu Dingbo, grinned, and shook his head slightly. Not to mention now, even before the breakthrough, he would not do so. The next moment, Liu Ya took a deep breath, and his mana and blood boiled. In an instant, endless spiritual energy gathered, and blood rushed straight into the sky. In the horrified eyes of all living beings, Liu Ya's body seemed to stretch and grow infinitely between heaven and earth in an incomprehensible way. In just a breath, he turned into a giant, standing between the mountains and rivers of heaven and earth. The mountains and rivers were under his feet, the sun and the moon became his eyes, and between his breaths, wind and thunder surged. He just stood between heaven and earth, observing everything in heaven and earth. This is the law of heaven and earth. Liu Ya looked up again, looking at the meteorite from outer space that was almost at hand, and muttered to himself in his heart. At this moment, he has greatly exceeded the limit he had exerted when he killed the sky-stepping blue bull before. However, with the support of 3 flowers gathering at the top of the head and 5 kiss gathering at the origin, Liu Ya did not feel the slightest discomfort. Instead, he only felt that there were countless mana and endless power in his body. Liu Ya subconsciously exhaled, but saw that the clouds in front of him were blown away to the horizon because of his action. After realizing it, Liu Ya subconsciously stretched out 2 big hands like pillars of heaven and lifted them up. Boom! A huge amount of force came from the palm of his hand, and Liu Ya's body sank rapidly under this impact. The land and mountains under his feet suddenly shattered like glass, and red magma and dark rivers gushed out from the broken earth. Liu Ya's body was bent inch by inch, as if he could not bear the weight and impact of the meteorite itself. "Stop it, please, stop it," its brother Liu, Zhang Daoying and Zai Haoji stopped suddenly. The two looked at Liu Ya, who had turned into a giant holding up the sky, and their expressions were a little dazed. They knew that Liu Ya had mastered the means to grow bigger. But they had never thought that Liu Ya's means would be so exaggerated. "Brother Liu Dao is so strong." Zai Haoji looked at the strong wind that Liu Ya casually raised, and his eyes twitched unconsciously. Zhang Daoying was also silent. "Hold it for me." Liu Ya's veins bulged all over his body, and he let out a roar. In the blood mist, he actually used his flesh and blood to resist 2 meteorites that were almost half the size of his body. Liu Ya's broad back was bloody. Although he blocked the fall of the meteorite, the price Liu Ya paid was also not small. But it was all worth it. Liu Ya looked straight at the earth, sensing the joy of the creatures on the earth. He grinned slightly. The next moment, his body suddenly exerted force, and the meteorite began to rise again. The speed of rising became faster and faster, until a violent flame appeared on the meteorite. Liu Ya's hands were covered with brilliant spiritual light, and his 2 huge hands that covered the sky grabbed the 2 halves of the meteorite and threw them into the sky. Magical power, star-picking hand. Supported by infinite mana and strength, Liu Ya did what others thought was almost something that only gods could do. Looking at the 2 meteorites being thrown out of the sky, both the living beings in Sanggu and the monks who paid attention to this scene breathed a sigh of relief. But then, everyone looked at the giant standing between heaven and earth with complicated eyes. In their eyes, there was shock, gratitude, excitement, greed, and everything. But the next moment, when Liu Ya's eyes, shining like the sun and the moon, fell, everyone couldn't help but lower their heads. Liu Ya looked at the mountains and rivers below, and the perspective he had never had before made him slightly absent-minded. But in just a moment, he smiled freely, and then his magic power converged, and the giant standing between heaven and earth disappeared in an instant. Everyone, remember to vote. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479, The Secret of the Nascent Soul's Advancement to God. When Liu Ya stopped performing the Heaven Emperor Earth magic, the vacuum created by the sudden disappearance of the giant was filled with air, and a violent wind swept across the entire Sanggu area. Only then did some people wake up from their dreams. "We didn't die. The great man saved us." Woo woo woo. All kinds of emotions were vented at this moment, and laughter, roars, and cries rang out in all parts of Sanggu. Buzz! Liu Ya's body shook slightly, and the scene in front of him was a little double. But in just a few breaths, Liu Ya had recovered, and his somewhat exhausted body had regained strength. Compared with the rapid recovery of his body, The excessive consumption of his spiritual consciousness made his mind blank. But even so, Liu Ye's eyes were bright and compelling. His body flashed, and he had disappeared from the air and returned to the cave. Sitting cross-legged, Liu Ye began to check himself while meditating to recover from the previous losses. After understanding it, Liu Ye showed a faint smile on his face. Name, Liu Yan. Lifespan 49, 2000 years. Realm, early nascent soul. 1/200. Skills, Peak of the Free and Eternal Life Sutra. 124/50000. Skills, Magic Powers, Sun True Fire, Killing Finger, Guangmo Wind, Calling Wind and Rain, 1 Yuan Weak Water, 9 Heavens Thunder Method, Golden Crow Transformation into Rainbow, Law of Heaven and Earth, Star Picking Hand, How to Ling, Magic Power Points. 1. Status, 3 flowers gathering at the top of the head, 5 kiss returning to the origin. As expected, my lifespan has increased to 2000 years. It's such a long time that I can't see the end. Liu Ye looked at the lifespan bar on the skill panel and sighed with satisfaction. Once upon a time, he was just an ordinary mortal. But he didn't expect that in just a few decades, he had broken through the limitations of the human body, condensed a nascent soul, mastered a large number of magical powers, and became a powerful monk with a long lifespan of 2000 years. He looked at the end of the skill panel again, and the 8 words on the status bar made him very satisfied. Among them, whether it is 3 flowers gathering at the top of the head or 5 kiss gathering to the origin, if placed in the previous life, they are all first-class cultivation realms, basically equivalent to true immortals. In the world of cultivation and Xiantan continent, Liu Ye doesn't know if anyone else has reached this realm. However, 3 flowers gathering at the top of the head and 5 kiss gathering to the origin still show their value in a way that he can understand. When he obtained the state of 3 flowers gathering at the top of the head, the enlightenment that arose in Liu Ye's heart made him know the purpose and limit of 3 flowers gathering at the top of the head, and also knew the limitations. If it is just 3 flowers gathering at the top of the head, it means that his cultivation is incomplete, even if 3 flowers gathering at the top of the head can absorb a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy for Liu Ye in a short period of time, for Liu Ye to use unscrupulously. It seems very strong, but there is a time limit. And now Liu Ye understands that this time limit is not like playing a game, where a big move will enter a long cooling time after use, but because his body is not enough, in order to protect his body, a time limit is given. Used within the limited time. 3 flowers gathering at the top of the head is more beneficial than harmful to Liu Ye. But if you exceed the time limit and force it, the disadvantages will outweigh the advantages in the end. The most direct manifestation is that after Liu Ye overused it, he felt a tearing pain all over his body and a sense of danger caused by the exhaustion of mana. However, now, this restriction has been lifted after Liu Ye achieved the state of 5 kiss converging to the origin. After the 5 kiss converging to the origin was achieved, Liu Ye could clearly feel that his body had made an extremely exaggerated progress at a microscopic level, or in more popular terms, at a genetic level. His body was extremely strong, and even if he changed into a giant as tall as the sky in a few breaths, it would not cause irreparable damage to his body. And in this state, Liu Ye's strength showed a geometric growth. But the great strengthening of the body brought about a terrifying increase in strength and power, but in this process, Liu Ye also discovered the defects of the law of heaven and earth. Or it is not a defect, but a limitation. That is, his speed dropped to a level that he could not accept. In the extreme state of the law of heaven and earth, Liu Ye could not use the golden crow transformation technique, could not fly in the air, and could not even do the most basic stepping in the air. This is why he was able to resist the 2 meteorites with his body. According to common sense, even if he turned into a giant, he still couldn't stop the force of this world-destroying force, but Liu Ye blocked it. But the price of blocking it was that the mountains and rivers under Liu Ye's feet were shattered under the terrifying impact, permanently changing the landform, and the living creatures in it also suffered heavy casualties in this earth-shattering shattering. Fortunately, the place where Liu chose to settle was deep in the mountains and rivers, so even if there were casualties among the human race, it would not be too many. But compared to the entire Songhai and even the entire Songhu being razed to the ground, this ending is more acceptable. After I had the 3 flowers gathering at the top of the head and the 5 kiss returning to the origin, although I was able to fully exert the law of heaven and earth, the side effects were also extremely serious. With the law of heaven and earth, my speed slowed down a lot, although as long as I hit the target, absolutely nothing could stop me. But without speed, I could only hit the sex and immovable targets at most, and those cultivators would basically not be hit by me. Liu Ya pondered for a while and came to a conclusion. In daily battles with others, it didn't matter whether the law of heaven and earth was used or not. Relatively speaking, the speed brought by his golden crow transformation technique was particularly important in battles. In the future, when fighting with others, the law of heaven and earth will not be used, but the endless mana brought by the 3 flowers gathering at the top of the head and the physical strength brought by the 5 keys returning to the origin are extremely useful. And there is this nascent soul. Liu Ya's mind moved, and the 3-inch man sitting cross-legged in the Taoist base purple mansion moved slightly, and the next moment it passed through his physical body and floated above his head. Liu Ya's mind sank into the nascent soul. And he looked at his own cave and the self sitting cross-legged under him from the perspective of the nascent soul. A strange feeling emerged in his heart. The wide and tender little hand gently waved, and Liu Ya, who was in the body of the nascent soul, could very clearly sense the rhythm of the great Dao. The fatal attraction emanating from the rhythm of the great Dao almost made him give up everything to comprehend the great Dao. Liu Ya became alert, and the nascent soul returned to his body instantly. As soon as the nascent soul returned to his body, the clear perception of the great Dao seemed to be covered with a thick layer of gauze, leaving only a trace of hazy perception. The fatal attraction also disappeared. Liu Ya opened his eyes, and a trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes. There are also great terrors after the nascent soul is condensed. Although it is closer to the great Dao, there is a risk of the nascent soul being lost if you are not careful. If time passes for a long time, the vitality of the physical body will be lost and die. If the cultivator's nascent soul wakes up in time, it can still take over the body and be reborn. If the unyielding does not escape from the great Dao in time, the unyielding will lose the connection with the physical body and sink deeper and deeper into the great Dao, and finally be completely swallowed by the great Dao of heaven and earth and return to the world. In this case, some people call it feathering, and some people call it harmony with the Dao. But no matter which name it is not what the cultivators want to see. Therefore, when unyielding cultivators comprehend the great Dao, they usually set a wake-up ban for themselves. Once the practice time is too long or too devoted, this ban will be activated, thereby awakening their own unyielding and escaping from the great Dao. However, it seems that the time I comprehended the great Dao is a little different. Liu Ya recalled that just now, after his unyielding escaped from his physical body's blood and qi circulated, and there was no sign of weakening. After thinking about it, Liu Ya concluded that this should be because his physical body was too strong, and because of the 5 qi returning to the origin, his physical body vitality was extremely strong. This means that my cultivation in the nascent soul stage will surpass most of the cultivators in the same realm. The reason why the progress of the nascent soul cultivators is slow is, on the one hand, because the mana cultivation after the nascent soul is too huge and cannot be accumulated in a short time. On the other hand, the cultivator's comprehension of the great Dao is too slow. The time that ordinary nascent soul cultivators can comprehend the great Dao each time they practice is less than a quarter of an hour. Such a short time can only be made up by a longer retreat for the nascent soul cultivators, which is why the nascent soul cultivators retreat for decades or even hundreds of years. And the nascent soul's promotion to the god of transformation requires one to cultivate and the other to comprehend the great Dao. Both are indispensable. The accumulation of mana is a slow process, which is relatively easy, but the comprehension of the great Dao is a greater test. This is also the important reason why the magic rhyme obtained by Liu Ya, Zhang Daoying and Su Bin was able to help Master Zhang Jiayu break through the god of transformation. It was because of that wisp of magic rhyme that supplemented Master Zhang Jiayu's comprehension of his own great Dao, so he had the opportunity to transform into a god and finally broke through in one fell swoop. Although with Zhang Jiai's talent, if he spends more time, he will always reach the standard of understanding the great Dao. But the cultivation of a cultivator is a process of fighting against the heavens. If he can start one day earlier, he will never deliberately delay one day. After thinking this through, Liu Ya is quite happy. After a brief summary, Liu Ya remembered that many golden elixirs came to the Liu family spiritual land. The next moment, his figure disappeared in the cave. At the foot of the first peak, all the cultivators who came to congratulate before gathered here, and they all looked restrained, and they no longer had the demeanor they had when they first came. There was no way. Although unyielding cultivators were rare, there were always a few of them among so many forces present. Originally, These forces came here just to congratulate as a routine. Who would have thought that there would be such a world-destroying disaster as a meteorite falling from the sky? After seeing the magical powers displayed by the master of the congratulations, Lu Dazhunrun, whether it was the forces with Yuanying or not, they all put themselves in the right position at this moment. Even many Yuanying ancestors from many forces are rushing here at this moment. There is no other way. A newly promoted Yuanying who can withstand the meteorite from outer space represents too great a significance. It is so great that the leaders of these forces must come in person, see with their own eyes, hear with their own ears, and get the desired conclusion before they can feel at ease. Moreover, Lu Ye is the savior of the entire Songul region. It is reasonable for him to come in person. Patriarch Lu, you must accept this 1,000-year-old purple jade ginseng. If it weren't for Master Lu's help this time, my beast-taming sect would probably be wiped out. Zhou Liancheng, relying on his familiarity with Lu Dingbo, has already come to Lu Dingbo's side and put a long wooden box with a simple and precious shape into his hands with both hands. Master Zhou, what are you talking about? Our four families have always had close contacts. How can we stand by and watch someone die without helping? Lu Dingbo was beaming with joy at this moment. Not only did his grandson successfully condense the Yuanying, but he also became a Yuanying master. When faced with a catastrophic disaster, he stepped forward and transformed into a giant, using his strength to move mountains to throw away the meteorite that even the King Shi Sword Pavilion Supreme could not completely solve, saving the entire Songul region. This act of saving the world, which was about to collapse and turning the tide, can be said to have completely made the Lu family famous. Although the Lu family's reputation was not low, Lu Dingbo had never realized it. That's right, what Sect Master Zhou said is very true. If it weren't for Master Lu's rescue, we would all have been submerged in the natural disaster. Patriarch Lu, the master of my Fixing sect, Taoist Fixing, is on his way. We must thank Master Lu for saving our lives in person, a giant cultivator wearing a starlight robe said with a smile as warm as spring breeze. After the Fixing sect giant finished speaking, a burst of response suddenly sounded around. Lu Dingbo's smile did not diminish, and the aura of a clan leader that he had accumulated over the years emanated at this moment. Fellow Daoists, you have come from afar to celebrate for my Lu family. How can the Lu family neglect you? I have already given instructions. The clan is now preparing for the nascent soul feast. Please follow me and go with me. When my Lu family's true person comes out of retreat, I will personally meet you fellow Daoists. Haha, thank you very much, clan leader Lu. It is a great joy that true person Lu has achieved the nascent soul. Lu Dingbo was suddenly startled. After a moment of silence, he clasped his hands and said, thank you very much, fellow Daoists. In a few hours at the shortest and a few days at the longest, my Lu family's true person will definitely come out of retreat, and I will not let you fellow Daoists wait for a long time. As soon as these words came out, many cultivators' eyes flashed. There was no need to think about the meaning of Lu Dingbo's words. If there was time to buffer, these forces that came in a hurry would be better prepared. Therefore, the originally lively scene was still lively, but many cultivators had already used various means to quickly pass the news that the Lu family was going to hold the nascent soul banquet back to their respective forces. There was only one purpose, to rush as quickly as possible and choose the most expensive gifts. Lu Dingbo looked at the people from many forces who began to work secretly, and he breathed a sigh of relief. If Lu Yat had not just sent a message to him, he would definitely not have said so. It was because Lu Ye explained his current situation to him that Lu Dingbo followed the trend. After all, the nascent soul banquet was going to be held. After all, the Lu family finally produced a nascent soul cultivator after so many years, so naturally a big banquet was needed. And now it's just that the scale and number of people are a little bigger. Everyone, remember to vote. Chapter 480 Various Forces Visit. Time passed quickly as the Lu family was busy preparing. Although the time for this banquet was tight, Lu Dingbo had already prepared everything before Lu Yat had even formed his infant. Now it was just a matter of putting out the prepared things. In addition, the Lu family members were all cultivators, so the efficiency was naturally much higher than that of ordinary people. In just half a day, a large number of tables and chairs had been set up on the open space at the top of the second peak. A large number of spiritual fruits were served on the tables. The Lu family's treasured spiritual wine was moved out of the wine cellar. Many spiritual beasts that were usually leisurely and free on the Spirit Beast Peak lost their lives today. The sun had already set, But for the Lu family and the people who came to the Lu family, the night was no different from the day. Not to mention that the Lu family also raised the clan protection array, and the faint light filled the entire spiritual land, dispersing the original darkness outside the array, making the spiritual land bright. At this time, the cultivators from many forces who had come to the Lu family before were gathering in groups of 3 or 2 to exchange information with each other. Among them, Zhou Liancheng of the Beastmaster sect, Lord Yunlang of Yunlang City, and Qi Mingxiao, the head of the Alchemy Qi family, were the most popular. There were 7 or 8 cultivators around each of them. Master Zhou, your son is very talented and his cultivation is the best among his peers. I wonder if your son has a marriage contract now. Next to Zhou Liancheng, a middle-aged male cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Core was talking to Zhou Liancheng very enthusiastically. Zhou Liancheng looked at the other person with a thoughtful look in his eyes, and then smiled and replied, "Ha ha ha, thank you for your concern, Master Fang. My son is now devoted to cultivation and has no time to care about other things." Zhou Liancheng naturally knew what the master of the Guayu sect, Fang Tishuang, meant. He saw that the Lu family had such a powerful nascent soul cultivator, and his Beastmaster sect was very close to the Lu family, so he wanted to establish a relationship with the Lu family through marriage. Even if they couldn't establish a relationship, with the Beastmaster sect as a link, there would be no major changes in the Guayu sect in the future. This is the formation of a network of connections. Being in the Songhai area, whether actively or passively, you will fall into this network called connections. This is why the Songhai area has formed a battle for spiritual land, a relatively harmonious way of competition. Upon hearing this, Sect Master Fang frowned and said with concern, "Sect Master Zhou, although the noble young master is obsessed with cultivation, as an elder, you must always consider the long term. It just so happens that Fang has a daughter who is now in the middle stage of foundation building. She is very smart, but she has the same problem as the noble young master, that is, she is too obsessed with cultivation. How about letting them communicate with each other later to see if they can gain something?" This was said in an obscure way, but the meaning was very obvious. However, when Zhou Liancheng heard this, there was no expression on his dignified face, but he couldn't help but despise it in his heart. The surface meaning of the words of the Guayu sect master was very normal, but the deep meaning in it was so deep that anyone with a discerning eye could understand it at a glance. It was nothing more than wanting to marry the beast-taming sect, but he did not explain it directly, leaving room for himself. If there is any change later, he can also withdraw in time. It can only be said that this behavior is in line with the way of self-preservation, but it cannot be recognized by Zhou Liancheng. So Zhou Liancheng laughed and casually said a word to cover up the matter. Seeing this, Sect Master Fang looked a little ugly, but because of the Beastmaster sect and many cultivators present, he had to smile awkwardly. After saying a few more words, he left on the pretext. After a few hours, the real leaders of the surrounding forces began to arrive one after another. Lu Dinghe was arranged by Lu Dingbo at the Lu family mountain gate to be responsible for welcoming and seeing off. In fact, this matter should be done by Lu Dingbo, who seems to be more concerned, but Lu Dingbo is now busy with the nascent soul banquet and has no time to take care of it. And this matter requires a certain level of qualifications, and it is best to be Lu Ya's elders. If it comes to cultivation, Modu is suitable. But Modu was only a golden elixir, and secondly, he was the guardian spirit beast of the Lu family, and he was also a demon body, so it was not appropriate for him to do such things as welcoming and seeing off. Lu Feng and others were in other places at this time, so Lu Dinghe took over this job. The palace master of Biksha Palace, Lang Zingyu, and his elders came to congratulate the Yuan Yingzhenjin of the Lu family and thank the Lu Zhenjin for saving their lives. A cold and crisp voice came from the air. Lu Dinghe, Lu Meng and Lu Rui looked up and saw a line of 3 fairies in palace costumes slowly landing in front of the mountain gate. Lu Dinghe stepped forward a few steps, with a smile on his face, and bowed his hands. "I am Lu Dinghe of the Lu family. I am honored to meet the palace master. Please come in quickly." The palace master of Biksha Palace, "I came in a hurry, and I only prepared a portion of the Earth's core mother marrow. It's just a small gift. I hope you don't despise it, Brother Lu." On the left side of Lang Zingyu, a beautiful woman in palace costumes in her early 30s had a gentle look in her eyes. She took out a jade bottle and handed it to Lu Dinghe. "Haha, a guest is a guest. Your palace has spent money. Please come in quickly. The shock in Lu Dinghei's eyes flashed away, and then he said with a normal face. After that, the formation quietly opened, and the three people from Bixia Palace successfully entered the Lu family's spiritual land. My Lu family's true lord has not yet come out of retreat. Palace Master Ling might as well go to the second peak to exchange some ideas with many fellow practitioners. Faced with Lu Dinghei's proposal, Palace Master Bixia naturally would not have any objection. This time, this was the purpose of coming here, so under the leadership of Lu Meng, the three of them went all the way to the second peak. When they arrived at the second peak, many cultivators immediately cast their eyes on the three people from Bixia Palace, but this look was only fleeting, as if they were a little surprised and afraid of Bixia Palace coming here. It's surprising that the fairies of Bixia Palace would come to congratulate us. You know, these women are more stubborn than one another. After Palace Master Ling and the other two walked away, someone whispered in a low voice. Who said it wasn't? I still remember that my senior brother from my sect loved a disciple from the Bixia Palace and became a Taoist couple. It should have been a happy thing for everyone, but the Bixia Palace did something to break up the couple. Not only did they severely injure my senior brother, but they also permanently imprisoned the female disciple in the palace's forbidden area. Tisk. It's surprising that this style of behavior can be passed down for so long. What's the matter? Do you know how strong the backing of the Bixia Palace is, brother Taoist? Please give me some advice. It is rumored that the Bixia Palace was founded 1,200 years ago. Today, the first palace master of the Bixia Palace is still alive, and his cultivation level is unknown, but my sect's Sutra Pavilion once recorded that the Bixia fairy of the Bixia Palace had achieved the nascent soul at the age of 300. Now her cultivation level can only be described as unfathomable. Wow, with this background, no wonder these fairies in the Bixia Palace act so, insist on themselves, but the palace master actually came this time, which shows great sincerity to Master Lu. The arrival of Bixia Palace was just a small episode. As time went by, more and more cultivators came to the second peak. Jing Ziyun of Jingai Villa came with his disciples to congratulate Master Lu Yuanying and thank Master Lu for saving his life. Shen from Songhai Pingayan came to congratulate Master Lu Yuanying and thank Master Lu for saving his life. By the next morning, the top of the second peak, which was originally relatively empty, had been occupied by many cultivators. Because there were so many cultivators, and most of them were at the Jiandan realm, and the other half were outstanding descendants brought by these forces to see the world, the spiritual energy on the second peak gathered like smoke and sea, so that the overall atmosphere was solemn. Just as the sky was slightly bright, a loud voice reached everyone's ears, causing the cultivators on the top of the second peak to look up. I saw a bluestone sword coming through the air not far away. On the sword, there was a young monk wearing a blue Taoist robe with sword-shaped cloud patterns on the sleeves at the chest. He was coming at a high speed. Along with it came a nascent soul cultivation that made many monks feel depressed. This sword-riding monk was actually a nascent soul. King Shi Yuanrang of the Bluestone Sword Pavilion, on the order of the master, congratulates the Lu family's nascent soul true lord. As soon as these words came out, the second peak exploded. Bluestone Sword Pavilion. That is the largest sect in the southern region. Apart from other things, the headmaster alone has reached the realm of refining emptiness, and there are countless geniuses in the sect. When the meteorite fell from the sky earlier, it seemed that the great man of the Bluestone Sword Pavilion split the meteorite with a sword. This Lu family true lord was able to let the Bluestone Sword Pavilion's nascent soul cultivator come in person to congratulate him. It's really, the person who spoke said really twice in a row, but in the end he didn't really come up with a reason. Many cultivators looked at King Shi Yuanrang with a gleam in their eyes. Strictly speaking, King Shi Jianzhe was also the savior of the entire Songhu region. If King Shi Jianzhe had not intervened, Lu Yu might not have been able to block the intact meteorite. Just when some cultivators were thinking about whether to use this title to contact the Yuanying senior of King Shi Jianzhe later, King Shi Yuanrang had already arrived in front of the Lu family's spiritual land. He flipped his hand and a wooden box appeared in his hand. Heavenly treasure, a King Shi Jianlan bud, as a congratulations, King Shi Jianlan bud? What kind of treasure is that? Many people were puzzled. Haha, that Bluestone Sword Orchid is the only 7th level precious medicine in the Bluestone Sword Pavilion. This sword orchid stamen is the part of the body that fell off from the Bluestone Sword Orchid. It can be used to cleanse the user's essence and marrow. It can not only build a solid foundation for the Tao, but also greatly improve the user's talent for the sword. It can be said that this bluestone sword orchid stamen can create a future sword immortal, hiss. So precious. After hearing the explanation, many cultivators on the top of the peak looked at the wooden box in King Shi Yuanrang's hand with red eyes. This precious treasure is really exciting. Haha, I am Lu Dingbo, the head of the Lu clan. Senior King Shi, please come in quickly. Senior King Shi's arrival really makes my Lu clan glorious. At this time, Lu Dingbo soared into the air and quickly came in front of King Shi Yuanrang, and opened the clan protection formation to welcome King Shi Yuanrang in. As for the wooden box containing the bluestone sword orchid core, Lu Dingbo did not take it directly. It was better for the other party to hand over this level of treasure to Lu Ya in person. Just when Lu Dingbo and King Shi Yuanrang were about to go to the second peak together, King Shi Yuanrang suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked towards the sky. Lu Dingbo was quite puzzled, but he still stopped and looked in the direction of King Shi Yuanrang's gaze. I saw a dark cloud quickly passing by the sky and rushing towards the Lu family's spiritual land, but the breath in the dark cloud made everyone present change color slightly. The dark cloud really didn't look like the escape light of the righteous cultivator. I saw that the dark cloud arrived outside the Lu family's spiritual land, and then it was completely gathered, revealing a hunchbacked old man wearing a poisonous robe, with chicken skin and skinny, and he was holding a snake-headed cane in his hand. It was Zhu Yankai, the ancestor of the Changsan sect who had a little intersection with Lu Ya and Lu Jing. Another nascent soul cultivator. Many cultivators looked at Yankai who had just arrived, their pupils shrank slightly. Although this new old man did not seem to be from a famous and upright sect, his nascent soul cultivation was real, which made people feel daunted. Yankai paused slightly with a snake-headed cane in his hand, and the loose skin on his face piled up on his cheeks with a smile. His voice was cold. I am Yankai of the Changsan sect. I would like to congratulate the Lu family's nascent soul true lord and thank the Lu family's true lord for saving my life. Then he looked at King Shi Yuanrang and bowed solemnly, saying, "Hello, fellow Taoist." King Shi Yuanrang nodded slightly as a return gesture. And Yankai was not surprised at all. The Changsan sect, a cultivator exclaimed, "Isn't that the nascent soul sect in the north of Songgu territory? It's not close to our Songhai." Senior Yan can arrive at this time. Even if the nascent soul cultivator is much faster than us, it will not be able to arrive in a short time. What is the relationship between Senior Yang and Master Lu? Why did he come so quickly? If the nascent soul of King Shi Sword Pavilion came, many cultivators could understand it. After all, the other party is the first sect in the southern region, and their methods must not be beyond their imagination. However, Yankai ability to arrive so quickly really surprised many cultivators. Lu Dingbo had never heard of the Changsan sect, let alone Yankai, but at this moment, he naturally would not show any abnormality. Senior Yang has come from afar, please come in. A brocade box appeared in Yankai hand, and he handed it to Lu Dingbo and said, "I came in a hurry, so this soul swallowing goo will be a gift." Soul swallowing goo. Before Lu Dinghe said anything, Qing Xian, who was standing beside him, turned his head and looked at the brocade box in Yankai hand in surprise. Is it the soul swallowing goo that is planted in the danchan of a cultivator, absorbs spiritual energy for the cultivator, and accelerates cultivation? Yankai nodded slightly, with a little pride in his expression, and said, "It is indeed this soul swallowing goo." This soul swallowing goo was carefully cultivated by Yankai, and he spent countless resources, but only cultivated two. One was used on his good grandson Yang Weifeng, and the other was in this brocade box. After all, Yankai knew what a monstrous character Lu Yu was. Instead of giving him some treasures that were dispensable to him, it would be better to give him some treasures that would help the other party's future generations develop. Yankai still remembered Lu Jing's story clearly. Knowing Lu Ya's general situation, he naturally brought a gift that would please Lu Ya and the Lu family. King Shi Yuanrang looked at Lu Dingbo, nodded and said softly, "It's really a good thing, Patriarch Lu, please accept it." Everyone, remember to vote. Chapter 481 Nascent Soul Grade, Heaven and Earth. Since the nascent soul cultivators of King Shi Sword Pavilion had said so, Lu Dingbo would not refuse and took the brocade box from Yankai with both hands. "Please take a seat, seniors." After receiving the brocade box, Lu Dingbo bowed and said to the two. King Shi Yuanrang and Yankai went to the top of the second peak together and sat down under the guidance of Lu Dingbo. The arrival of the two nascent soul cultivators immediately made the cultivators here a little restrained. They whispered to each other and occasionally looked in the direction of the two. Facing so many eyes, both King Shi Yuanrang and Yu Yang Qianhuan were used to it. They just sat there quietly and waited quietly. Lu Ye left the cave and turned to look at the second peak. So many people are here. After being surprised for a while, Lu Ye returned to normal. However, when he saw the chicken skin and white hair of Yu Yang Qianhuan, he was still a little surprised. Lu Ye had never thought that the ancestor of the Changsan sect, who had some grudges with him, would appear in their Lu family spiritual land. Besides, there was another nascent soul cultivator beside Yu Yang Qianhuan. The sharp and simple aura on his body must be that of a sword cultivator. When Lu Ye looked at Yu Yang Qianhuan and King Shi Yuanrang, the two also sensed something and looked towards where Lu Ye was. The moment he saw Yu Yang Qianhuan smiled, stood up and bowed, saying, "Meet fellow Taoist Lu." King Shi Yuanrang looked at Lu Ye briefly, then bowed solemnly, and said in a clear voice, "King Shi Yuanrang of King Shi Sword Pavilion, meet fellow Taoist Lu." The two were the focus of many cultivators here. At this moment, this action and words immediately attracted the attention of most cultivators. And from the words of the two, it is not difficult to see that the main master has come out of retreat. Now the cultivators present ignored their idle chats and followed their gazes, and saw a young man in a black robe standing quietly in the void. Lu Ye disappeared from the spot as soon as he moved, and appeared in front of the two the next moment. Lu Ye of the Lu family greets fellow Taoist King Shi and fellow Taoist Yu Yang. "Fellow Taoist Yu Yang, I haven't seen you for several years. Congratulations. Fellow Taoist King Shi has come from afar. Please forgive us if our family has not entertained you well." "Ha ha ha, no. After a brief greeting, King Shi Yuanrang and Yu Yang Qianhuan sat down again. As for the King Shi sword orchid core given by King Shi Yuanrang, Lu Ye refused it for a while, but finally accepted it. As the conversation between Lu Ye and the two nascent soul cultivators ended, the cultivators who had been waiting for a long time around began to act one by one. Lu Ye greeted everyone with a smile. It took a while for Lu Ye to get out of this social quagmire. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Lu Ye suddenly looked up at the sky with a smile on his face. Then everyone present felt a flash in front of their eyes, and they had already lost the figure of Lu Ye. "Brother Lu, congratulations." With a blessing of magic power, an arrogant and confident voice quickly reached the ears of many cultivators in the Lu family's spiritual land from far away. Looking in the direction of the voice, they saw a ray of fire and a white sword light coming to the sky above the Lu family's spiritual land in just a few breaths, and stopped in front of Lu Ye. After seeing the person clearly and feeling the person's aura, many cultivators in the field were shocked again. Two more nascent souls. King Shi Yuanrang stood up suddenly, looking at the two people opposite Lu Ye with burning eyes, or more precisely, at the young man in white. After Zhang Daoying sensed King Shi Yuanrang's gaze, he nodded slightly, then looked at Lu Ye and said with a smile, "Brother Lu's methods are really beyond my imagination." Lu Ye smiled slightly, looked at Zhang Daoying and said, "Brother Zhang, there is no need to praise me like that. It was also a coincidence that I was able to perform it." Zai Haoji, who was standing aside, seized the opportunity to ask the question that concerned him most. "Brother Lu, when you were going through the thunder tribulation, junior brother Zhang and I were on the road. It's a pity that I didn't see the scene of you going through the thunder tribulation. I wonder what level of thunder tribulation brother Lu went through? Junior brother Zhang and I went through 7 levels of thunder tribulation, especially junior brother Zhang, whose thunder tribulation was the rare 9-9 heavenly tribulation." Lu Ye was not surprised at all. It would be strange if even someone as powerful as Zhang Daoying did not go through a thunder tribulation of the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. As for his own thunder tribulation, Lu Ye recalled the scene at that time. It was called the 9-9 heaven tribulation, but the thunder tribulation was not that heavy. It was said that it was not the 9-9 heaven tribulation, but the power was too terrifying. Although Lu Ye had not seen others go through the 9-9 thunder tribulation, he thought that it would not be as powerful as the one he went through. And if he said that the thunder tribulation he went through was not the 9-9 heaven tribulation, I am afraid no one would believe it. After thinking about it, Lu Ye still replied, "It should also be the 9-9 heaven tribulation." I said that with brother Lu's strength, the thunder tribulation he went through must be the 9-9 heaven tribulation. If it is not the 9-9 heaven tribulation, it is not worthy of brother Lu's status. After getting Lu Ye's reply, Xia Haoji seemed very proud, as if the person who went through the 9-9 thunder tribulation was himself. As for the word should in Liu Ya's words, he subconsciously ignored it. He just thought that Liu Ya's classification of the unyielding heaven tribulation was not so clear. Don't stand here, we agreed before that we must not go home until we are drunk this time, Liu Ya said with a smile. Unexpectedly, Zai Haoji was not in a hurry. Instead, he straightened his robes very formally, cleared his throat, and then his magic power was aroused. A loud and powerful voice came out immediately. Wulian Hei Zai Haoji, on the order of the master, I come to congratulate Master Liu Ya on his achievement of Yuanying's Henjin. The great road is in sight. Zhang Daoying smiled slightly, and in Liu Ya's somewhat helpless eyes, he also said loudly, Wulian Hei Zhang Daoying, on the order of the master, I come to congratulate Master Liu Ya on his achievement of Yuanying's Henjin. The great road is in sight. Boom. As soon as these words came out, a huge wave of shock was set off among the various forces watching on the top of the peak. Wulian Hei. That is one of the only 5 major immortal gates in the Xianitan continent. The Kingshi Sword Pavilion, the first sect in the southern region, is already in existence that the forces present look up to. If a unyielding cultivator appeared in their forces, it would be a happy event worth writing about if someone from the Kingshi Sword Pavilion came to congratulate them. As for Wulian Hei, it is an unattainable existence, not even within the realm of fantasy. But now, what did they see? A cultivator who had just achieved nascent soul in a 3rd-level spiritual land in the Songhai area. Not only had the Bluestone Sword Pavilion come to congratulate him, but even the Immortal Gate of Wulian Hei sent 2 nascent soul cultivators to congratulate him. What is face? This is face. Suddenly, many cultivators smiled more when facing the Lu clan members. Aren't you too ostentatious? Liu Ya said helplessly. Brother Liu, you are wrong. This is your nascent soul banquet, so the more ostentatious it is, the better. Zai Haoji blinked at Liu Ya and said casually. As for publicity, I think there is nothing more face-saving and ostentatious than receiving congratulations from the Immortal Gate. This is the truth. Liu Ya couldn't refute it. He could only nod his head, accepting their kindness, and then said, okay, don't stand here anymore, follow me and take a seat. Although the Yuanying banquet was a bit tasty, the overall effect was not bad at all because the guests included the 2 top forces, Wulian Hei and Kingshi Jianjia. After the guests dispersed, Liu Ya bid farewell to Kingshi Yuanrang and Yuyang Qianhun, and then brought Zhang Daoying and Zai Haoji to the first peak. The 3 of them sat down in the courtyard outside the cave, with a canopy-like tree canopy above their heads, and 3 jars of wine with the color of burning clouds were placed on the stone table in front of the 3 people. Come on, Brother Liu, try it quickly. This is the spring dream that my master has treasured for 100 years. It is calcined for 100 years with a red lotus karma fire in a special way. The wine is rich and fragrant. Even Yuanying cultivators cannot resist its alcohol. Zai Haoji opened a jar of wine with the color of burning clouds and poured wine for Liu Ya very enthusiastically. The clear, transparent wine with a faint aura fell into the bowl, colliding with a very intoxicating aroma of wine. Brother Liu, please. Liu Ya was not hypocritical. He picked up the wine bowl and drank it all. When the wine entered his mouth, he felt a line of fire from his throat to his stomach. Even with Liu Ya's nascent soul body after thousands of tempering, he felt a burning sensation in his stomach, and a slight fatigue in his spirit and body seemed to be burned away by a fire. Good wine. Liu Ya's eyes lit up, put down the wine bowl, and praised it. Ha! If master knew, he would be very happy. Zai Haoji also put down the wine bowl and said with a smile. By the way, Brother Liu, since you have already formed a nascent soul, you should be clear about a path of cultivation after the nascent soul. Zhang Daoying put down the wine bowl, looked at Liu Ya and asked. He met Liu Ya many years ago and knew Liu Ya's personal situation very well, so he asked this question. Liu Ya smiled and said casually, of course I understand the path of cultivation after the nascent soul, but there may still be some gaps compared to the 2 of you. Zai Haoji chuckled. The path of cultivation after the nascent soul is not just about the accumulation of mana. Brother Liu should know this. Liu Ya nodded. Zhang Daoying continued, because the nascent soul has condensed, the nascent soul cultivator has begun to formally involve the laws of heaven and earth. For the nascent soul cultivator, the importance of understanding the great Dao of heaven and earth is far greater than the accumulation of mana. And for the vast majority of nascent soul cultivators in the world, What hinders them from reaching the path of transformation is the understanding of the great Tao. I also know what you said, but it seems that I have not encountered this problem yet, Lu Ya said casually while playing with the wine bowl. Zia Haoji's eyes lit up and asked curiously, "Oh, may I ask Brother Lu, have you ever formally come into contact with the laws of the great Tao with the body of the nascent soul? Is the limit time clear?" Limit time? Lu Ya was a little confused. That's right, the limit time. The time it takes for each nascent soul cultivator to comprehend the great Tao varies greatly, depending on their own qualifications, nascent soul strength, soul, etc. Zia Haoji nodded. Lu Ya nodded, motioning him to continue. Zia Haoji took a sip of wine and wiped his lips. Some nascent souls that were achieved through external forces have the lowest body strength. The time they can comprehend the great Tao every day will not exceed 1/3 of a quarter of an hour. If they exceed this time limit, they will be at risk of getting lost. Therefore, they are called waste infants, also known as white infants. Although nascent soul cultivators of this level have condensed nascent souls, their potential is close to zero. Even if they exhaust their lifespan, they cannot touch the barrier of the spiritualization. In addition, cultivators who achieve nascent souls through normal tribulation, but due to their weak foundation and other problems, the tribulation they have passed is not more than 3 times, are called yellow-grade nascent souls. The time for this type of cultivator to comprehend the great Tao is basically about half a quarter of an hour. For this type of cultivator, if they practice every day, they should be able to touch the barrier of the spiritualization before their lifespan is exhausted. If they get the opportunity, they can also advance to the spiritualization. Above are cultivators who have passed 4 to 6 nascent soul tribulations. This level of cultivators already belongs to the category of better talents. Even if they are placed in the immortal sect, they can become the forefront of the inner sect disciples. This type of nascent soul is generally called unyielding. It takes about a quarter of an hour to comprehend the great Tao, and it basically takes about 1,000 to 800 years to touch the barrier of transformation, and there is hope to go further after the transformation. Lu Ya listened very seriously. The information described by Zia Haoji was extremely useful to him. He only had a rough understanding before and did not have such a systematic understanding. Now that he has a clear understanding, he will have a clearer understanding of his future strength positioning and practice speed. After that, there will be nascent soul cultivators who have passed the 7th and 8th heavenly tribulations. Such cultivators are regarded as true disciples in the immortal gates. And they are rare. Zia Haoji paused here, clenched his fists, and coughed. Thanks to the help of Brother Lu, the heavenly tribulation I have passed has reached the 7th level, very close to the 8th level. Oh, Lu Ya smiled and congratulated. Fellow Taoist Zia Hao is extremely talented, it is normal for him to be treated like this. Haha, that's still Brother Lu's advice. Zia Haoji smiled and waved his hand, then continued, the nascent soul I have condensed is generally called the earth infant, and the time it can take to comprehend the great Tao is much longer than the previous ones. Depending on the individual cultivator, it is about 2 to 4 quarters of an hour. At the stage of the earth infant, it can basically be regarded as a proper seed of the great Tao. If nothing unexpected happens, it is expected to pass the immortal tribulation and reach the Mahayana, and finally, there are heavenly infants who are similar to Brother Lu and Junior Brother Zhang, who have passed through the 9 heavenly tribulations and have extremely solid infant bodies. The time it takes for the heavenly infant to comprehend the great Tao is even longer, and the nascent soul stage will hardly become an obstacle to the heavenly infant, but will only be a process of cultivation. As long as they don't die halfway, they can basically become the cornerstone power of the human race. At this point, Zia Haoji looked at Lu Ya and Zhang Daoying with a little envy. Only after truly communicating with such beings can one more deeply appreciate the gap between heaven and earth. Is that so? Lu Ya nodded and said, I only tried it briefly before, and did not comprehend the great way in depth, but as far as I am concerned, I did not feel any pressure at all. That's it. Those who have achieved the heavenly infant will naturally have no problem, Zia Haoji said with a smile. Everyone, remember to vote. P.S. It's November in a blink of an eye, and the temperature is dropping quickly, so remember to keep warm. Chapter 482, Visualization and Calming Method. But even if you have achieved the heavenly infant, you still cannot be careless. Even if you can comprehend the laws of the great Tao, if you do not have a very advanced visualization and concentration method, you will still be limited. Zia Haoji changed the subject and said solemnly. Visualization and concentration method. This was the first time Lu Ya had heard of this term. Zhang Daoying looked at Lu Ya and nodded and said, "Yes, the visualization and concentration method is a special method used to stabilize the connection between the physical body and the nascent soul. The methods of each sect and inheritance are different, so the effectiveness also varies. The superior anchoring method can almost make the time for the nascent soul cultivator to comprehend the great Dao almost the same as the theoretical time. During this period, the connection between the nascent soul and the physical body remains. As long as the cultivator wants, the nascent soul can immediately return to the physical body." Lu Yan naturally understood this explanation, so he asked back, "So this means that even if you have achieved the nascent soul, if you do not have a concentration method or a superior concentration method, the speed of cultivation will still not be fast?" Zhang Daoying nodded in agreement. "That's what I mean. Without a method to calm the mind, nascent soul cultivators will be restricted when they comprehend the great Dao, and will need to devote part of their mind to the physical body at all times, in order to prevent problems with the physical body. If the vitality of the physical body declines drastically, but the nascent soul has not noticed it, then by the time the nascent soul notices it, it will probably be too late." Zai Haoji took over the conversation and continued, "But having a method to calm the mind doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Nascent soul cultivators who have gone wrong with their practice are occasionally heard of in our sect, not to mention other forces, but generally speaking, it's better to have it, isn't it?" Lu Ya drank the wine in the bowl and put it down. Of course, Zai Haoji filled Lu Ya's glass with wine again and laughed. "Brother Lu Dao is very talented and has achieved the heavenly infant, but he must be very careful when practicing. He must not rely on the solidity of the nascent soul to comprehend the great Dao at will. Once he loses contact with his physical body and gets lost in the ocean of laws, and cannot return to his physical body in time, then when his physical body dies, he will eventually die with his soul." Lu Yan nodded. "In this case, the connection between the physical body and the nascent soul is like fishing. The physical body uses the nascent soul as bait and puts the nascent soul into the ocean of laws, connecting them with a fishing line. The farther and longer the nascent soul swims, the greater the risk of the fishing line breaking, and vice versa. The method of calming the mind is to replace the fishing line with a bold version so that the nascent soul can swim safely. Brother Lu, do you have a method of calming the mind?" Zhang Daoying looked at Lu Ya and asked with concern. Lu Ya shook his head naturally. This was the first time he had heard of the method of calming the mind, so how could he have it? "See, I said that Brother Lu Dao probably didn't have a method to calm his mind." Zai Haoji clapped his hands and looked at Zhang Daoying with great pride. Lu Ya didn't understand why Zai Haoji was so happy that he didn't have a method to calm his mind. Zai Haoji looked at Lu Ya again, flipped his hand and took out something from the storage ring and pushed it in front of Lu Ya. "Originally, Junior Brother Zhang and I should have arrived earlier, but after seeing Brother Lu's magical powers, we knew that Brother Lu had achieved the nascent soul stage. Junior Brother Zhang and I discussed it, but we really didn't know what gift to give. Fortunately, Junior Brother Zhang and Brother Lu have known each other for a long time and are quite familiar with Brother Lu's situation, so we sent a message to the sect, and finally exchanged this small formless visualization and concentration method from the sect, which I think should be able to benefit Brother Lu's practice." Lu Ya looked at the jade box that was pushed in front of him, and then looked at the two people sitting opposite him, and a warm feeling rose in his heart. "Thank you, Brother Zhang and Brother Zai Hao. But you also said just now that the visualization and concentration method is not an ordinary method, and its value is naturally very high. I can't accept such a precious treasure. If it was an ordinary gift, Lu Ya would accept it, but this is a visualization and concentration method that is extremely important for nascent soul cultivators. If the news spread, I don't know what kind of bloody storm it would set off." Seeing Lu Ya refuse, Zai Haoji hurriedly persuaded him, "Don't, Brother Lu. This is specially prepared for you. If the sect doesn't allow it, I would like to share my red lotus calming method with you. Although this Xiao Wuxiang visualization calming method is not as good as the top inheritance in our sect, it is also a top-notch calming method in the world. Brother Lu, please accept it." Zhang Daoying also helped and said, "Brother Lu, please accept it. If it weren't for Brother Lu, the human race in the southern region would suffer heavy losses in the plan of the 10,000 demon sect. Brother Lu, don't mind a mere calming method." Lu Ya couldn't persuade the two of them, so he had to accept the jade box and said, "Thank you, haha, Brother Lu, please don't be polite with us. Zai Haoji saw Liu accept the calming method and laughed happily. After Liu accepted the calming method, the atmosphere between the three became more harmonious, and even Chen Jingmeng drank several jars. Zai Haoji's face was flushed with drunkenness. He leaned back in his chair and his voice was a little vague. Brother Liu, how can you be so strong? You just broke through the nascent soul stage, and you can even block the meteorite from outer space. You know, even the headmaster doesn't have many ways to deal with this level of planning. After Zai Haoji finished speaking, Liu Ye's eyes swept over. I sensed a familiar aura on that meteorite from outer space before. I originally thought it was just my illusion, but the planning you mentioned made me confirm my perception. Is this related to the demon god White Tiger, or to the demon clan? Zhang Daoying and Zai Haoji looked at each other and saw the amazement in each other's eyes. Zhang Daoying said, Brother Liu's guess is correct. This matter is indeed the result of the plan of the demon clan. Oh, Liu Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. How is the specific plan? Can you tell me? Why not? Zai Haoji slapped the stone table, making a muffled bang sound. If Liu Ye had not been quick-witted and used his magic power to protect the stone table would have been shattered into powder by Zai Haoji's slap. After Zai Haoji withdrew his hand, he turned his head and looked at Zhang Daoying. Junior brother Zhang, you know this better than me, you tell me. Zhang Daoying nodded and said, I have contacted Master. After Master slashed out that sword, he wanted to move to Songgu territory to block the meteorite from outer space, but he was unexpectedly blocked by the demon god Zuanwu who came across the boundary. After Master and the demon god Zuanwu had a big battle, Zuanwu was defeated, but Master also missed the best time for support and could only let a meteorite fall. During this period, the demon god Zuanwu revealed a lot of things in order to strike Master's Tao heart. The most important point is the Daoguo plan. Liu Ye raised his eyebrows slightly and repeated, Daoguo plan. Yes, the Daoguo plan. The executors of this plan are the demon clan masters in the Wen court. As for why they chose Songgu territory, it actually has something to do with you, Brother Liu. After Zhang Daoying finished speaking, he glanced at Liu Ye. Liu Ye couldn't help but wonder why this Daoguo plan was related to him. And why do the two words Daoguo feel so familiar? As if seeing Liu Ye's doubts, Zhang Daoying quickly said, let's talk about the Daoguo plan first. Brother Liu, have you heard of Daoguo? Liu Ye suddenly thought of the Daoguo fusang fruit plundered by the demon king in the fusang tree space, so he tentatively asked, Daoguo fruit, that's right. Zhang Daoying nodded heavily. The Tao fruit plan implemented by the demon race is to use meteorites from outer space to forcibly condense the sex, life, blood, and spirit of billions of creatures in Songgu into a barrier-breaking pill that can work on the demon god. In fact, the original target of the demon race was the Songhai area, because the Songhai area is not too large, but the population density and the number of cultivators are extremely exaggerated, so the quality of the Tao fruit produced will not decrease at all. Liu Ye's voice was as cold as the frost in December. What's the other reason? Another reason is that Brother Liu is also here in Songhai, so the king of 10,000 demons directly locked onto the Songhai area, intending to wipe out Brother Liu and all the powerful families in Songhai at once. Zhang Daoying looked at Liu Ye and saw that there was no anger on his face, so he continued, the young generation of the demon race this time has been wiped out by Liu Ye. If there is a chance, the demon race will naturally not give up. The full name of this Tao fruit plan is called the Blood and Flesh Tao fruit plan. Use the blood and flesh essence of billions of creatures to forcibly condense into blood and flesh Tao fruit. If the demons succeed, the entire Songhai and even most of Songgu will be destroyed in an instant, because as long as a demon god swallows this flesh and blood fruit, it will inevitably break through the current realm. At that time, my human race will not have such a level of existence, and I am afraid that facing the demons will only increase losses. Liu Ye put down the wine bowl in his hand. His face did not fluctuate at all. Okay, demons, you play like this, right? I can't beat me. And you demons have even omitted the rules and directly increased the strength to the maximum. You demons have come up with attacks at the level of meteorites falling from the sky. You demons are playing very well. After silently complaining for a few words, Liu Ye looked at Zhang Daoying and asked, what if it doesn't succeed? If it doesn't succeed, the demons will pay the price for their actions. Zhang Daoying said word by word. So strictly speaking, Brother Liu Dao is right to save the entire Songgu region. Zai Haoji looked proud. Liu Ye waved his hands quickly. His family knew their own business. Although his Fatyan Xiongdi was powerful, it was not so easy to do all this. If it weren't for the help of Wulian Haiyan, the Grand Elder of King Shijian Pavilion, and many monks later, even if I could perform that move, I would not be able to stop the huge meteorite from outer space. Brother Lu is being modest again. Zhang Daoying rolled his eyes and joked. Lu laughed and didn't explain. People are willing to believe what they see with their own eyes. For Lu Yan, countless people did see his Fatyan Xiongdi at that time, and also saw him throw the meteorite back into the void. This has become an established fact and is difficult to change. Xia Haoji added, but this demon clan dared to be so bold as to openly drop meteorites in my Songgu area. No wonder the headmaster did not allow the Zuanwu demon god to leave it all this time. Zhang Daoying echoed, that's right. If you hinder the great power of my human race, then don't have any hope of survival. Lu Yan nodded, and finally understood the cause and effect of this matter. If he hadn't spent some time in the morning to achieve the nascent soul, if he hadn't been crazy about understanding the five elements avenue, achieving the state of 5 Ks converging to the origin, driving his body and magic power to perfection, he would have been able to perform the strongest law of heaven and earth and block the meteorites from falling from the sky. At this moment, he and the entire Songhai have become part of the flesh and blood Dao fruit, and have been devoured by the demon gods of the demon clan, becoming the ladder for the other party to ascend. Okay, the 10,000 demon king court, the Zuanwu demon god, the white tiger demon god, the black dragon emperor, etc. When I reach my realm, none of you will be able to escape. Lu Ye forcibly suppressed the murderous aura in his heart. Now he is far from being a match for those beings. But one day, he will reach the realm where those beings are. Then, it will be time for reckoning. After this matter was finished, Xia Haoji took the initiative to focus the topic on cultivation. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the afternoon of the third day, as Da Wang came to Lu Yan and lay down beside him, the discussion finally came to an end. Brother Zhang, if you are free, you must come to Wulian Hai more often, outside the Lu family spiritual land. Xia Haoji looked at Lu Yan who was standing still and extended an invitation. Lu Yan smiled slightly and said, don't worry, when things here are over, I will go to Wulian Hai to visit you too and the elders in your family. Ha, then it's a deal, it's a deal. Chapter 483 Lu's Progress. After Zhang Daoying and Xia Haoji left, half a day passed before Lu Dingbo finally arrived at the first peak. When Lu Dingbo saw Lu Yan, Lu Yer was sitting cross-legged under a tree, comprehending the small formless visualization method he had just obtained. Sensing Lu Dingbo's gaze, Lu Yan put down the jade slip in his hand, raised his head and said with a smile, Grandpa. Lu Dingbo looked at Lu Yan, and his originally worried and reserved expression quickly returned to normal. He nodded with a ruddy face and sat down opposite Lu Yan. After sitting down, Lu Dingbo looked directly at Lu Yan. After a few breaths, he asked half jokingly and half curiously, Lu Yan, how does it feel to achieve the nascent soul? How does it feel? Lu Yan thought about it carefully, smiled and said, very good. After hearing Lu Yan's reply, Lu Dingbo clapped his hands and laughed, ha, that's the nascent soul, a realm that many people cannot reach in their entire lives, and you explained it with a simple sentence of very good. Lu Yan also smiled. The feeling of achieving the nascent soul is indeed very good, as if it is a little closer to the world. After laughing a few times, Lu Dingbo stopped laughing and took out a brocade box from the storage ring and placed it on the stone table. Lu Yer looked at the brocade box curiously and asked casually, what is this? Lu Dingbo pointed at the brocade box and explained, this is a gift from Senior Ouyang. It is said to be a soul-swallowing goo that can help people practice and help people refine spiritual energy. Oh, Lu Yer was a little curious, and he stretched out his hand and the brocade box automatically fell into his hand. He opened the brocade box and saw a translucent worm-like goo lying quietly in a piece of top-grade spiritual stone. The top-grade spiritual stone under it had already swallowed up most of its spiritual energy. The brocade box was opened, and the soul-devouring goo did not move at all, like a salted fish, with an extremely stable mood, focusing on the spiritual energy under it. Lu Yer took a closer look, then closed the brocade box again and sighed, it's really magical. I've never heard of the existence of this kind of goo before. Lu Dingbo nodded in agreement and said, when that Senior Ouyang took it out, I was also a little surprised. I had never heard of the soul-swallowing goo. It was the Senior King Shi from the King Shi Sword Pavilion who explained it to me, which made me understand. At this point, Lu Dingbo looked at Lu Yan and asked again, Lu Yan, I feel that the relationship between you and the senior Wu Yang doesn't seem to be that of a friend. How did you get to know him? Lu Yan smiled when he heard it, and asked back, Grandpa, do you still remember the fortune I told for the fifth sister? Lu Dingbo lowered his head and thought for a while, then said, of course I remember. At that time, I asked you about the hexagram, but you were evasive and never told me. Lu Yan nodded and said, after I told the fifth sister, the hexagram I got was 9 deaths and 1 life. Naturally, I wouldn't tell you about this situation, Grandpa. 9 deaths and 1 life. Lu Dingbo's eyebrows jumped. That's right, Lu Yan nodded, but then said, but she still has me as her second brother, so it's natural that she won't be in danger of death. Lu Dingbo also smiled and nodded, yes, that's true. You mean, Xiao Wu's disaster of escaping death at that time was related to that senior Wu Yang? Lu Yan nodded. That's ridiculous. If I had known that this was the relationship, I would definitely not be so polite to him. Lu Dingbo glared, very angry. Grandpa, not so much? Strictly speaking, the disaster of the fifth sister came from his descendants, not Du Yang Qianhun. Lu Yan waved his hand and explained the situation at that time. After listening to this, Lu Dingbo was relieved. I said that all nascent soul cultivators are elusive, so how could they specifically target Xiao Wu? Thinking about it this way, it is very possible. However, Lu Yan, you said that the matter had been exposed at that time, so why did Yang Qianhun come to congratulate this time? Moreover, the location of the Changxin sect is not close to our Lu family. As a nascent soul cultivator, he was able to rush here at that time. I am afraid that the time of departure was very decisive. Why? Lu Yan laughed dumbly. Why did they come here to congratulate him? Naturally, it was to establish a good relationship with him. After all, Yang Qianhun is not an ordinary person. He was stunned by Lu Yan when he met him. After seeing Lu Yan perform the law of heaven and earth, he was probably even more excited. Finally, he had a legitimate reason to contact Lu Yan again. After Lu Dingbo asked, he seemed to react. Yang Qianhun must have come here to establish a friendship with his grandson. Lu Yan, what do you think we should do with this soul-devouring goo? Lu Yan looked at the brocade box on the table and said casually, this kind of treasure is naturally more effective the sooner it is used. Why not set a goal for the current teenagers in the family and hold a family competition? Whoever wins first place will get this soul-devouring goo. Lu Dingbo's eyes lit up. This idea is very good. The family is getting stronger and stronger, and the population is increasing. The number of cultivators will only increase in the future. Therefore, a more reasonable allocation method must be needed in the allocation of cultivation resources, so that the family can operate. If the family just pays blindly, it will not be a good thing for the younger generation of the family over time. Instead, it will lead to the younger generation of the family developing a bad habit of getting something for nothing. Setting up a family competition and allocating resources based on ranking can not only inspire the fighting spirit of the younger generation, but also enhance their confidence, generate a sense of accomplishment, and let them cherish resources. There are many benefits. It is a very good plan. Lu Dingbo nodded, it's a good method. We can continue it in the future. However, for this first family competition, we need to plan it carefully. What's so difficult about this? We are not the only one who uses this method. Grandpa, you can learn from other families and forces and then apply it to our Lu family. Lu Yan didn't think it was difficult. He provided an idea in a few words. Lu Dingbo nodded seriously and said, it's indeed a good method. I will start preparing it now. Well, prepare it as soon as possible. This soul-devouring goo is not an ordinary goo. The one sent by Yang Qianhun is definitely not bad. I estimate that it can be used after the golden core, or even the nascent soul. Lu Yan pointed to the brocade box and said softly. So powerful. When Lu Dingbo looked at the brocade box again, he was much more cautious. Lu Dingbo pushed the brocade box in front of Lu Yan. Then Lu Yan, you should put away this soul-devouring goo first. It is too valuable and I am not at ease leaving it in my hands. Lu Yan smiled and wanted to say that there would be no risk within the family, but in the end, under Lu Dingbo's insistence, he put the soul-devouring goo into the stored ring. Lu Dingbo stood up and said, okay, Lu Yan, you have just achieved the nascent soul stage, and Grandpa is not in a position to disturb you too much. There are about 40 forces coming to your nascent soul banquet this time, including 17 4th-level spiritual lands, 4 5th-level spiritual lands, and the rest are 3rd-level spiritual lands. Most of the various gifts are rare, and I have listed them out. If you have time, you can take a look and see if there is anything you need. After speaking, he pushed a jade slip in front of Lu Yang. Lu Yang thought for a moment, took the jade slip and put it directly into the storage ring, and said with a smile, "Grandpa, these gifts are not very useful to me unless they are particularly precious natural treasures. You can use them as you see fit." This is true. For a unyielding cultivator like Lu Yang who has achieved the shining stage, ordinary treasures are indeed of little use to him, and treasures that are too precious are unlikely to be given to Lu Yang by the spiritual lands that come to congratulate him. Thinking of this, Lu Yang did not have much expectation for these gifts. Perhaps there are many good things among them, but for him, the level of these things is no longer suitable for him, but for his family. To be honest, even the Bluestone Sword Orchid core sent by the Bluestone Sword Pavilion is not suitable for Lu Yang to use. On the contrary, it is an extremely rare treasure for foundation building or giant cultivators. If his elder brother Lu Yang knew about it, he would be very satisfied. Lu Yang smiled slightly, took out the long box containing the Bluestone Sword Orchid core, and handed it to Lu Dingbo. "Grandpa, this Bluestone Sword Orchid core is not of much use to me. Please find my eldest brother and ask him to come back and refine this Bluestone Sword Orchid core as soon as possible. It will be of great benefit to my eldest brother's sword practice." Lu Dingbo was delighted. The most fearful thing for a family is that everyone has their own thoughts. Now Lu Yang can still have the same feelings as before, and the relationship between brothers and sisters remains the same. This makes him, as the head of the family, feel very accomplished. "Okay, then I'll take it first and call your elder brother back as soon as possible." Lu Dingbo took a long box, and then said solemnly, "Also, Lu Yang, you have already reached the nascent soul stage. It is not appropriate to call me grandfather in the future. It will damage your nascent soul image." "Grandfather," Lu Dingbo was interrupted by Lu Yang before he finished speaking. "Grandfather, no matter what kind of cultivation I, Lu Yang, have, you are my grandpa, and this will not change, just like my father and my uncle. Do they no longer my father and my uncle because of my improved cultivation? Besides, I don't think calling you grandfather will damage my image. Cultivation is cultivation, but people should also behave like people. Although we cultivate immortals, it does not mean that we need to abandon our human nature." After Lu Yang finished speaking, he looked at Lu Dingbo. "So you are still my grandpa. And still the patriarch of our Lu family. This will not change." Okay, Lu Dingbo said 3 OKs in a row, and then forced himself to suppress the touch in his heart, turned around and left quickly. "There are still many things to do in the clan, so I won't stay here. Yatter, you can practice with peace of mind." Looking at his grandfather slightly hurried back, Lu Yang smiled slightly. It is true that many people, while practicing, forget and abandon a lot, and only focus on the great way in their hearts. But Lu Yang is definitely not that kind of person, and the education he received does not have such an idea of abandoning everything. Seeing Lu Dingbo flying back to the second peak, Lu Yang retracted his gaze and turned to look at the lump of rhubarb at his feet. He slapped it on the head with a bad temper and cursed, "You are worse than pigs and dogs. Last time I asked you to lose weight, why are you getting fatter and fatter instead?" After being slapped inexplicably, Rhubarb barely opened his eyes squeezed by fat, looked at Lu Yang with a look of disappointment, quickly stuck out his tongue, and wagged his tail flatteringly. Lu Yang was full of black lines on his head. What could he do with such a pet? After thinking for a while, Lu Yang suddenly took out a fist-sized blood essence from his stored ring. This was the blood essence of a blood wolf that he killed behind the One Yao Gate. For Da Wang, who was of the same species, it must be very attractive. Sure enough, when this blood essence of the wolf appeared, Da Wang, who was originally lying lazily on the ground, suddenly stood up and looked at the blood essence in Lu Yang's hand, not hiding the desire in his eyes. Lu Yang shook the blood essence, and Da Wang's head also swayed up and down with the beating of the blood essence. "Want it?" Da Wang nodded quickly, and his mouth uttered anxious sobs, which set off a lot of flesh waves. "If you want it, I have to give it to you." Lu Yang shook the blood essence, and his eyes flashed with a dangerous light. "I think you have been living too happily these days, so much so that you forgot that you are a monster." Da Wang was glared at by Lu Yang, and immediately shrank his neck and drooped his dog head. "Modu." Lu Yang turned his head and looked in the direction of Xianqi, and sent a message through his spiritual consciousness. Modu, who was practicing and refining the blood essence of Yaksha in Xianqi, heard the words and rushed out of Xianqi quickly. In a few breaths, he came to Lu Yang's front, lowered his huge head and said, "Master, just tell Modu." Lu Ya pointed at Da Wang beside him, shook the blood essence in his hand, and said, "Practice this thing well for me. It eats and does nothing all day long. If it continues like this, I'm afraid it will get 3 highs." Although Modu didn't understand what Lu Ya meant by 3 highs, it didn't prevent him from understanding the order to practice Da Wang well. So he nodded quickly, and his dark golden vertical pupils looked at Da Wang, almost patting his chest to promise, "Please rest assured, young master, I will complete the task." "Yes." Lu Ya was very satisfied, and casually threw the blood essence of the wolf in his hand to Modu, and instructed, "You take this blood essence first, and when this thing can bear it, you can let it refine it." Modu opened his mouth and sucked the blood essence into the space in his stomach, and nodded again. "Please rest assured, young master." Da Wang looked at the extremely scary Modu, and roughly understood that its dog life in the future would not seem so comfortable. Lu Ya thought for a while, and then said, "By the way, next time Xiao Kang comes back, you let Xiao Kang stay in the clan and wait for me to come out of seclusion, and I have something for her." Modu nodded in agreement. Perhaps because they were all monsters, the relationship between the monsters and the Lu family's spiritual land was not bad. "Please rest assured, master. I will explain everything to Miss Kang when she comes back next time." Unlike Da Wang, Xiao Kang has already advanced to demon general and has developed intelligence. Now she has even named herself Lulu Kang, which makes Lu Ya feel less worried. Besides, even Da Wang has divine blood. Xiao Kang, as a demon pet that Lu Ya has high hopes for, will naturally not forget her. Chapter 484, The Golden Winged Weapon's Blood Essence has a master. As for the essence and blood of the Demon King, Lu Ya still has some in stock. For example, the essence and blood of the Golden Winged Rock, the Divine Blood Demon King, should be very attractive to birds like the sky-sweeping eagle. "Okay, take Da Wang with you." Lu Ya waved his hand after giving the order. Wu Da Wang heard it and immediately made a low whimper, trying to fight for his dog life. Lu Ya had no expression on his face and waved his hand indifferently. "Take it away, take it away." Seeing this, Modu's demon power burst out, rolled up Da Wang, and headed towards the Xianqi on the top of the Spirit Beast Peak. This was the task assigned by Lu Ya. Last time, Lu Ya gave him so much essence and blood, and Modu had always remembered it in his heart. But because of his insufficient cultivation, he could not help Lu Ya. After finally receiving the order, he would definitely complete it meticulously. However, during this process, Da Wang, as the dog in question, might not be so comfortable. Lu Ya stood under the shade of the tree, watching Modu and Da Wang fight a Xianqi, and shook his head. Then his figure flashed, disappeared from the spot, and returned to the cave. Back in the quiet room, Lu Ya sat cross-legged on the futon, holding in his hand the visualization and concentration method given by Xia Haoji and Zhang Daoying. He had been comprehending for some time before, and found that this method called Small Wuxiang Visualization and Concentration Method was not difficult. Generally speaking, it is to visualize the Small Wuxiang diagram with the soul, condense the Small Wuxiang seeds, differentiate them into the Yuanying and the physical body, and use the Small Wuxiang seeds as a medium to connect the Yuanying and the physical body. At first, when the Small Wuxiang seeds were just condensed, the connection would not be too strong, but as the method was practiced, this connection would gradually strengthen. This also means that the time that the cultivator can comprehend the Great Dao will be extended accordingly. When the Small Wuxiang Visualization and Concentration Method is cultivated to a high level, it can increase the time for the cultivator to comprehend the Great Dao to 80% of the theoretical time. This is already a very exaggerated number. For an immortal sect like Wulian Heia, in an ordinary force, this kind of method is not too much to be used as a sect inheritance. In other words, Wulian Heia also wants to deepen his relationship with Lu Yang. A method, even if precious, is not a consumable. Using a method to deepen the relationship with Lu Yang is definitely a good deal for Wulian Heia. Putting these thoughts behind, Lu Yang concentrated on studying this method. There is no time in cultivation, and it has been more than a month in a flash. In the cave, Lu Yang opened his eyes and slowly exhaled. After more than a month, he has gone through many experiments and finally has a clearer understanding of himself. The first is this Xiao Wuxiang Visualization and Heart-Setting Method. For Lu Yang, he does not need this method to stabilize the connection between the physical body and the nascent soul. First of all, his foundation is extremely strong, the nascent soul is solid, and the physical body is strong. The connection between the two is already close. When the nascent soul is comprehending, there is no need to worry about the loss of physical vitality. Secondly, he possessed many magical powers. In addition to his physical body, these magical powers could also serve as the fishing line for the nascent soul to travel through the vast ocean of laws. Thirdly, his foundation stone of the heavenly Deo was transformed into the nascent soul purple mansion. After the nascent soul entered, it formed a very close connection with the purple mansion. With these three combined, Liu Ye found that as long as he wanted, he could completely comprehend the laws of the great Deo without stopping. It was not just the theoretical time of the heavenly infant mentioned by Shahaji. Liu Ye naturally knew this in his heart. His situation was not a regular heavenly infant who had survived the 99 heavenly tribulations. Therefore, it was reasonable that he was a little stronger than the heavenly infant. Thinking of this, Liu Ye called out the skill panel. Name, Liu Ye. Lifespan, 49, 2000 years old. Realm, nascent soul early stage. 1/200, skill, free and long-lived sutra peak. 388/50000. Looking at the realm progress that had not increased at all after practicing for more than a month, Liu Ye felt a little bit of a toothache. No wonder there are fewer and fewer cultivators as one progresses. Even the cultivation of the nascent soul realm is so slow. At this rate, anyone who can break through to the late nascent soul realm before his lifespan runs out is considered to have superior qualifications. Not to mention the realms of the spiritualization and refining void after the nascent soul realm. However, Liu Ye understands that this is also related to the fact that he himself has not devoted himself to cultivation. If he devotes himself to cultivation, his progress will definitely not be slow. However, more than a month has passed, and Liu Ye estimates that both his elder brother Liu Yang and the sky-swallowing eagle should already be in the clan. In order to confirm what he thought, Liu Ye slightly released his consciousness. The powerful consciousness of the nascent soul realm immediately enveloped the entire Liu family spiritual land, not letting go of any inch of space. As expected, above the Xianxi Lake, next to Modu, the sky-swallowing eagle Xiao Kang was perched on the cliff next to the Xianxi Lake, looking at Da Wang, who was being urged by Modu with interest. And in a cave on the second peak, on the mountainside, the elder brother Liu Yang was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, with wisps of sword energy emanating from his body. Big brother, you've cultivated well. Liu Ye saw through Liu Yang's current cultivation at a glance. His cultivation in the late stage of foundation building was already extremely rapid. But compared to Liu Yang's cultivation, his sword intent that was revealed outside his body surprised Liu Yang even more. This kind of sword intent that was as bright as the sun and as strong as a rock actually appeared on a foundation building cultivator. It would definitely cause a shock in the outside world. It seems that Big Brother has walked out of his own path. Liu Ye was not surprised. Big Brother Liu Yang has always been opinionated. In the past, he was obsessed with sword practice and slightly ignored the progress of his cultivation. But after waking up, not only did his cultivation not fall behind, but his sword intent became even more powerful. At this speed, it is estimated that it won't take too long for him to form a pill and become a golden pill cultivator. Thinking of this, Liu Ye's figure gradually disappeared from the original place, and when he reappeared, he was already at the Xianxi of Lingxiao Peak. Young master, Modu had the strongest cultivation, so he had already discovered Liu Ye as soon as Liu Ye appeared. Following Modu, there was a voice that was extremely penetrating and somewhat childish. Master, the sky-flying eagle Xiao Kang spread its wide wings and quickly flew in front of Liu Ye. Its sharp eagle beak rubbed back and forth in Liu Ye's palm for a few times. Liu Ye patted Xiao Kang's eagle beak, and the hard touch made him quite satisfied. He casually asked, Xiao Kang, where did you go this time? Upon hearing this, Xiao Kang flapped his wings a few times, and his spiritual consciousness quickly transmitted the previous itinerary to Liu Ye. After listening, Liu Ye nodded repeatedly. Yeah, well done. If you encounter a demon king, you must stay away in time. Even if the two demon kings are both injured in the fight, you must not have any lucky heart. We can watch and observe, but we must not have a gambling mentality. Xiao Kang nodded repeatedly. At this moment, Da Wang, who had lost a circle of weight, ran past Liu Ye, staring at Liu Ye with a resentful look. But because it didn't get Modu's permission, it didn't dare to stop, and ran forward with its head turned back every 3 steps. Modu, it seems that the training is very effective. Looking at Da Wang's back, Liu Ye said with a smile. Modu also laughed twice, and then replied, Although Da Wong is a little lazy, as long as you use your heart, there is still a way. As for the use your heart in Modu's mouth, whether it is use your heart or use torture, there is no need to delve into it. Xiao Kang asked anxiously on the side, Master, Grandpa Modu has not let me go, saying that you have something to give me. What is it? Xiao Kang has been back for almost a month, but it happened that Lu Ya was in seclusion, so at Modu's request, she had to wait in the clan. These days, she was a little bored waiting, and now that Lu Ya finally came out of seclusion, she asked immediately. Lu Ya touched her wings and smiled and said, You are impatient, look at this. After speaking, Lu Ya flipped his palm, and a golden blood essence ball appeared in his hand. As soon as this blood essence appeared, a seemingly real and unreal but unwilling cry came from it. In just a moment, Modu's huge body crashed into the Xianqi lake, and Xiao Kang, who was beside him, even fell to the ground, with the tips of his feathers trembling. Sorry, I forgot to seal this blood essence. Seeing this, Lu Ya hurriedly explained, and then the light of the star-picking hand covered the blood essence. The pressure on the blood essence was shielded, and the two beasts felt much better. Modu looked at the golden blood essence in Lu Ya's hand with lingering fear. This feeling was clearly told to him by the information contained in his blood. In the young master's hand, it was the blood essence of the legendary golden winged rock that feeds on dragons. That is a terrifying existence that feeds on dragons. It is normal for him, a snake, to behave in a mess when facing such an existence. However, Xiao Kang's eyes revealed an extremely crazy desire. Master! Master! What is this? Is this for me? Although Xiao Kang didn't know what kind of essence in blood in Lu Ya's hand was, it didn't stop her from going crazy for it. Lu Ya looked at Xiao Kang, who couldn't control herself, and casually waved a magic power to hold down the excited Xiao Kang. Then he nodded and said with a smile, Yes, this essence in blood of the Golden Winged Dapan Demon King is prepared for you. Golden Winged Dapan. Xiao Kang was obviously stunned for a moment, and even forgot to tremble her wings that had been trembling all the time. She looked at the essence in blood in Lu Ya's hand, and then looked at Lu Ya's expression, and her brain suddenly crashed. That's a divine beast, this is divine blood. Xiao Kang almost made a sharp explosion. As a sky-sweeping eagle, her bloodline was quite strong, but in front of the Golden Winged Dapan, a divine beast that stood at the top of the birds, she was really no different from a little sparrow. Modu was already used to it, and said gently, Young master naturally prepared it for you, otherwise why would he want you to stay in the clan? How about it? Grandpa Modu didn't lie to you. Xiao Kang nodded frantically at this time. If she didn't listen to the advice, I'm afraid she wouldn't have a share of the blood essence of the Golden Winged Rock. If she refined the blood essence of the Golden Winged Rock, her bloodline would definitely evolve to a point that she couldn't even imagine. Lu Ya threw the blood essence of the Golden Winged Rock to Xiao Kang, and reminded him, I have processed this blood essence, and the soul imprints contained in it have been completely removed. But you must not rush when refining it, take it step by step, understand? Xiao Kang looked at the blood essence that was close at hand and nodded frantically. Forget it, seeing you like this, you want to swallow it all in one gulp. Lu Ya looked at Xiao Kang's appearance, and decisively turned to look at Modu. Modu, supervise her, let her refine it bit by bit. Don't worry, master, Modu will take care of it. After getting Modu's reply, Lu Ya finally let go of Xiao Kang's suppression. The impatient Xiao Kang calmed down at this time, looking at the blood essence close at hand, and very carefully pushed it in front of Modu. Grandpa Modu, you should watch it for me, I'm afraid I can't help but swallow it in one gulp. Lu Ya smiled, quite smart. After giving the blood essence to Xiao Kang, Lu Ya did not stay any longer, and turned his feet and came to the mountainside of the second peak. At this time, in Lu Yang's cave, Lu Yang had also finished his practice. Lu Ya stood outside the cave, not concealing the aura of a nascent soul cultivator at all. After a few breaths, the tightly closed cave door opened with a bang, and Lu Yang walked out of it. When he saw Lu Ya standing outside the door, Lu Yang's eyes were full of surprise. Lu Yang also smiled and said, Big brother. Lu Yang also smiled, turned around and motioned Lu Ya to go into the cave to talk. In the cave, Lu Ya and Lu Yang sat opposite each other, with a pot of spiritual tea placed between them. Lu Ya took a sip of spiritual tea, looked at Lu Yang and asked, Big brother, why haven't you used that bluestone sword orchid bud yet? Lu Yang looked at Lu Yang. That thing is too precious, I feel a bit wasteful if I use it. What you said, isn't it that treasures are taken out to be used? Lu Ya was a little speechless. Besides, this is a gift from someone else. whether it costs spiritual stones or not. Unexpectedly, Liu Yang shook his head and said, "It's because it was given by someone else that I didn't use it. This is a gift from the Bluestone Sword Pavilion for the nascent soul. I also know that this Bluestone Sword orchid bud is extremely precious. Such a precious thing, how can the other party give it away for free? If the other party needs you in the future, it will be embarrassing for you." This Liu Yang had never thought that Liu Yang had such an idea for not using the Bluestone Sword orchid bud. After thinking for a while, Liu Yang said, "Brother, just use it with confidence. The Bluestone Sword Pavilion will not have such problems. Moreover, I see that your sword intent is already strong enough. If you use this Bluestone Sword orchid core, you may be able to go even further. Is it really okay?" Liu Yang said confidently, "No problem, okay." Liu Yang nodded heavily. How could he not desire the Bluestone Sword orchid core? For all cultivators who are interested in sword cultivation, it is a ticket to the top of the sword path. For him, he has already opened up his own sword path. If he uses this Bluestone Sword orchid core, his sword path talent will be raised again. His future path can only be described by the 4 words promising future. No more words. If Grandpa has any problems in the future, I promise to rush in front of you, Liu Yang said, patting his chest. As for what he was talking about, it was naturally the matter of Lu Dingbo forcing several people to get married from time to time. Chapter 485, Lu Clan Competition. Liu Yang's head was full of black lines. Looking at Liu Yang's serious face, he had something to say. "Brother, guess what realm I am in now?" Liu Yang was stunned. Didn't Liu Yang just reach the nascent soul stage? He even held the nascent soul banquet. Why did he suddenly ask him this? But he still subconsciously replied, "Nascent soul, what's wrong?" Liu Yang glanced at him, not knowing whether he really didn't react or didn't realize it. "I'm a nascent soul cultivator, with a lifespan of 2,000 years. Do you think your grandfather will urge me, a grandson who is already a nascent soul cultivator, or a grandson who hasn't even reached the golden core stage?" Liu Yang looked at Liu Yang in shock, and suddenly felt that his heart had suffered a critical height of 10,000 points. Liu Yang looked at Liu Yang, who was shocked and uncomfortable, and suddenly felt relieved. "Okay, brother, you can concentrate on refining the Bluestone Sword orchid core, and I won't delay you." Liu Yang stood up and walked out of his cave under Liu Yang's slightly resentful gaze. After walking out of the cave, a communication talisman appeared in Liu Yang's hand, briefly informing the clan leader of his exit from retreat, and the communication talisman flew to the top of the second peak. At the top of the peak, Lu Dingbo was planning the next stage of the family's development. After the communication talisman flew over, he reached out to take it. After listening to the message in the communication talisman, Lu Dingbo put down the communication talisman and said to himself, "Has Lu come out of retreat? Then the family competition can be put on the agenda." With Lu Dingbo's order, the entire Lu family ushered in the first collective activity of the entire Lu family, except for the ancestor worship. As the news continued to be sent out, more and more Lu family members who were away returned to the family. In just 3 days, except for those who really couldn't get away, most of the Lu family members had returned to the family. With the return of a large number of family members, the entire Lu family spiritual land was 3 times more lively than usual. Until the 4th day, with the sound of a melodious bell, all the Lu family members began to set off to the top of the second peak. At the top of the second peak, a martial arts field paved with bluestone slabs had been built. The martial arts arena covers a large area, 50 meters long, 30 meters wide, and 1 foot thick. There are mysterious array patterns on the bluestone slabs that flicker, and it is obvious that a defensive array has been added. As time goes by, more and more Lu clan members and generals gather in the martial arts arena, almost surrounding the entire martial arts arena. In the crowd, there are many teenage boys and girls, with eager expressions, frequently looking at the half-meter-high arena in the middle of the arena. Obviously, they are all going to participate in the first clan competition of the Lu clan. Since the competition time has not yet arrived, the people who came here first also communicate with each other. The focus of the communication is nothing more than which little guy is most likely to get the first place in the competition, and how tempting the reward for the first place in the competition is. I heard that the first place in this competition can get the soul devouring goo as a reward, someone in the small circle formed by several familiar generals said. Soul devouring goo? What is that? A general who has perfected key training was a little confused. Old Mo, you've been traveling outside all year round, so it's normal that you don't know. Did the second young master of our Lu family break through to the nascent soul stage some time ago? Then the nascent soul ancestor of the Changsan sect came personally and presented a gift to the second young master. The general who explained spoke quickly. This gift is a kind of insect called soul-swallowing goo. It is said that after refining, it can increase the cultivator's cultivation speed several times. It is extremely precious, another agile female general continued, and the most important point is that this soul-swallowing goo can be used from a young age. Even for a Jindan's Henren, it can significantly increase the cultivation speed. So strong, of course it is so strong, otherwise how could a nascent soul senior be so capable of showing off? That's true. Unfortunately, my child is less than 10 years old this year and is still learning to read in the clan school, otherwise I would definitely let him participate in the competition. While everyone was chatting, Lu Dingbo fell from the air and stood on the stage. In just a moment, the entire martial arts arena fell silent, with pairs of expectant eyes looking at Lu Dingbo. Lu Dingbo looked at the more than 30 teenage boys and girls below him, with a satisfied look in his eyes. Lu Tong came closer and bowed to Lu Dingbo. Patriarch, everyone is here, we can start. Lu Dingbo nodded slightly, slowly soared into the air, looked around the quiet martial arts arena, infused his voice with magic power, and shouted, "Today is another important day for my Lu family. From now on, the Lu family will continue the family competition. And you are all the fresh blood of the family, shouldering the future of the family. Now, it's time for you to work hard to show yourself. The first place in this competition will get a cultivation treasure made by Yuanying's Henren himself, the soul-swallowing goo. With this soul-swallowing goo, your cultivation will be twice as effective with half the effort, far exceeding your peers. The first item of the family competition is the cultivation test." As Lu Dingbo's deep shout fell, the boys and girls in the martial arts arena suddenly became nervous. Under the ring, Lu Feng acted as a tester. He took out a list from his arms, turned to the first page, and began to call out the names in order. Lu Zai. As soon as Lu Feng's voice fell, a young girl with a slightly immature look trotted from the crowd to Lu Feng. "Uncle." Lu Zai came to Lu Feng and bowed very seriously. "Yes." Lu Feng nodded, motioning Lu Zai to raise her hand. After Lu Zai did as he was told, Lu Feng put two fingers together and tapped her wrist, and his magic power quickly sensed a circle in her body. Lu Zai, age 14, third level of key training. Next. Lu Zio. As Lu Feng announced, Lu Zai quickly stepped aside and waited obediently. Lu Zio also quickly came to the ring and stood beside Lu Zai just as quickly. Soon, the 32 boys and girls who were not more than 15 years old had completed the test and stood in 4 rows under the ring. The highest level of cultivation barely reached the 4th level of key training, only 3 people. The 3rd level of key training accounted for the majority, and the number of people at the 2nd level of key training was also very small. Only 4 people. If nothing unexpected happens, the first place in this competition will most likely be born from the 3 little guys at the 4th level of key training. Of course, nothing is absolute. Maybe there will be a little guy at the 3rd level of key training who will turn the tables. After the test was completed, Lu Feng divided the 32 contestants into 2 teams, and then drew lots. Those who drew the same number of lots would fight. Soon, this round of drawing lots was completed. Lu Dingbo looked up at the direction of the first peak, and a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. Strange, the communication talisman has been sent over. Is Ye practicing again? But didn't he say that he was only practicing lightly these days, and as long as he sent the communication talisman, he would come immediately? Shaking his head, Lu Dingbo looked at the boys and girls below, and his voice was like thunder. The distribution is over, and the official duel between cultivators will begin below. After Lu Dingbo announced that he was done, Lu Feng was about to take over the conversation when he saw a figure suddenly appear beside Lu Dingbo. It's Lu Yat, it's the second young master, it's the second brother. The moment Lu Yat appeared, the whole martial arts arena was boiling. Lu Dingbo looked at the enthusiastic clansman, then looked at Lu Yat, and whispered, "Grandpa, I thought you were in seclusion again." Lu Yat laughed, bowed to the surroundings, and sent a message to Lu Dingbo. "How dare I? It's all because of Grandpa's teaching. I know the priorities of things, okay? Don't you see that everyone is waiting for you? Say a few words to everyone. Today's competition is about to begin." Lu Yan nodded, then stepped forward and pressed his hands down slightly. In just a moment, everyone in the martial arts arena, which occupies a large area, quieted down. After Lu Yan looked around, He took a breath and said slowly, "Hello, clansmen, I am Liu Yang. Today is an important day for my Liu family, and it will always be in the future. I hope that the clansmen participating in the competition today can show their strongest side, although the oldest of these guys is only 15 years old, and their cultivation level does not exceed the 4th level of key training, there will be no danger even if they really fight." After saying that, Liu Yang looked at Lu Dingbo and motioned him to continue. Lu Dingbo waved his hand, and his magic power swayed from his body, forming a large number in the air. When they saw the number, the next second, 2 little guys, a boy and a girl, quickly came to the stage. "Lu Jian of the Lu family, please give me more advice." "Lu Mingai of the Lu family, please give me more advice." Lu Jian saluted and greeted as required, and the opposite side did the same process. After doing all this, Lu Jian looked up at the girl opposite him who was at the 3rd level of key training. The girl opposite was his playmate, and he had lived with her since he was very young. "Please, please." After 2 almost synchronized pleases, Lu Jian's magic power flashed and rushed to Lu Mingayu first. The speed of key training realm is actually nothing in the eyes of everyone. Most of the people present could clearly see the movements between the two. Lu Jian relied on his strong body and forced Lu Mingayu to fight him head-on. After a few times, Lu Jing could no longer resist Lu Jian's attack and retreated. "The first match, the winner is Lu Jian," Lu Feng announced loudly. The second match, Lu Zai versus Lu Zuqing. After their names were called, both Lu Zai and Lu Zuqing quickly came to the ring. At the command, the two immediately started to attack each other. Time passed by, and the competition of the younger generation of the Lu family continued. When it was almost noon, a total of 16 matches were all played. As expected, the 4 cultivators of the 2nd level of key training were eliminated instantly, and the 3 boys and girls of the 4th level of key training all advanced, and the remaining 13 were all cultivators of the 3rd level of key training. After a brief rest, Lu Dingbo directly announced that the competition would continue. There were only 16 young cultivators left on the field, and the speed would be much faster. "How is it?" While the little guys on the ring were attacking each other, Lu Dingbo looked at Lu Yang and asked. Lu Yu kept nodding his head, and said with great satisfaction, "Very good, at least much better than us back then. When we were their age, we were generally only at the 2nd level of key training. In just a few decades, the average level of cultivation has been raised to the 3rd level of key training. The progress is very obvious." Hearing what Lu Ya said, Lu Dingbo's eyes also showed a sense of nostalgia and regret. "If the clan could have given you such rich resources, I'm afraid your cultivation progress would be more than this." Lu Ya smiled slightly. No one can predict such things that have not happened. While the two were chatting about the exercises, the winner had already been decided on the stage. Lu Zai, who was also at the 3rd level of key training, defeated another opponent at the 3rd level of key training again. Lu Zai performed very well, and the little guy opposite Lu Zai also has a solid foundation, but he is slightly weaker in flexibility, which led to him being suppressed by Lu Zai, Lu Ya said with great satisfaction. Lu Dingbo also nodded. "Since they went out with you last time to see the world, they have completely understood the truth that there are always mountains outside the mountains, and they have been practicing very hard. This is a good thing," Lu Ya said with a smile. "Isn't this also the reason why you asked me to take them out, Grandpa? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 486 Departure. The battles in the key training stage were really unremarkable to Lu Yao. It was more like a fight between children than a battle between cultivators. For cultivators at the 3rd level of key training, after disabling external objects such as magic tools and talismans, the only means left for them was to use magic power to increase their own strength, strengthen their defense, and then fight in close combat. However, there were many small spells such as controlling fire and water, which could highlight some of their fighting talents. By the evening, the first family competition of the Lu family had already been decided. Lu Zio, the son of the 7th uncle Lu Rui, defeated Lu Zai with a cultivation of the 4th level of key training and won the first place. On the ring, Lu Zio held the brocade box, and his face looked a little ruddy because of excitement. He raised his head and looked at Lu Ya who was standing in front of him, and asked excitedly, "Second brother, can we just refine this directly?" Lu Yan nodded, pointed to the brocade box in Lu Xiao's hand, and explained, the soul-devouring goo has a gentle nature. You only need to drip blood to recognize the master, and then refine it with magic power, and you can use it for yourself. Thank you, second brother. Lu Xiao was relieved and thanked excitedly. After getting the soul-devouring goo, you must practice more seriously. Lu Yao looked at the vigorous young man in front of him, and his eyes seemed to have returned to a long time ago. Retracting his gaze, Lu Yao looked at the still enthusiastic Lu clan members around him, and suddenly realized that the originally insignificant family with only more than 100 cultivators and mortals combined had grown to the point where there were more than 100 cultivators alone. Lu Dingbo announced loudly, the family competition has been completed, the banquet has been prepared, and everyone in my Lu family will not go home until they are drunk tonight. Good. Lu Dingbo's announcement immediately attracted a lot of cheers. Lu Dingbo was determined to make the family competition a tradition of the Lu family from now on. What could be more memorable than the feast after a competition? And since it was going to be a tradition, the banquet would naturally be good. The fruits were spiritual fruits, the vegetables were spiritual plants, the meat was monster meat, and the wine was spiritual wine brewed from spiritual rice. In particular, in the open space in the center of the banquet, a blazing bonfire was burning, and on it was a whole cow that was being licked by the bonfire until it was sizzling with oil. The cow was a peak bull demon that Lu Dingbo specifically ordered Modu to catch. Not only was the meat tender, but the spiritual energy content was mild, and even ordinary people could eat a few bites. At the banquet, Lu Dingbo announced loudly that from now on, the Lu family would hold a competition every 3 years. Starting from this generation, everyone in the future could participate, and the winner would be rewarded generously. With the cheers of the crowd, the Lu family competition was decided. It seemed that with the beginning of this soul-swallowing goo, when Lu Xiao's cultivation level was far ahead of others, he would no longer have to worry about the degree of attention to the family competition. The dinner lasted until late at night. And the Lu family members who had not seen each other for a long time returned to their homes. Lu Yer quietly left the scene at the end of the dinner, and sent a message to Lu Jing at the same time. Lu Jing was slightly startled, and then left the table with a smile on her face. On the first peak, outside Lu Ya's cave, a red dress was welcome tonight. Lu Jing, wearing a red Taoist robe, quietly sat down opposite Lu Ya, and looked at Lu Ya who was leisurely brewing tea with a flawless white face. Second brother, why did you call me? Lu Ya looked up at the cold-faced Kun in front of him, a little helpless. Fifth sister, don't you think you should smile more? Why do you feel that the older you get, the colder you become? Lu Jing was startled, and then a trace of shame and anger emerged in her eyes. What do you mean by getting older? How come I am older? Lu Ya looked at Lu Jing who was somewhat ashamed and angry and tried to defend herself, and laughed. That's right, my fifth sister is not old. Lu Jing bit her lip and glared at Lu Ya who was laughing happily with her black and white eyes. Second brother, what on earth did you call me here for? Lu Ya pushed a cup of spiritual tea in front of Lu Jing, and Lu Jing did not hesitate to drink it directly, her face as usual. You just drank the good spiritual tea that was just brewed. Lu Ya looked at Lu Jing, frowned and asked, isn't it hot? Lu Jing blushed, but still shook her head stubbornly. Okay, Lu Ya stopped teasing this cold-faced sister, and slowly tasted the spiritual tea. After putting down the teacup, he said, I see that you seem to have reached the state of perfect foundation building. Have you considered when to form a pill? Lu Jing looked at Lu Ya who looked normal, and was touched. Although her second brother sometimes liked to tease her, he was absolutely reliable when it came to serious matters. I can't hide it from my second brother. I have already completed my foundation building a year ago. This time I come back, I also plan to apply for a diamond pill from the clan to form a pill. Have you read the key points of forming a pill? I have read it many times, Lu Jing replied. The key points of forming a pill are various experiences about forming a pill written by Lu Yer based on his own experience of forming a pill. They are placed in the family scripture pavilion for reference when needed. Lu Yan nodded slightly and said, it's just right that you are back. I haven't seen you for a long time. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can talk to my second brother tonight. Thank you, second brother. Lu Jing thanked him seriously, and then began to ask questions slowly. Lu Yer was not in a hurry. He went through each of Lu Jing's questions in his mind before giving an answer. Time passed between the two of them asking and answering until the next morning. The spiritual tea in front of Lu Ya was still steaming hot, and Lu Jing had closed his eyes and meditated, entering a state of cultivation. After drinking the spiritual tea, Lu Yat waved his hand to create a magic barrier to protect Lu Jing. Then Lu Ye came to Lu Dingbo's cave. Lu Dingbo was practicing at this time. Lu Ye waited for a while, and then the door of Lu Dingbo's cave opened. "Lu Ye, you must have waited for a long time," Lu Dingbo said while inviting Lu Ye to sit down. "Not too long," Lu Ye said casually. Then he looked at Lu Dingbo and asked, "Grandpa, last time I told you to select tribesmen of the right age to follow the formation master to learn the formation. I wonder if the candidates have been decided." Lu Dingbo nodded and replied, "It has been decided long ago, and they are all in the tribe now, just waiting for you to decide when to set off." "Okay, then I will take them out in the next 2 days." Lu Yan nodded slightly. He didn't forget the agreement with Wu Doran. It was just right to take Lu Jing with him at this time, so that he could check her shortcomings and make up for her shortcomings on the way, so that she would have a better chance of forming a pill. "Okay, I've prepared all the gifts for the visit. I'll let Lu Yang go with you, and he'll take care of the chores on the way. If there's really someone in our Lu family who has a talent for formations, I've also prepared a gift for apprenticeship. You have to keep it for yourself, and thank Senior Wu on behalf of our Lu family." Lu Dingbo spoke to Lu Yang in a clear and logical manner, and then pushed several packaged brocade boxes in front of Lu Yang. "There are 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones, a 4th-level formation foundation stone, and some other items. I think it should be enough as a gift for apprenticeship." Lu Yan nodded. These things were indeed enough, and then he waved his hand to put the things into the stored ring. "Then it's decided. Grandpa, after you make the arrangements, notify me and I'll take them on the journey." "No problem, then set it 3 days later, and you can set off." Lu Dingbo waved his hand, showing the style of a clan leader. 3 days later, at the top of the first peak, a medium-sized flying boat docked outside Lu Ya's cave. In front of the flying boat, Lu Hao, who was tall and sturdy like an iron tower, crossed his arms. Behind him, there were 5 Lu clan members in their teens, 3 boys and 2 girls. Among them were Lu Zai and Lu Jian, as well as 3 children of the Xing generation of the Lu clan, namely Lu Xingwei, Lu Xingtuang and Lu Xingzhen. Of course, these 3 children of the Xing generation were actually the bloodline of the Lu clan's generals. Since the Lu clan moved to Songhai, as the Lu clan developed faster and faster, the Lu clan's generation name was reused by Lu Dingbo. All children born after the Yang generation, whether they were direct descendants of the Lu clan or the generals, were all named according to the generation name. At present, the children after the Yang generation were Zhang Xuan Ji Guang, Zhao Xian Qing Fan. Several children stood behind Lu Hao and waited in an orderly manner. Not long after waiting, they saw a red-clothed person flying from the direction of the 3rd peak and landing on the top of the 1st peak at a very fast speed. After Lu Jing landed, she looked at Lu Hao, 3rd brother. Lu Hao laughed, strode forward, and said in a thunderous voice, "5th sister, I haven't seen you for a long time. Your cultivation has improved again. It seems that you are not far from forming a golden elixir." Lu Jing showed a smile on her face. "It has been a while since I completed the foundation building. During this time, I have been following my 2nd brother to hone my magic power. I can almost try to form a golden elixir." "Good," Lu Hao clapped his hands. "In this way, the 2nd golden elixir cultivator of my Lu family will be born." "How can I be so sure? Forming a golden elixir is not a joke." Lu Jing shook her head. Lu Hao was full of confidence in Lu Jing. "What's the matter? 5th sister, you are gifted and have a genuine foundation building. Forming a golden elixir will not be a big problem for you." Lu Jing was about to say something when she saw Lu Yat and Lu Dingbo walking out of the cave and walking towards them. When he got closer, Lu Dingbo looked at Lu Hao with a hint of warning in his eyes. "3rd brother, you will take care of the whole process of this visit. Do you hear me? If anything goes wrong, I will break your legs when I get back." Lu Hao shrank his neck and muttered softly, "2nd brother and 5th sister are here, why do I have to be responsible?" Lu Dingbo glared at him. Lu Ye is already a nascent soul cultivator, and Xiao has already completed his foundation building. He is concentrating on honing his magic power and preparing to form a golden core. Do you want a nascent soul cultivator to take care of you, or a cultivator who is preparing to form a golden core to do these trivial matters? Or do you expect those underage children behind you to do it? Lu Hao looked at Lu Yang, then at Lu Jing, and then touched the back of his head. In the end, he chose not to reply. Lu Dingbo retracted his gaze and warned, "The distance to the south region is not short. With Lu Yat here, there is no need to worry about safety on the road. But as an elder, You must take good care of the younger generations. Understand? I understand, Grandpa, Lu Hao replied seriously. In addition, on the way to the south region, Lu Ya said that he would pass by Wulianhai to visit Wulianhai's seniors and take a look at Xiao Shizhen. Lu Dingbo's eyes were filled with nostalgia. Xiao Shizhen has only come back twice in these years. Remember to bring her some delicious food. This little girl is just greedy. Grandpa, don't worry, I will prepare all these. Lu Hao patted his chest with his big hand, making a dull sound like a drum, and promised. It's better that you are ready, Lu Dingbo said, then turned to look at Lu Yang. You have to watch them on the way, and don't let them make any mistakes. Even if they can't enter the formation path, it can be regarded as a long experience. Grandpa, don't worry, I will be fine with me, Lu Ya said with a smile. Well, I'm not worried about that, Lu Dingbo said, then turned to Lu Jing and said, Xiao, you've worked hard these years. You're going to form a pill this time, so don't rush it. You're still young. At most, you'll have to polish your magic power for 2 more years. It's no problem, Lu Jing nodded obediently. Grandpa, don't worry. With my second and third brothers here, I'll be fine. Well, Lu Dingbo nodded with satisfaction, then flipped his palm, and 3 jade bottles appeared in his palm. He handed them to Lu Jing. These are 3 Vajra pills. If you feel that the time to form a pill has come, talk to your second brother first to make sure that the time is right and you are in a safe environment before forming a pill. Don't save these Vajra pills. We in the Lu family can still afford them now. Thank you, Grandpa. Lu Jing did not refuse and took the Vajra pills with both hands. Lu Dingbo had finished explaining everything he needed to say. At the end, he looked at Lu Yan and reminded them again, Lu Yan, you are the oldest and have the highest cultivation level on this trip, so you have to keep an eye on them. Oh, Grandpa, don't worry. We are not young anymore. We are all foundation-building cultivators. How can we make any big mistakes? Lu Hao said jokingly, then looked at the sky and pretended to be surprised. Look at the sky, it's getting late. Let's set off in time and return early. Okay, you think I'm too nagging, right? Go ahead, little guys, remember to take care of yourself on the way. If you have any problems, tell your third brother uncle. Do you hear me? Several little guys replied in unison. I heard you. Their eyes were bright, and they were obviously impatient. Let's go. Seeing this, Lu Dingbo waved his hand and urged. Okay, little guys, get on the boat quickly. Lu Hao got the order and turned around to greet them. Several little guys immediately entered the flying boat through the door, and then Lu Ya and others said goodbye to Lu Dingbo again before entering the flying boat one by one. This medium-sized flying boat is about 10 feet long and 15 feet wide. It is extremely spacious when carrying only 8 people. Apart from anything else, each person has a separate room, which is not something that ordinary flying boats can do. Under Lu Dingbo's gaze, the flying boat slowly took off, and after flying out of the range of the clan protection formation, it suddenly accelerated and headed south. Lu Dingbo stood on the top of the peak, paused for a long time before sighing. I hope everything goes well on this trip. Whether you can become a formation master is not that important. Just return safely. Chapter 487 Return to the Endless Sea. On the flying boat, Lu Hao was at the helm. Lu Ye explained the experience of forming a pill to Lu Jing, and Lu Zai and others were practicing on the side. Occasionally, when they were tired of practicing, they would come to Lu Ye to listen to him. Lu Ye didn't care much, although what he said now was too profound for these little guys who had just set foot in practice. But as their cultivation continued to grow, what they heard now might help them at some stage in the future. Who can have a senior in the nascent soul realm? Explaining the way of practice at the beginning of practice. For these little guys who are only in the early stage of key training, even if Lu Ye just talks about it in a simple way, it is an invaluable treasure for them. Therefore, whenever these 5 little guys came over, what Lu Ye said was more easy to understand and fully took care of them. 35 days passed like this, and the flying boat, under the control of Lu Hao, gradually approached the sphere of influence of Wulianhai. After entering the sphere of influence of Wulianhai, Lu Zai and others were obviously a little absent-minded, and the 3 teenagers looked out of the porthole frequently. Although Lu Zai and Lu Xingtuan were also very curious, they were still relatively well-behaved. They only glanced out occasionally and then quickly looked away. There were only 5 immortal gates in the entire continent, which were the most powerful forces in the entire human race. In their limited lives, they had heard about the immortal gates countless times. Of course, there was also the proud daughter of their Lu family, the 13th sister Lu Zunying, who worshipped Wulian Heia. Now that the immortal gate was in front of them, how could they resist? Their performance was naturally seen by Lu Yat and the other two. However, no one said it out loud, but the flying boat under Lu Hao's control was a little faster. This medium-sized flying boat was of a high grade, so its speed was much faster than that of the foundation-building cultivators. The cultivators with some eyesight would avoid it when they saw it flying in the air. Of course, if there were cultivators without eyesight, they would naturally recognize what unyielding was. Hey, little guys, we are about to arrive at Wulian Heia, one of the 5 major immortal gates. After flying for half a day, Lu Hao laughed heartily, his voice like thunder. The 5 little guys' eyes lit up, and they all looked at Lu Yan expectantly, asking if they could go out to watch. Lu Yan nodded slightly, and the 5 little guys immediately cheered and ran towards the front of the flying boat. Speaking of which, 5th sister, you haven't been to Wulian Heia yet, right? Lu Hao turned his head and asked Lu Jing while watching over the 5 little guys with his spiritual sense. Lu Jing nodded, her voice cold. At that time, I was out training, and I didn't have time to come back, so I missed it. Hey, then 5th sister can have a good look this time. The sea of clouds in Wulian Heia is really beautiful and worth seeing. Lu Hao pointed outside and gestured. Lu Jing followed Lu Hao's finger and looked outside the flying boat. Everywhere she saw was a dreamlike cloud. Her eyes were calm, and she looked away after a glance. The scenery is meaningless to me. I can use this time to polish my magic power. Lu Hao was so cold that he rubbed his teeth, and his eyes kept gesturing to Lu Yan. Lu Yan naturally didn't want to see his sister become more and more cold and autistic, so after receiving Lu Hao's eye signal, he coughed dryly. 5th sister, cultivation requires a combination of work and rest, and it will take you a long time to hone your magic power. The operation of all things in the world has its own principles. Maybe you will directly feel the opportunity to form a pill when you watch the Sea of Clouds today. There is no need to be so. Smile more and see more of this world. Lu Jing agreed with Lu Ya's words, so Lu Jing nodded to Lu Ya and walked to the front of the flying boat, through the cabin door. That's true. Lu Hao touched his chin hard, and then called to Lu Ya, second brother, let's go out together. You're free anyway. Seeing this, Lu Ya did not refuse, and walked out of the flying boat with Lu Hao. On the deck at the bow of the flying boat, the 5 little guys were full of surprise at this time. Although Lu Jing was just standing there expressionlessly, Lu Ya guessed that she was definitely shocked. Below the flying boat was a huge sea of clouds that was dyed golden by the scorching sun. In the sea of clouds, countless huge cloud beasts jumped out of the sea, brought up clouds and mist, and then fell heavily into the sea of clouds and disappeared. Is this the sea of clouds? Lu Zai and others looked at the cloud beasts in the distance, opened their mouths and exclaimed. Ha ha ha! This is the Sea of Clouds at the Boundless Sea, but this is not all. When you see the Sea of Clouds jade turtle that looks like a city and the Sea of Clouds city on the turtle's back, that is the complete Sea of Clouds. Lu Hao laughed in the sunshine, then he pointed to a place in the Sea of Clouds and said with a smile, look over there. Lu Zai and Lu Jian quickly turned their heads to look, and at just one glance, they fell into an indescribable shock. In the Sea of Clouds, a huge white head like a mountain slowly emerged from the Sea of Clouds, followed by a huge body like an island. It slowly, elegantly and calmly appeared in front of everyone. Under the blazing sun, Yunhei City, located on its back, looked like a castle made of building blocks by a child. It was so unreal. The Yunhei giant turtle turned its huge head and looked in the direction of Lu Ya and others. The 2 eyes were as small as black beans compared to the head, but in the eyes of everyone, they were like vast and deep pools, with emptiness and curiosity. It's looking over here. Will it swallow us in one gulp? Lu Xingwei leaned back and screamed. Lu Xingwei's words made Lu Hao laugh, and then he explained, ha ha ha, you are so small that you don't even have the qualifications to fill its teeth. Swallowing you is no different from swallowing a bug. Do you think the Yunhei jade turtle, which has already reached the level of a spirit transformation, will swallow you? Lu Xingwei nodded in confusion, and then asked carefully, will it hit us? You must know that the Yunhei jade turtle is bigger than a mountain, and the wind it brings is more fierce than the strong wind. If it passes by them, their flying boat, which is like a duckweed, may be overturned directly. Don't worry, with your second uncle here, there will be no problem. Your second uncle is a rare Yuanying's engine in this world. Lu Hao looked at Lu Yang, raised his eyebrows, and spoke in a relaxed tone. Lu Xingwei and others looked at Lu Yang. in their shallow cognition. They did not understand the difference between unyielding engine and unyielding cultivators. They had to wait until their cultivation level gradually improved and their cultivation experience gradually increased before they could understand what unyielding engine was. That is the supreme existence who has comprehended supernatural powers in the giant stage and achieved supernatural powers. Only after breaking through the unyielding stage with this foundation can they get the honorific title. And they will not know that there is a quasi-supernatural Taoist beside them. If Lu Jing successfully forms a golden elixir, then she will be a genuine supernatural Taoist. The Yunhei Jade Turtle just glanced at Lu Ya and others from a distance, and then followed the original trajectory and went to the depths of the Yunhei. Lu Ya retracted his gaze. The fluctuation of his mana was sensed by the Yunhei Jade Turtle, so it attracted its gaze. He took out a communication talisman from the storage ring and infused it with mana. The next moment, the communication talisman turned into rainbow light, shot into the depths of the Yunhei, and disappeared. Let's continue to move forward. I have contacted my fellow Taoists in Wulianhaya. Let's reach Wulianhaya first, Lu Ya said lightly, and then the flying boat turned into a stream of light and flew over the Yunhei. When Lu Ya and others arrived at Wulian Mountain and saw the giant Aya peak that pierced the sky like a sword, Zai Haoji, who was wearing a narrow-sleeved gold and red martial arts uniform, was already waiting outside the mountain gate. After seeing the oncoming flying boat and Lu Ya standing at the bow with his hands behind his back, Zai Haoji turned into a brilliant flame and came to Lu Ya almost instantly. He first looked at Lu Ya, and then smiled at Lu Hao and others around Lu Ya. The terrifying pressure of the Yuanying level and the aura as brilliant as the sun instantly suppressed the few little guys who had not seen much of the world. However, this aura was retracted as soon as it was released. Zai Haoji looked at Lu Ya and said with a smile, "Brother Lu, how are you these days?" Lu Ya also smiled and nodded, "Everything is going well. Are these people Brother Lu's clansmen?" Zai Haoji looked at Lu Jing and others. Lu Ya nodded and introduced them one by one. Third brother Lu Hao, 5th sister Lu Jing, 15th sister Lu Zai, 16th brother Lu Jian, and 3 nephews, Xingtong, Xingwei, and Xingzhen. After the introduction, Lu Ya introduced to a few people. This is the core disciple of Wulianhaya, Xia Haoji, the immortal sect genius who achieved the Yuanying engine with the supernatural power of Taoist. Lu Hao, Lu Jing and others bowed and saluted together. Meet Zia Hao's henchman. Xia Haoji waved his hands repeatedly, in front of Brother Lu. "I am just an ordinary cultivator." While speaking, Xia Haoji stood at the bow, side by side with Lu Yang, and turned to look at Wulianhaya in front of him. "I grew up in the sect since I was a child, and I directly joined the sect when I was old enough. Speaking of it, this is the first time I look at the sect from this perspective. It really feels unattainable." Xia Haoji looked at the tower in Xianjian Peak, looked around, and then said with some emotion. Lu Ya glanced at him and joked bluntly, "Your feeling is also the first feeling of countless cultivators and countless forces in the world after they came to Wulianhaya." Of course, Xia's henchman grew up in the Immortal Gate since he was a child, so he naturally wouldn't understand. "Okay, Brother Lu, stop teasing me." Zai Haoji waved his hands quickly. "Although I was born in the Immortal Gate, I was still left far behind by Brother Lu. If it weren't for Brother Lu, I'm afraid I would still be stuck in the Golden Core realm." Lu Ya laughed, turned his head and asked, "Where's Brother Zhang? Why doesn't he come?" "Brother Zhang is practicing, and I happen to have nothing to do." After receiving the message from Brother Lu, I waited at the mountain gate. "Thank you, Brother Zia Hao." Lu Ya bowed. Zia Haoji pointed at the mountain gate and said, "Let's not talk about this. Let's go in with me. I have already given instructions when I came. I think the banquet has been arranged. Brother Lu and fellow Taoists have come from afar, so I should welcome them." "Thank you, Zia Hao's henchman. Haha, you're welcome." As he spoke, Zia Haoji led the flying boat through the protective formation and officially stepped into the Immortal Gate. Speaking of which, among the few people, only Lu Ya had been to Wulianhaya once. The others had only heard about it and had never really come into contact with it. As soon as they entered the Immortal Gate, they immediately widened their eyes and looked around. The exclamations from the 5 little guys never stopped. Under the guidance of Zia Haoji, Lu Ya and his group went straight to the 4th peak. Soon, Lu Ya and others saw a huge and majestic palace located on the top of the 4th peak. In front of the palace, stood a strong man like an iron tower. When Lu Ya and others arrived, The iron tower-like sturdy man suddenly opened his eyes, with fire in his eyes, and looked at Lu Yan. Lu Yan looked at him, but felt a little strange. Obviously, the iron tower-like sturdy man had an aura like the abyss and the sea, but for some reason he did not feel the slightest oppression, but instead felt a faint kindness and closeness. Seeing this, Xiaohaoji smiled and introduced, "Brother Lu, that is my master, who is also the master of the fourth peak, and is also the top 10 in the Xianyun continent in terms of weapon refining skills." Lu Yer was slightly surprised, and then asked, "May I know the name of Brother Xiaohao's master?" "My master's surname is Fang, his name is Taking, and his nickname is Tilian's Henrun. Brother Lu, you can call him Senior Fang." The flying boat landed in front of the hall. Lu Yat and the slightly restrained Lu Hao and others quickly stepped forward, bowed and saluted, and said, "Lu Ye and the younger generations of the Lu family meet Senior Fang." Fang Taking laughed loudly, and his laughter was heroic and deafening. He didn't make any moves, but in the next moment he appeared in front of Lu Yan, patted Lu Ya's shoulder with his big hand like a palm leaf fan, and said kindly, "Little friend Lu left too hastily last time. I wanted to thank you for your help and enlightenment, but I didn't have the chance. This time, my disciple said you were coming, and I didn't delay at all. I'm waiting for you here." Lu Yer was slightly startled, and then he understood what Fang Taking meant. It seems that when he helped Xiaohaoji break through his magical powers, this master Xiaohaoji was also present. After reacting, Lu Yan immediately said, "Senior Fang is serious. Brother Xiaohao and I are acquainted with each other through fighting. And it was just a piece of cake afterwards. I don't deserve such a big favor from you. No, 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 the grace of enlightenment is not to be taken lightly," Fang Taking said seriously. "From now on, if little friend Lu needs anything, just ask. As long as I can do it, I will do my best to do it for you. This is a heavy promise." Lu Yan's brows twitched slightly, then he said with a smile, "If there is a need, then the junior will definitely not be polite." "That's right." Fang Taking patted Lu Ya's shoulder again, making a loud bang. "Jiang Hui, that kid, is a piece of shit. If he had just told me that you wanted the infant condensation pill, I would have immediately given you one. Who knew that he would only tell me why you participated in the battle of the 10,000 Demons sect after you all went to the 10,000 Demons sect?" At this point, Fang Taking scolded Master Jiang Jiayu harshly again. Lu Yer didn't care. "Thank you for your kindness, Senior Fang. But the trip to the 10,000 Demons sect has benefited me a lot. If it weren't for this, I'm afraid I would have missed a great opportunity." Fang Taking nodded, but thought that Lu Yer was just being polite, so he called everyone inside. "The banquet is ready. I heard from my disciple that you like wine. I have a collection of spring dreams, so you can take a few jars back later." Lu Ya's eyes lit up slightly, and he bowed and thanked him. "In that case, Lu Ya thanks you very much, Senior." "Ha. What's there to thank me for? They're just a few jars of wine, which are far less than the kindness of young friend Lu." Fang Taking waved his hand and led Lu Ya and others towards the main hall. Chapter 488, Disputes among the 5 immortal sects. Lu Ya and his companions did not stay in the main hall of the 4th peak for too long. After the banquet, they came to the Fixin courtyard, which was specially used by Wulian Heia to entertain distinguished guests, under the leadership of Xiaohaoji. Fixin courtyard is located in a valley between the 5th and 6th peaks. There is a formation in the valley. Flowers bloom at any time, the climate is pleasant, and the scenery is even more beautiful. Under Xiaohaoji's settlement, Lu Ya and his companions chose 2 caves in Fixin courtyard to live in. Lu Yer lived alone in one cave, and the others lived together in one cave. This is the cave restriction. Stick it on the stone wall at the door, and the cave will open automatically. Xiaohaoji handed the 2 jade pendants to Lu Hao and Lu Jing, and explained carefully. "Thank you for the true teachings of Xiaohao." After Lu Hao and Lu Jing thanked him, Xiaohaoji turned to look at Lu Ya and said, "Brother Lu, I will take you to the cave where you will stay temporarily." "Thank you, Brother Xiaohao." Lu Ya would naturally not refuse. After Lu Ya and Xiaohaoji left, Lu Hao put the jade pendant on the stone wall, and saw the jade pendant emitting a white light, which echoed with a place on the stone door of the cave. Then the white light flashed a few times, and the stone door slowly moved away. This Fixin cave was completely exposed to the eyes of Lu Hao and others. The space inside the cave was very large, and a night shining pearl as big as a human head was inlaid on the top of the cave. It was this night shining pearl that illuminated the entire cave like daylight. Lu Hao and others stepped into the cave, and felt that the surrounding spiritual energy had a huge change the moment they stepped into the cave. Lu Hao was a little surprised. The concentration of spiritual energy in this cave is so high. After being surprised, Lu Hao quickly reacted and told the 5 little guys who were still looking around, Lu Zai, Lu Jian, and Xingtong, "You guys, practice well in the cave these days. The concentration of spiritual energy in this cave is far beyond the 3rd level spiritual land. You practice here, and it is not enough to say that you can get twice the result with half the effort." Lu Zai heard Lu Hao's words and agreed. Although they were very curious about Wulian Heir, they also understood that in the cultivation world, only strength is the cornerstone of everything. Practicing in such a concentrated spiritual energy, the cultivation will surely improve rapidly. If they still covet those illusory things and waste this opportunity, it would be really putting the cart before the horse. Lu Hao was very satisfied with the attitude of several people. Seeing this, he said again, "If there is nothing special in the next few days, I will always accompany you. If you have any doubts during the practice, you can come to me for advice." "Thank you, third brother, third uncle." Several little guys bowed and thanked. On the other side, Lu Ye and Xia Haoji entered another cave. After the two sat down, Xia Haoji took the initiative to speak. "Brother Lu, where are you going with the younger generation this time?" Lu Ye did not hide it and said directly, "The younger generation of the family has reached the age of cultivation. I am quite familiar with the formation master Wu Doran. This time I plan to go to the Wu family in the southern region to see if there is anyone in the family who has the qualifications of a formation master." Formation master is a good choice. After all, people of our generation who cultivate their mortals cannot do without the 100 arts of cultivation. Zai Haoji quite agreed. In addition, another member of my Lu family has joined the Immortal sect this time. In addition to visiting the elders of the Immortal sect, I also came to see my sister. I don't know if she has caused trouble to the sect." Zai Haoji laughed. "It must be junior sister Zuning. Brother Lu can rest assured. I heard from my uncle that junior sister Zuning is extremely intelligent and has a pure heart. It is perfect for her to practice the 5th peak skills." Yunwu Mountain, the 5th peak of Wulian Heir, is considered a relatively special lineage in the entire Wulian Heir. This lineage does not practice killing swordsmanship or the 4 arts of cultivation, but instead specializes in the cloud and mist. Use clouds and mist to transform all things and use them to fight the enemy. Therefore, most of the elders and disciples of this peak are women. On the one hand, the skills do not have such direct and rough means of attack and killing. On the other hand, after learning the skills, the whole person's temperament will gradually become ethereal and agile, and extremely outstanding. This is the best. Lu Ya smiled and felt relieved when he heard Xia Haoji say this. "Then brother Lu, you take a rest first. I will bring junior sister Zuning with you tomorrow and take you and the tribesmen to visit our Wulian Heir." Xia Haoji did not stay for long and turned around and left. On the second day, not long after Lu Ya finished practicing, Xia Haoji had knocked on the door of Lu Ya's cave. When Lu Ya walked out of the cave, he saw Xia Haoji, who was wearing a short-sleeved black and gold outfit, standing outside the door. Beside him, there was a fairy in a plain white dress with a snow-white rabbit in her arms. Although they had not seen each other for a long time, Lu Ye recognized the female cultivator next to Xia Haoji the moment he saw her. This was his 13th sister, Lu Zuning, a member of their Lu clan. Second brother. Although Lu Zuning was wearing a plain white dress and had an ethereal temperament like a fairy, her excited and carefree voice instantly destroyed her temperament. The fairy fell into the mortal world in an instant. This huge contrast made it difficult for people to adapt for a while. Zuning. Lu Ya looked at Lu Zuning, who was already a foundation-building cultivator in front of him, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Today, Lu Zuning is no longer the little carrot who played in the mud with her friends in the clan. Now she is a foundation-building disciple of the Immortal Gate of Wulian Heir. How is practicing in the Immortal Gate? It's great, second brother. The master treats me very well, the elders like me very much, and the eldest sister, the second sister, and the third sister are all very good to Zuning, Lu Zuning said very happily. Just as Lu Zuning was talking, Lu Hao and others came over. When Lu Hao saw Lu Zuning, he immediately shouted, "Little 13, oh, it's the third brother, and the 5th sister." Lu Zuning turned around and saw Lu Hao and Lu Jing coming together. She was immediately surprised. However, the 5 little guys who were blocked by Lu Hao's tall body were ignored by her. Lu Hao walked closer and looked Lu Zuning up and down. Then he looked at the white rabbit in her arms and was a little curious. Strange, why is 13th sister hugging a white rabbit now? Where is the fat gray rabbit? As soon as the words fell, the drooping ears of the white rabbit in Lu Zuning's arms immediately stood up, and the red rabbit eyes looked at Lu Hao with murderous intent. Lu Hao raised his eyebrows. Hey, this little thing is so fierce, unlike the fat gray rabbit you had before, 13th sister, which has a very gentle personality. As soon as these words came out, Lu Zuning covered her mouth and giggled, and the white rabbit in her arms became even more agitated, rushing towards Lu Hao. Looking at this posture, it seemed that it was going to pounce on Lu Hao and bite off a piece of meat from him. Okay, good rabbit, this is the third brother. Lu Zuning smiled for a while before comforting the white rabbit in her arms. Then she looked at Lu Hao and explained, third brother, this white rabbit is the fat gray rabbit before. What? Is this your fat gray rabbit? Lu Hao's eyes widened, looking at the white rabbit in Lu Zuning's arms with some disbelief. Yes, Lu Zuning nodded. After the rabbit followed me into the mountain gate, I went to find the senior brother of the 7th peak and asked for some elixirs for it to improve blood and increase cultivation. Then the rabbit ate and became what it is now. Lu Hao stared at the white rabbit in Lu Zuning's arms and exclaimed in amazement, wow, it's magical. This method can almost be called a rebirth. Lu Ye also looked at it with curiosity. He didn't expect that a rabbit he caught casually that year could actually get such a good fortune. Not only was it not eaten, but it was able to get to the current state of rebirth. What luck! In the next 3 days, Lu Zuning acted as a tour guide and took Lu Hao and others to visit the Immortal Gate. It was not until the 4th day that Zhang Daoyin came out of his practice. As soon as he came out, he went straight to the Fixin Cave mansion where Lu Ye was. Brother Lu, long time no see. Brother Zhang, long time no see. After the two met, they sat down separately. Not long after, Zai Haoji also arrived. I thought Brother Lu needed to consolidate his cultivation before he would come. Zhang Daoyin sat cross-legged and looked at Lu Ye with a smile. Lu Ye smiled. After entering the nascent soul realm, I spent more than a month to consolidate my foundation. The nascent soul practice is really not fast, but I didn't think about the agreement with the two true disciples, so I set out here. Zai Haoji did not hesitate to expose Lu Ye's stage. Junior brother Zhang, don't listen to Brother Lu, he was obviously just passing by our Wulian Hei on the way. Zhang Daoyin looked at Lu Ye. Lu Ye laughed. Brother Zai Hao, that's not right. I came to Wulian Hei first. After the matter here is over, I will take my people south to the Wu family. How can it be said that it is on the way? I see. Zhang Daoyin didn't care, but said in a blink of an eye, Brother Lu, I wonder if you have time after returning from the southern region. Lu Ye pondered for a while, and said slowly, in addition to practice, there should be time. What's the matter? Before Zhang Daoyin could reply, Zai Haoji shouted, Great, Junior brother Zhang. I was just about to mention it to Brother Lu, but I didn't expect you to get there first as soon as you came out of retreat. The two of them were like this, which made Lu Ye a little confused. What's the matter? Zhang Daoyin and Zai Haoji looked at each other, and finally Zhang Daoyin looked at Zai Haoji. Let senior brother Zai Hao tell it. Zai Haoji nodded and said, it's a long story, and it's specifically related to the 5 major immortal gates. Lu Ye didn't say anything, just nodded, motioning Zai Haoji to continue. It's like this, our 5 major immortal gates are divided into the 5 directions of southeast, northwest, northeast and central of the Xianidun continent. It's said to be divided into different directions, but in fact they are guarding the dangerous places in Xianidun. Lu Ye added, for example, the demon clan behind the One Yao gate guarded by Wulian Hei. That's right. Zai Haoji clapped his hands. The One Dao Emperor sect in the central region suppressed the Shinto demons who once wreaked havoc on Xianidun. The Great Yan Holy sect in the western region suppresses the numerous demons in the demon abyss. The eastern region is adjacent to the Boundless Sea, so it naturally suppresses the sea people in the Boundless Sea. The Snow Valley in the northern border of the northern region suppresses the polar barbarians who attempt to invade Xianidun. After Zai Haoji finished speaking, Lu Ye had already written it all down. In the past, he only knew which 5 major immortal gates were, and guessed that the 5 major immortal gates suppressed a force, but he was not clear about more details. Now that Zai Haoji and other immortal gate true disciples have explained it, Lu Ye knows the responsibilities of the 5 major immortal gates. All I can say is, if you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. While Lu Ye was thinking, Zai Haoji continued, precisely because the 5 major immortal gates bear heavy responsibilities, they are also of the same blood. Of course, this kind of blood and blood cannot be reflected until the moment of real crisis. At this point, Zai Haoji cursed the Wandao Wangzong for its cold-eyed observation at the time. Lu Yu expressed his understanding of this. Although everyone belongs to the same 5 major immortal sects, every family has its own problems. It is impossible for them to send people immediately when they ask for help. That is not an alliance, that is a father and son. Besides that, there is also competition among the 5 major immortal sects. Zai Haoji looked at Lu Ya and then at Zhang Daoying. Competition is normal. It is impossible for the masters to fight each other to the point of red in the face and thick neck. How can we, the disciples, compete? Zhang Daoying took over and continued, so every once in a while, an immortal sect will hold a competition among the geniuses of the immortal sects. In addition to the 5 major immortal sects, the first-class forces on the Xianyun continent will also participate. For example, the Qingshi Sword Pavilion in the south region, the Jiubeo sect in the east region, and so on. Zai Haoji continued, the immortal sect that held this competition is the Wandao Wangzong in the central region. Brother Lu, you also know that when the Wanyao sect made unusual movements before, the master asked the Wandao Wangzong for help, but received no response. So what the headmaster meant this time is that we can be suppressed by anyone, but we cannot be suppressed by the Wandao Emperor sect. It's really a mixture of competition and cooperation. Lu Ya complained silently in his heart. Then he said, so what? Wulian Heia, let alone other things, has a peerless swordsman like Brother Zhang at the nascent soul level, a physique leader like Brother Xiahao in body refining, and Brother Ji Dao's formation art. It can be said that there are many geniuses. Even the Wandao Emperor sect, I'm afraid it won't be that strong. Zai Haoji smiled awkwardly. Brother Lu, don't make fun of me. In front of Brother Lu, how can I be the best in physique? Then he said seriously, if it were in the past, we should have no problem, but not this time. The Wandao Emperor sect has a pair of twin monsters, one of whom actually learned 5 of the 18 supreme inheritances of the Wandao Emperor sect, and based on this, he became a Xianying. The other person should not be underestimated either. He has amazing comprehension and outstanding talent. He has now achieved the status of a heavenly infant. The 2 of them are collectively known as the Wandao Prince and Wandao Princess of the Wandao Emperor sect. To be honest, no matter which one of them I face, there will probably be a certain gap. Lu Yu looked at Xia Haoji in surprise. Xia Haoji was known as the Flame Jiaozi. With a proud personality, he would actually take the initiative to say such words. It can be seen how strong the prince and princess of the Wandao Emperor sect are. So you think, so we thought, if Brother Lu is interested, he can join us in this Xianjiao competition to completely suppress the arrogance of the Wandao Emperor sect. Zhang Daoying looked at Lu Ya and said seriously. Although Lu Ya had guessed it, he was still speechless until they said it in person. Why, does he really look that powerful? Chapter 489 Arrival. Lu Ya looked at Zhang Daoying and the other man, his eyes carrying an unspeakable meaning. I didn't expect that I was so trustworthy. Let's not talk about how strong the so-called prince and princess of the Wandao Emperor sect are. Just talking about the Xianjiao cultivators of Wulian Heia, they don't need me at all. Hearing Lu Ya say this, both Zhang Daoying and Zai Haoji smiled bitterly. Zhang Daoying said, Brother Lu, if it were in the past, I would definitely not bother you, but the Wandao Emperor sect is coming with great momentum this time. The Wandao prince and princess are brothers from the same mother and have a very high tacit understanding. In addition, they have practiced for more than 10 years earlier than us, and the gap between them is something that even I cannot make up for at the moment. Lu Yang asked in confusion, what about the core true teachings of those who have broken through to the nascent soul for some time in the Wulian Heia immortal sect? Zai Haoji explained, although the senior brothers and sisters broke through to the nascent soul a long time ago, it is precisely because of the long time that they have broken through that they are over 100 years old and cannot participate in this Xianjiao competition. In the entire Wulian Heia, the only ones who are qualified to participate in the Xianjiao competition are junior brother Zhang, me, Ji Xinhu and others, no more than 5 fingers, so few. Lu Yu was a little confused. It stands to reason that a fairy sect should not have so few people breaking through to the nascent soul. As if he understood Lu Ya's thoughts, Zai Haoji explained again, of course, there are still a few Yuanyings under 100 years old in the sect, but they are not the core disciples of the sect. To be honest, there is probably still some gap in strength, so they cannot represent Wulian Heia in the Xianjiao competition. Lu Yan nodded. If so, it is reasonable. What do you think, Brother Lu? The Xianjiao competition is not just a simple competition. There are many treasures that are very useful to unyielding cultivators as rewards. Seeing Lu Yan nod, Zai Haoji immediately struck while the iron was hot and said, Brother Lu, think about it, the competition held by the 5 major immortal sects together, how rich and eye-catching the reward for the first place must be. Apart from anything else, the 10,000 Dao spiritual fruit that may appear this time is worth all unyielding cultivators fighting for it. 10,000 Dao spiritual fruit. Lu Ya chewed on this term, a little confused. Until this time, Lu Ya once again felt the importance of inheritance and background. To Zai Haoji, a disciple from a powerful faction, the Wandao Linguo was an open secret, but Lu Ya had never heard of it. This was because of the difference in their environment, which led to the difference in their perspectives. Lu Ya understood, but he didn't mind. As long as he was strong enough, this information unknown to outsiders would be presented to him. Lu Ya said frankly, I have never heard of the Wandao Linguo. I don't know what the Wandao Linguo does. This, Zai Haoji looked at Lu Ya, and suddenly remembered Lu Ya's background. That's right, Brother Lu. The Wandao spiritual fruit is the fruit of the Wandao divine tree in the cave heaven that is unique to the Wandao emperor sect because of the relationship with the cave heaven. The Wandao divine tree carries the great Dao laws of the cave heaven, and therefore the fruit it bears also has the great Dao laws. The Wandao spiritual fruit blooms once 100 years and bears fruit once 100 years. It takes 200 years just to bloom and bear fruit. The effectiveness of a fruit produced in 200 years will exceed your imagination. Zai Haoji was a little eager. If a Wandao spiritual fruit is swallowed and refined by a golden elixir, it will definitely help it comprehend a magical power. If it is a person with a deep foundation, it may comprehend 2 or even 3. If it is refined by a unyielding cultivator, it will greatly enhance the progress of the comprehension of the law and greatly shorten the time of cultivation in the unyielding stage. It even has a great effect on breaking through the god of transformation. Zhang Daoying shook his head and added, no, it should be said that the role of the Wandao spiritual fruit is to increase the success rate of unyielding cultivators breaking through the god of transformation by 50%. 50% success rate. Lu Ya couldn't help but look sideways. What does a 50% success rate mean? There are no weak cultivators who can cultivate to the nascent soul stage and approach the god of transformation. A 50% success rate is almost a 100% chance of breaking through the god of transformation. Zai Haoji said firmly, in short, this Wandao Linguang has many benefits. It has been 250 years since the last time the Wandao Linguo appeared. Now that it is a new reincarnation, I think it is very likely that the Wandao royal sect will take out the Wandao Linguo. How about it, Brother Lu, participating in this Xianjiao competition? With your strength, you have a great chance to win the first place, Zai Haoji said seriously. Zhang Daoying also agreed, Brother Lu, this matter is beneficial and harmless. Lu Ya also understood in his heart that Zhang Daoying and the others invited him, on the one hand, hoping that he could participate on behalf of Wulian Heia, and on the other hand, they probably didn't want him to miss this opportunity. Lu Ya folded his hands and thanked him. In this case, if I refuse again, it seems that I don't know how to appreciate a good heart. So, Brother Lu, you agreed, Zai Haoji said in surprise. Lu Ya nodded. Even after saying this, he still refused, which was somewhat low in emotional intelligence. Ha. Okay, Brother Lu, let's join forces to suppress all the princes and princesses of the Wandao Emperor sect. Zai Haoji seemed extremely excited. Lu Ya's head was full of black lines. Fortunately, Zai Haoji was a true disciple of Wulian Heia. If he had this kind of personality, he would have suffered a lot in other places. Zhang Daoying was extremely calm. Brother Lu, don't answer him. When the time comes, you can participate as a cultivator from the southern region, and be with our Wulian Heia. If you directly register under the name of Wulian Heia, I'm worried that the people from the Wandao royal sect will target you. After all, the information of every contestant from the Immortal Gate will basically appear on the desks of the other 4 families. On the contrary, contestants from forces outside the Immortal Gate will basically not receive such treatment. Lu Ya understood. I see, since Brother Zhang said so, let's follow Brother Jiang's arrangements. Zhang Daoying nodded. There is still more than a year before the Xianjiao competition. After Brother Lu's trip to the southern region, he can come to Wulian Heiai and practice with us in the sect. By then, all the Xianjiao from the entire southern region who can participate in the Xianjiao competition will gather in Wulian Heiai, and we will be able to get to know each other, no problem. Since Lu Ye decided to participate, he would not have any other messy ideas. Okay, that's settled. I'll inform Master of Brother Lu's agreement later. Brother Lu, don't worry about the quota. Since Zhang Daoying said so, Lu Ye was naturally willing to be a hands-off boss. After that, the three of them discussed it again, and after making sure that Lu Ye knew the details, the two left. After the two left, Lu Ye sat cross-legged on the futon, thinking in his heart. The Battle of the Prodigies, I'm afraid the meaning behind it is not that simple. The initiator of the Battle of the Prodigies is the 5 major immortal sects, and the participants are the top forces on the Xianjiao continent. If it is just to examine the cultivation of the younger generation, there is definitely no need to go through so much trouble. There must be a deep meaning. As for what the deep meaning is, Lu Ye doesn't know for the time being, but he doesn't care, as long as he can get what he needs through the competition. Of course, it would be great to see the top prodigies of other forces in the Xianjiao continent and have a hearty battle with them. Lu Ye also wants to know what level he is at the nascent soul level. The next morning, Lu Ye set off with Lu Hao, Lu Jing and the 5 little ones. Zhang Daoying, Zai Haoji and Lu Zuning escorted them all the way to the mountain gate. After Lu Ye's persuasion, they stopped. At the bow, Lu Ye bowed slightly and said, if everything goes well, I will come to see you again in a month at the earliest. Zai Haoji laughed and said, ha, Brother Lu is personally here, how can there be any unsuccessful things? Lu Ye nodded and said goodbye again, then waved his sleeves, and the flying boat under his feet soared into the sky like a sharp arrow. Wu Doran, as a master of formations, is naturally not an unknown person. On the contrary, the power that Wu Doran belongs to is not small, it is a Yuanying family. As a Yuanying family, the Wu family is based on the formation, so they built a city in the north of the Qingshi Sword Pavilion in the south region, a cultivation city called Wenshan. After the Lu family's flying boat came out of the Wuliang Sea, it rushed all the way to the southwest. After crossing almost half of the south region, the Lu family flying boat arrived at the Huitou region in the south region, where Wenshan city is located. Second brother, we have entered the Huitou region. It is estimated that we will reach Wenshan city in 4 or 5 days of flying. In the flying boat, Lu Hao sent a voice message to Lu Ye. Lu Ye nodded to show that he understood. Seeing this, Lu Hao did not disturb Lu Ye from instructing Lu Jing, and quietly operated the flying boat. Lu Ye looked at Lu Jing, who was sitting cross-legged opposite him, and asked, Fifth sister, how are you feeling recently? Lu Jing showed a smile on her face. After this period of polishing, my magic power has become more refined. If it weren't for my second brother, I'm afraid I would still be building a perfect foundation and struggling to pursue the opportunity to form a golden elixir. Lu Ye waved his hand and said, you have already comprehended the magical powers, and your aptitude is naturally not bad. If you are placed in the golden elixir, you will be a Taoist master with magical powers. An ordinary golden elixir will not be your opponent. I never worry that you will fail in forming a golden elixir, but I am worried that your golden elixir has not reached the limit of what you can achieve. Lu Ye spoke slowly, and Lu Jing listened quietly. You should know that there is only one golden elixir. Once it is cast, it cannot be changed. You are my sister. I will definitely try my best to make your golden elixir reach the ultimate state. Maybe, fifth sister, you can also try the purple gold elixir. Purple gold elixir, Lu Jing exclaimed, and then shook her head. Purple gold elixir is too far away. As long as I can make yellow elixir, I will be successful. If it is a yellow elixir of good quality, it will be the best. Lu Ye looked at Lu Jing as if he was looking at a salted fish. After a long time, Lu Ye slowly said, believe me, fifth sister, you have this possibility. Lu Jing suddenly raised her head and looked at Lu Ye. Second brother, is it true? Lu Ye asked back, when did second brother lie to you? Lu Jing shook her head quickly. So, you have to have confidence in yourself. A mere purple gold elixir is no problem. Okay, second brother, I will do my best. Lu Jing clenched her right fist and nodded her small chin. That's right, Lu Ye smiled with satisfaction. He naturally understood his fifth sister. For example, she looked a little cold all day, but in fact she still had some inferiority in her heart. This led to her lack of confidence in herself. Even when she realized the magical power, she thought it was all Lu Ya's credit. But she ignored that there were so many people in the Lu family. Why did everyone practice for so long? But only she realized the magical power. She didn't think about it, but it didn't mean that others didn't think about it. Lu Ya naturally recognized the potential of his fifth sister, so in addition to answering her questions, he often gave her confidence. For a cultivator, self-recognition is extremely important. If you don't have confidence in yourself, how can you hold an unyielding belief to impact a higher realm? Second brother, we're here at Wenshan City. Lu Hao looked at the tall city wall not far away, his eyes filled with tears. Who would have thought that this trip would take so long? What's more terrifying is that he needs to worry about and take care of it throughout the journey. For Lu Hao, it is no less than a torture. Are we there yet? Lu Yu opened his eyes upon hearing this, and his spiritual awareness spread out. He soon saw the city below, as well as the plaque with the words "Ask the Sky" hanging above the city gate. They had really arrived. While Lu Jing was still honing his magic power, the 5 little guys had been waiting in the cabin early. It was obvious that they also knew that they were almost at their destination. Lu Yu took out a communication talisman from his storage ring, input his magic power to activate it, and then stopped paying attention. The flying boat continued to advance, and finally stopped 100 feet in front of the city gate. Many monks waiting to enter the city looked up at Lu's small but exquisite flying boat, and began to discuss it in a low voice. However, before they could discuss it for a few minutes, a rainbow light quickly appeared at the city gate, and without saying a word, it went straight to the flying boat that was suspended in the air. Although the rainbow light was extremely fast, it was still caught by some sharp-eyed monks. That's Wu Doran, the giant and elder of the Wu family. Why did Senior Wu come here so fast? Does he have a grudge against the people in this flying boat? I don't think so. This speed seems like he's rushing to visit. While everyone was discussing, Wu Doran had already appeared in front of Lu Hao. He did not enter the flying boat, but just stood in the void, bowing and saluting towards the flying boat. Wu Doran, meet the true lord. His voice was flat, but when it fell on the crowd below, it seemed like a thunder, exploding in the crowd. What? There is a unyielding cultivator in that flying boat. Bow your heads and keep silent. You all don't want to live, right? Someone reacted and shouted quickly in a low voice. After being shouted like this, the cultivators at the city gate immediately became much more honest. One by one, they lined up and walked towards the city, not daring to have the slightest curiosity. An invisible force lifted Wu Doran up, and then Wu Doran saw a man walking out of the flying boat, with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, and a nose like a hanging peak. It was Lu Yang. It's been a long time since we last met. Fellow Taoist Wu is even more impressive than before. Wu Doran laughed. As soon as Lu Ya spoke, a familiar feeling immediately came to his mind. This is nothing. Master Lu is truly even better than before. He has actually achieved the status of Yuanying's Henjin. It is really worth celebrating. Chapter 490 Testing the Qualifications of the Formation. Lu Ya laughed and waved his hand, saying, "It was just luck." Wu Doran looked at the flying boat behind Lu Ya and suggested, "Master Lu, the clan has prepared a banquet. Why don't we go into the mansion to talk?" Lu Ya agreed and said, "Thank you for your help." The group flew over the Wenshan city wall and flew towards the center of the city. Soon, under the guidance of Wu Doran, the Lu family flying boat stopped in a wide square. There were many flying boats of different sizes parked in the square. After Lu Hao, Lu Jing, Lu Zai and others got off the flying boat, they consciously walked behind Lu Yao. Lu Ya introduced them one by one, and Lu Hao and others greeted them one by one. Wu Doran also smiled and returned the greetings enthusiastically. These 5 friends are the descendants of Master Lu's clan. They are really smart and talented. Wu Doran's eyes moved around Lu Zai and others, and then he praised them with a smile. "Thank you, Senior Wu, for your compliments." Lu Zai and the others were very smart and quickly returned the greeting. Wu Doran clapped his hands and laughed. "Ha ha ha, Senior, this is our first meeting and I am not prepared. Here are a few small things I made on weekdays. You can each take one. Don't be disgusted." As he said, he took out 5 pendants from his storage ring and handed them to Lu Zai and the others. Lu Zai and the others looked at the pendants handed over by Wu Doran, and then cast their eyes on Lu Yang. Lu Ya smiled. These pendants were all good magic tools of the first level. For him or Wu Doran, they were not expensive. Then he said softly, "Since it is a little thought from the senior, why don't you thank him quickly?" After getting Lu Ye's permission, Lu Zai and the others reached out to take the pendants, and at the same time thanked Wu Dorn very warmly. "Thank you, Senior." Wu Dorn looked at the little guys with a smile. At this time, Lu Hao stepped forward and presented the prepared gifts. "Senior Wu, this is a gift specially prepared by the clan leader. They are all specialties from the Songhai area." Wu Dorn took it quickly and said, "Thank you, Master Lu. I also asked Taoist brother Lu Hao to express my gratitude to the noble leader. If there is a chance, I will definitely pay a visit." As he was speaking, a group of people came from the edge of the square. The leader walked like a tiger and a dragon, with an aura as deep as the sea. Everyone turned their heads to look. Wu Dorn explained to Lu Ya and others, "The leader is the clan leader of my Wu clan, and the three people behind the clan leader are the elders of my Wu clan." Lu Ya stepped forward, and the others quickly followed. The clan leader Wu had not arrived yet, but his voice had already come over. "Ha ha ha, just now Elder Wu said that Master Lu was visiting, which made me very excited, but Elder Wu left too quickly, otherwise I would have gone with Elder Wu to welcome Master Lu." Others gave him face, and Lu Ya smiled and said, "Patriarch Wu, you are too polite. It was Master Lu who came too suddenly. Please don't blame me, Patriarch." After the two sides exchanged business, led by Patriarch Wu, the group came to the reception hall. Everyone sat down. Lu Ya and Patriarch Wu sat next to each other. Wu Dorn sat on the other side of Lu Ya, and Lu Hao and others sat separately. Patriarch Wu raised his glass and said, "Master Lu and fellow Taoists of the Lu family have come from afar. It is a blessing for our Wu family. This glass is for everyone in the Lu family." Patriarch Wu is knowledgeable and the atmosphere of the banquet is very harmonious. When the banquet was over, Patriarch Wu and Wu Dorn personally took everyone in the Lu family to the cave that had been prepared long ago. The head of the Wu clan smiled and said, "Master Lu, fellow Taoists, please stay in the clan for a few days. Let me do my best to be a good host. If you need anything, just let me know." "Thank you, head of the Wu clan." Lu Ya bowed his hands to thank him. Lu Hao and others also thanked him. "The journey is long, so I won't disturb you to rest. I will come to visit you tomorrow." The head of the Wu clan left without hesitation, while Wu Dorn stayed and introduced himself to Lu Ya and others. After everyone understood more or less, Wu Dorn left. There was no conversation that night. On the second day, Lu Zai and others finished their practice early and waited in the cave. Today, they would most likely test their talent for formation in the Wu clan. Although they had repeatedly told themselves not to be nervous, they were still a little nervous when the time came. Success or failure depends on today. After waiting for a while, Lu Hao knocked on their doors leisurely. Boom! The cave door opened, and the sun shone in, illuminating a few slightly nervous little faces. Seeing this, Lu Hao couldn't help but joked, "Why, looking at this, you didn't sleep last night, and didn't practice?" Several people shook their heads to deny it. Lu Hao laughed, turned around and walked out, saying as he walked, "Don't feel pressured. In fact, compared to you, I think Wu may want you to have a talent for formations more than you do." Several little guys looked at Lu Hao with some confusion, not quite understanding what he meant. Seeing this, Lu Hao smiled and said, "You guys really don't know how to appreciate your blessings. Do you know what kind of existence your second brother is?" "What kind of existence?" Lu Zai, Lu Jian and others looked at each other and shook their heads. "Isn't the second brother the most talented person in their clan, and he is now a unyielding cultivator?" Lu Hao shook his head. "You guys are still too young. How old is your second brother now? And he's already a unyielding Zhenjin, and you should understand the concept of Zhenjin, right?" Several people nodded. Seeing this, Lu Hao sighed, "You don't understand. If you really understand, you won't be in this mentality." After speaking, he didn't care about the reactions of several people, and continued, "The Taoist Master of Divine Power and the True Lord of Yuanying are not ordinary titles. Generally, between Jinden and Jinden, between Yuanying and Yuanying, they are all called Aoiao. There are not many Taoist Masters of Divine Power in the entire Xianitan continent. Even in the Immortal Gate, there are no more than 10 of them in one class. So, can you understand the value of your second brother?" Several people nodded in confusion. Lu Hao didn't emphasize it, but just said, "Forget it, you will understand it later. Don't worry now, everything is normal. In short, remember that our Lu family doesn't need to rely on these. If you don't have the talent for formation, then you can practice in the family with peace of mind. It won't be worse than anywhere else." After speaking, a flash of fire flashed in Lu Hao's eyes, and then quickly disappeared. When Lu Hao and a few people came to the outside of Lu Ya's cave, Wu Dorn and two young men had already arrived. "Meet Senior Wu," Lu Zai and others saluted one after another. "Good morning, my friends. These are the younger generations of our clan, Wu Saijing and Wu Sibo," Wu Dorn said casually, his attention mostly on Lu Ya's cave. The two young people, a man and a woman, behind Wu Dorn looked at Lu Hao, then took the initiative to come over and chat with Lu Hao. After waiting for a while, Lu Ya still hadn't come out, but Lu Jing came over from the side. Lu Jing looked at the people waiting, then walked aside with a cold expression and waited. When Wu Sibo saw Lu Jing, his eyes suddenly lit up, and then he seemed to remember the clan leader's instructions, so he took the initiative to walk towards Lu Jing. Wu Dorn noticed this scene, but didn't say much. Wu Sibo walked up to Lu Jing, bowed his hands very politely and said, "I am Wu Sibo, nice to meet you, fairy. May I know your name?" Lu Jing glanced at Wu Sibo, then turned her eyes to the distance, and said in a cold voice, "Lu Jing." Wu Sibo repeated in a low voice, then smiled. Fairy Lu is indeed as her name suggests. Lu Jing did not even turn her head, just staring at the sky in a daze. Wu Sibo's smile froze slightly, and then he continued to look for topics. "Fairy Lu should be visiting Wenshan City for the first time. It happens that I have lived in Wenshan City since I was a child. Why don't I take Fairy Lu and Brother Lu to have a good tour of Wenshan City later? What do you think?" "No need," Lu Jing said these three words coldly, without any emotional fluctuations. Wu Sibo was frustrated again, but still did not give up, and said again, "There is a Wenshan Dan building in Wenshan City. There is a very effective anti-aging pill in the building. How about I give you one?" Lu Jing turned her head slowly, without any emotional fluctuations in her eyes. Seeing this, Wu Sibo thought that Lu Jing was interested in it, and hurriedly said, "The price of the anti-aging pill is not cheap, but Fairy Lu is a guest from afar, so let me do my best to be a good host." Before Wu Sibo finished speaking, Lu Jing had already turned and walked to the side, and only one sentence floated over. "No need." Wu Sibo stood there awkwardly, a little at a loss. Fortunately, Lu Hao came over, patted his shoulder, and resolved his embarrassment. "Fellow Taoist Wu, please forgive me, my fifth sister is just like this, and she has been honing her magic power and preparing for the formation of the pill recently, so she has become more and more aloof." Wu Sibo was originally going to make a few jokes, but when he heard Lu Hao say that Lu Jing was preparing to form the pill, his heart suddenly tightened, and he quickly swallowed the words that were on the tip of his mouth. He pulled a corner of his mouth, smiled, and said, "I see, then it is still Wu who disturbed Fairy Lu. I am sorry for that." Lu Hao laughed and patted his shoulder again, indicating that it was okay. After Wu Dorn heard the conversation between the two, he looked at Lu Jing in surprise. He didn't expect that this seemingly cold and aloof Lu family woman had actually reached the stage of forming a pill. She really deserves to be the sister of Master Lu. Thinking of this, the door of the cave where Lu Ya was suddenly opened slowly, and Lu Ya walked out of it. "Everyone is here." Lu Ya looked at the people standing at the door and said with a smile. Wu Dorn smiled decisively and said, "I came too early, Master Lu. The clan leader and others are also in the reception hall. It's just the right time for us to go now." Lu Ya smiled and said, "Then let's go, Master Lu, this way." Wu Dorn immediately led the way, and the rest of the people followed closely. The reception hall of the Wu family was not too close, but everyone was a cultivator, so it didn't take too much time to reach the reception hall. In the hall, the clan leader and elders of the Wu family were waiting in the hall. Seeing Lu Ya coming, they all stood up and came to greet him. After the Wu clan leader greeted Lu Ya, he said, "Master Lu, everything is ready. Do you think we should start right away?" Lu Ya bowed his hands and thanked him. "Thank you, clan leader Wu. I am not familiar with this. I will leave it to you to arrange." Clan leader Wu nodded, turned to look at the elder beside him, and said, "In this case, let's get ready and start." The elder left in response. Lu Ya and clan leader Wu sat down, and Lu Zai and others sat on both sides below. After a while, the Wu clan elder who had left earlier came back, and he had a formation plate in his hand. Under the gaze of everyone, he pressed the formation plate in his hand into the hall, and the formation pattern shone, and a small formation of 3 feet square appeared in everyone's sight. "Master Lu, This is the array plate that my Wu clan uses to test the array talent of the cultivators, the Wu clan leader said to Lu Yang. As long as the person being tested walks to the array plate and sits cross-legged, holding the yuan and guarding the one, the array plate will automatically sense and find out the cultivator's array talent. Lu Yan nodded, then looked at Lu Zai and the others, and said, "You all heard it, who'll try first?" The little guys looked at each other, and finally the brave Lu Jian took a step forward and saluted to the front and said, "Junior Lu Jian, I am willing to be the first to test." "Okay," the Wu clan leader praised. Then the previous Wu clan elder guided Lu Jian to sit in the array, then comforted him and activated the array. I saw the array pattern emerge from the array out of thin air, surrounding Lu Jian, and even some array patterns directly penetrated into Lu Jian's body. After about half a quarter of an hour, the array pattern gradually disappeared, revealing Lu Jian again. The Wu clan elder took the array plate in his hand and looked at it carefully, then shook his head. The array plate in his hand did not show any abnormal movement, which also showed that Lu Jian did not have the talent for array, or his talent for array was extremely shallow. Lu Yer did not show any abnormality, and his expression was still normal. The same was true for Lu Jian in the array. After learning the answer, he stood up and bowed to the elders of the Wu family, and then walked back to the Lu family team. "This boy has a good character," the head of the Wu family praised. After Lu Jian walked back to the team, the remaining 4 people became nervous. Then Lu Xingzhen stepped out of the team and came to the array. It was still the same step, but this time, the array pattern lasted longer. After the array pattern dissipated, the elder of the Wu family looked at the array plate in his hand and smiled. "Clan leader, Master Lu, the array plate has 6 array patterns, which is already very good, indicating that this boy has an excellent talent for array." "Ha ha ha, good." Before Lu Ya said anything, the head of the Wu family beside him clapped his hands and said happily. Lu Ya glanced at him and was a little confused about who was the Lu family. Clan leader Wu realized this, coughed dryly, and explained, "Master Lu, the 6 array patterns show that this young friend of the Lu family is indeed talented." Lu Yan nodded and said with a smile, "My nephew has done well." Lu Xingzhen walked out of the array with a look of joy in his eyes. Then, with Lu Xingzhen's example, the other 3 moved faster. However, until the last Lu Xingtong finished the test, there was still no one with the array talent. Among the 5 people, only Lu Xingzhen had this talent. This result surprised Lu Ya a little. Among the 5 people who were not selected first, one of them actually had the array talent. It was really a bit unexpected. Chapter 491 Lu Hao's Teachings and Practices. Off the field, Lu Hao looked at the 4 people who were feeling a little depressed, and comforted them. "Have you forgotten what I told you before? If you don't have the talent for formations, then you don't have it. Practicing in the clan is no worse than practicing formations." Lu Zai and the other 3 nodded. Although they were still feeling a little depressed, it was not like before. Wu Doran looked at Lu Xingzhen with satisfaction, and said with a smile, "Master Lu, since this young man in the clan has a talent for formations, why not take advantage of everyone being here to directly conduct the apprenticeship ceremony, and let him learn from me from now on? I think I should not let him down for his talent in formations." Lu Yang and Clan Chief Wu looked at each other, and then nodded. "Since Xingzhen has this talent, it is naturally a good thing. I have also seen the attainments of Wu Daoyao's formations. It is also his opportunity for Xingzhen to worship Wu Daoyao as his teacher." "Xingzhen, second uncle asks you, are you willing to learn formations from Senior Wu Doran?" Lu Xingzhen, who was named, looked up at Lu Yang, and then turned to look at Wu Doran. Seeing the latter looking at him with a kind and satisfied smile, he nodded without hesitation, replying to second uncle, "Xingzhen is willing." "Ha ha ha, good." Wu Doran laughed heartily. Lu Yang also nodded with satisfaction. Since Xingzhen had agreed, there was no obstacle to this matter. So the elder who was in charge of testing the qualifications of the formation waved his hand, and all the tools for apprenticeship appeared in front of him. At his signal, Lu Xingzhen took a few steps forward and stood in front of Wu Doran. Then the elder said, "Lu Xingzhen, this time you are apprenticed to Wu Doran, the giant and master of the Wu clan, and follow Master Wu to learn the formation and cultivate your character. Are you willing?" Lu Xingzhen looked at the smiling old man in front of him seriously, and then nodded heavily. "I am willing." "Okay, tea." Someone next to him handed Lu Xingzhen a cup of hot tea. Lu Xingzhen took the teacup, knelt straight in front of Wu Doran, and offered the apprenticeship tea with both hands. "Master, please drink tea." Witnessed by the Lu and Wu clans, Wu Dorn reached out to take the teacup and drank it all. Good disciple, get up quickly, Wu Dorn said with great satisfaction. Elder Wu is happy to have a beloved disciple, it is worth celebrating. The head of the Wu clan smiled slightly, and then said to Lu Yang, Master Lu, you can rest assured in the future. Xing's will practice in my Wu clan, and he will never be wronged. I never worry about this, but I will trouble you, Brother Wu, and you, the head of the Wu clan, to take care of it in the future. Lu Yang laughed, and then took out the apprenticeship gift that he had prepared long ago from the stored ring and handed it to Wu Darren in person. Friend Wu, Xing's will be handed over to you in the future. If he does not obey the discipline in any way, you can beat and scold him. If he does not change after repeated teachings, you can expel him from the sect. It doesn't matter. Wu Dorn accepted the apprenticeship gift handed over by Lu Ya and said with a smile, I see that my disciple has a firm look, and he is definitely not a naughty person. Besides, once a teacher, you are a father for life. Master Lu, rest assured, even if there are any problems, I will take care of them for my disciple Xingzhen. Thank you, Master. Lu Xingzhen bowed seriously. Seeing this, Lu Ya did not say much, but just sat back in his original position. At night, in Lu Ya's cave, everyone from the Lu family gathered here. Lu Ya sat opposite everyone with a calm expression. He looked at Lu Xingzhen, who still had a faint look of joy on his face. Xingzhen, second uncle, I'm here, Lu Ya said. The Wu family is a family of formations. Your formation talent has reached 6 patterns, which is in the upper middle level, but you must not be proud and complacent. You must treat people according to the teachings of the family in your daily life. You must not have any arrogance. Do you understand? Lu Xingzhen nodded heavily. Second uncle, Xingzhen understands. Lu Ya continued, in a few days, we will set off to return. From now on, you will stay in the Wu family to practice with your master. Your master will solve all your expenses. Of course, the family will still treat every member of the family equally, so we will still provide you with your share of practice resources. In addition, the most important point is that when you are 16 years old in 2 years, you must return to the family. I think you should know what the specific matter is. Lu Xingzhen took a deep breath and kept it in mind. What Lu Ya said was naturally the unique inheritance of the family. All cultivators can choose 1 or 2 unique inheritances to practice according to their own interests and hobbies when they are 16 years old. This is the rule of the clan. As for how much this inheritance is cherished, Lu Xingzhen is not too clear. Because all the clan members who accepted the inheritance before only said that this inheritance must be accepted. This is an opportunity that countless people dream of but cannot get. But once asked about the details, they will immediately change the subject. Therefore, even if Lu Xingzhen and other juniors are very curious, they cannot know the specific inheritance until they reach the age. Lu Ya nodded, and then looked at Lu Zai and the other 4, well, just remember it. In addition, Lu Zai and Lu Jian, although you 4 do not have the talent for formation, there is no need to regret it. What my Lu family needs now is comprehensive development, so we need to make achievements in the important skills of the 100 arts of cultivation. But this does not mean that you are worse than others. Strictly speaking, Xingzhen's study of formation is still the family's requirement, not his own choice. Lu Ya paused and continued, and you will have more choices. After briefly explaining to the 4 people, Lu Ya let the 5 little guys leave, while Lu Hao and Lu Jing stayed. Hey, second brother, I didn't expect that one of the 5 people I brought would have a talent for formations. Even though Lu Hao lowered his voice, it was still deafening. Fortunately, this cave house had its own soundproof formation, otherwise these words would definitely fly to the ears of the few little guys who hadn't walked far. Lu Jing went on, having talent is a good thing, the most important thing is to transform talent into strength. Lu Ya quite agreed, then he looked at Lu Jing and asked casually, 5th sister, how is your magic power being refined now? Do you have the urge to form a golden elixir? Lu Jing first closed her eyes and sensed it, then said, now I have refined my magic power again. But there is still no opportunity to form a golden elixir. Lu Hao interjected, forming a golden elixir is not like practicing qi, it can't be that simple. Besides, with 5th sister's cultivation, it's just a matter of time. Lu Jing breathed a sigh of relief. Third brother, don't flatter me. If you ask me, third brother, you are almost done with the foundation building. Maybe in the end you will form a golden elixir before me and become a golden elixir immortal. Lu Hao glared with his eyes, his expression tangled and envious. I'm not flattering you, 5th sister, You are a Taoist with magical powers. A Taoist who has realized magical powers just by building a foundation. Do you know how much of a commotion it will cause if this is made public? If even you, the fifth sister, can't form a golden elixir, then I'm afraid that most of the cultivators in this world will not be able to form a golden elixir. Lu Yu glared at him. Why did he speak so loudly for no reason? Are you afraid that people outside can hear him? Don't talk about the fifth sister, let's talk about you. The fifth sister has achieved magical powers. How about you? Lu Ya said with some dissatisfaction. You are Red Sun Taoist body, born with a natural affinity with fire. How is your fire control technique going? Lu Hao sneered, then grabbed with his right hand, and a handful of flames suddenly jumped out of his palm. He looked at the flame in his palm, and then looked at Lu Ya. Second brother, I'm not lazy. You see, my fire control technique has reached the 5th level now. Maybe I will comprehend magical powers someday. Lu Ya looked at the flame in Lu Hao's palm, and after carefully feeling it, he nodded with satisfaction. This level of flame is enough to prove that Lu Hao did not waste time and was indeed practicing hard. Well, just practice like this, but there is no need to pursue it deliberately. Cultivation is still the first priority. Lu Yu warned, fearing that Lu Hao would do something that would neglect the main purpose for the sake of trivial matters. Lu Hao put away the flame, smiled and nodded. Second brother, you don't have to worry about this. We are not rookies who have just started practicing. How can we not be clear about it? It's good that you are clear about it. Lu Ya glanced at him, and then said, take them around Winshan City in the next few days, and we will set off to return to Songhai in a few days. No problem, leave it to us. Lu Hao simply patted his chest, making a muffled thumping sound. Lu Jing moved her lips, and when she was about to refuse, she found that Lu Ya's eyes had already looked over. Fifth sister, you should go too. You are just too cold now. In fact, this state is not the best state for practice, especially for breaking through the realm. Go with third brother to relax, so that you can still take care of the little guys. Lu Jing gave up speaking this time, but just nodded and agreed. Lu Yu praised, that's right, we don't practice to eliminate emotions and nature. Without the 7 emotions and 6 desires, how can we be called human beings? If we are not human beings, how can we become immortals? Lu Hao and Lu Jing's hearts moved, and then they silently chewed on the meaning of Lu Ya's words for a long time without movement. Lu Ya glanced at the two of them, shook his head, not knowing what to say. He had to wave his hand and place the two of them in 2 nearby rooms. Then sat cross-legged on the cushion and began to practice self-cultivation. Third brother, what is that? In Wenshan City, Lu Hao and Lu Jing were walking on the streets of Wenshan City with 5 little guys. The group looked left and right, and people could tell at a glance that they were outsiders who had just arrived here. At this time, Lu Zai was pointing at a 9-story pavilion with a vast area and bright lights. The pavilion was hung with red, pink and green gauze, and the sound of singing came out of it. Looking at Lu Zai's naive and curious eyes, even though Lu Hao had made great progress in body training and had extremely strong skin defense, he was still a little embarrassed at this time. Lu Jing on the side smiled with her eyes curved, but she didn't say a word, and was also looking forward to Lu Hao's answer. Lu Hao coughed twice, and then explained with a wondering look, ahem, third brother has just come to Wenshan City, how can he recognize the buildings in Wenshan City? Lu Zai looked at Lu Hao's somewhat guilty look, then looked back at the eye-catching building, and suddenly suggested, third brother, why don't we go there and take a look? Since we are here to stroll around, how can we miss such a beautiful place? Puff, Lu Jing quickly covered her mouth and coughed twice before she recovered. Lu Hao glared and his aura rose. He had only been to brothels a few times under the guidance of his elders. Now he was forced to the edge of the cliff by a yellow-haired girl. It was really infuriating. Have you completed today's practice? You have just started practicing, and it is time to practice diligently every day. If you mistake relaxation for indulgence, it will only delay your future. Lu Zai shrank his head fiercely after being scolded, and then muttered in a low voice, if you are not allowed to go, then don't go. Why are you reacting so strongly? Lu Hao's eyelids twitched, but he still didn't say anything. Half an hour later, in the 5th floor box of the 9-story pavilion, which was full of lights, wine, and women, Lu Hao looked normal and even had a smirk. Lu Jing sat alone on one side, exuding an aura that said no strangers allowed. Lu Jian, Lu Xingzhan and Lu Xingwei were each accompanied by a beautiful fairy in a light gauze. Her attentive attitude and teasing tone made the 3 young men, who were full of vigor, feel that it was not right to stand, sit, look or not look. As for Lu Zai and Lu Xingtong, they were like boiled eggs at this time, with red faces and eyes flying towards Lu Hao. If eyes could kill, Lu Hao would have been shot and received by the two of them. Lu Hao ignored the gazes of the two people, just drinking and listening to music by himself, and occasionally exclaiming in admiration. After an incense stick of time, when the dance performance in Taichung ended, Lu Hao waved his hand and asked the maid in the box to leave. It was not until the box was quiet that the little guys all breathed a sigh of relief, except for Lu Zai and Lu Xingtong, while Lu Jian and the other two boys had a trace of barely perceptible reluctance. Third brother, I said before that I would not come, why did you insist on dragging us in? Lu Zai's face flushed, and she looked at Lu Hao angrily. Lu Hao pretended not to know, and asked in surprise, didn't you suggest coming here to have a look before? Now that I brought you here, why do you say that it is my fault? Lu Zai's tone was choked. But she still said, then this kind of place is not suitable for us to come. It is really too shameful. Shame. Lu Hao put down the wine glass, and his whole body was released. His eyes swept around the few people. Until the few people could not hold on, he withdrew his momentum, and his voice was as hard as ice in the cold winter. Have you seen the maids and servants in this brothel who are about your age before? Several people nodded subconsciously. You feel ashamed? Do you think they feel ashamed? Lu Zai retorted, that's different. How are we the same as them? We are here for the first time. What's wrong with them? Are they willing to stay in this kind of place and do the work of serving others? Lu Hao asked. Lu Zai fell silent. I brought you here just to make you realize that in this world, there are many things that you have never touched, seen, or understood. What you have is what many people have tried their best to get. Quotation mark. Chapter 492 Gambling. In the box full of the smell of powder, only Lu Hao's voice echoed. All the favorable conditions for cultivation that you have now are not earned by you. But no one will question this. We are all part of the family. When you were weak, you could enjoy the support from the family, the guidance and education from the elders, and all kinds of valuable cultivation experience with peace of mind. Lu Hao stood straight with a serious look. I brought you here not to see you make a fool of yourself. It's just because you are still too young, and there are still many temptations in the future. If you are not experienced in the world, who can rest assured that you will go out alone? Not only you, but even me, your fifth sister, and your second brother, all went through this. Only after going through it, you will not easily lose your sense of proportion when you encounter any situation in the future. This is what the family wants to see. After all, the family does not want the members who have been cultivated with great effort to die because of ignorance of worldly affairs. Several little guys listened quietly, and the blush on Lu Zai and Lu Xingtong's faces slowly faded. Lu Hao continued, a few decades ago, our Lu family was still in Yanqing, a place where life was in danger and monsters were rampant. The family was weak, but we still survived tenaciously. You are still young, but you must have an understanding that the world does not revolve around weak people like you. This world revolves around the strong. Several little guys raised their heads angrily, their eyes full of dissatisfaction. Lu Hao grinned and said with a smile, don't look at me like that. Take Lu Xingzhen for example. Why do you think you can become a disciple of the Wu family? Is it because you are very talented? Is it because you have a strong character and good character? Of course, these are all reasons, but the most important reason is not in you, but in your second uncle. Because you have a second uncle who is a Yuan Yingzhenjin, you will be treated differently because you are the nephew of Lu Zhenjin, third brother, Lu Jing said. Several little guys immediately turned their heads to look, thinking that their fifth sister fifth aunt was going to speak for them. Lu Jing said calmly, don't listen to your third brother's nonsense, your third brother will exaggerate. Before the little guys smiled, they heard Lu Jing continue, but there is one thing that the third brother said is right, you are indeed too tender as a little white rabbit, you can be torn apart and eaten at will. The faces of the little guys fell. The comfort was very good, don't comfort them next time. Lu Hao's eyes turned, and he suddenly said, in case you are not convinced, we can make a bet. I will leave with your fifth sister later. If you can walk out of here safely, I will take back what I said before and apologize to you. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the little guys lit up, and they looked at each other. Lu Zai said, third brother, you must keep your words, and you are not allowed to do anything. Of course, the third brother is not willing to do such a thing. Lu Hao waved his hand indifferently. Okay, then it's settled. The little guys spoke one after another, with high enthusiasm. In their opinion, it was just a matter of going down a few flights of stairs and walking out of this place of entertainment. It wouldn't be that difficult. Third brother looked down on them by doing this. Haha, you are ambitious, fifth sister. Then we will leave first. You can come down by yourself in half an hour. We will wait for you outside. Lu Hao smiled but didn't smile, and then called Lu Jing to leave together. After Lu Hao and Lu Jing left, the box suddenly fell into silence. After a while, the sound of murmured conversations rang out in the box. On the fourth floor, in another box, Lu Hao and Lu Jing sat opposite each other. Third brother, aren't you going too far? What if something goes wrong? Lu Jing sat cross-legged and looked at Lu Hao and said. Lu Hao waved his hand casually and said, what's the big deal? You are here, my fifth sister. What can go wrong? At worst, my second brother is still in the city, and Wu is the owner of Winshan City. If there is still a problem under such circumstances, then it is a problem. These little guys have never suffered a loss. If this continues, there will be big problems. Lu Jing also nodded in agreement and stopped talking. Half an hour passed quickly. In the consciousness of Lu Hao and Lu Jing, the box they were in before opened from the inside, and several little guys came out one after another. Too clumsy, Lu Hao said, hey, and commented. The 5 little guys tried their best to pretend to be calm, but their slightly stiff movements exposed their nature as naive. Especially the robes they wore in the storage bags dangling from their waists, which revealed their identity as fat sheep. This immature style not only fell into the eyes of Lu Hao, but also fell into the eyes of most people in this brothel. The 5 people walked in the corridor, and they felt that they were being looked at by many people with various intentions, which made them feel uneasy. The 5 people could not help but speed up their pace. Looking at the stairs getting closer and closer, they wished they could fly over directly. Ha ha ha, come and keep drinking. Just when they walked to the front of the stairs, a drunken voice suddenly rushed into their ears. They turned their heads and saw a fat monk who was drunk staggering up the stairs below. At this moment, Lu Jian was standing at the stairs, preparing to go downstairs, and was about to pass by the fat monk. An accident happened. The moment the fat monk touched Lu Jian's body, the whole person suddenly lost balance and fell backwards. Be careful, Lu Jian reached out to help. But he felt a strange force transmitted to his hand, making him unable to hold on. Hey, in the shocked eyes of the 5 people, the fat monk rumbled down the stairs and stopped at the corner platform of the stairs below. Brother Zhu, are you okay? After the fat monk fell, 3 male monks immediately appeared and helped him up with concern. Perhaps the fall made the fat monk sober up a lot. He felt all over his body and suddenly let out a piercing wail. Ah! My protective jade. Many monks who were attracted looked over and saw a broken jade pendant in his hand, with a faint spiritual energy oozing out from the broken edge of the jade pendant. Brother Zhu, why did you fall down? It was them, they knocked me down. The fat monk pointed at the leader Lu Jian with his carrot-thick fingers and accused, I went upstairs before, and then that person bumped into me. I didn't stand firmly, so I rolled down, and my protective jade was broken. Lu Jian was dumbfounded when he heard this, but he quickly reacted. Immediately shook his head and explained, I didn't bump into you, you fell down accidentally, and I reached out to help you up. If it wasn't you who bumped into me, why did you help me? Yes, I think it was you who bumped into me. Compensate Brother Zhu for the protective jade. Lu Jian's face turned red with anger, and his aura fluctuated greatly. He pointed at the people who were approaching quickly and couldn't speak. You don't have eyes, don't you see that we haven't come downstairs yet? Besides, you are fat, and you drank so much alcohol. You can't stand steadily and fell down, so you want to blackmail us. Lu Zai, who has always been lively, stood up at this moment, put his hands on his hips, pointed at the fat monk in the crowd below and cursed. The fat monk was not afraid, holding up the fragment of the spiritual jade in his hand. I am a cultivator of the 9th level of key training, how can I blackmail you? How can I, a cultivator of the 9th level of key training, walk unsteadily? If he hadn't hit me, how could I fall down? This spiritual jade is a life-saving item that I spent 200 medium-grade spiritual stones to buy, but now it has been damaged by you before I can use it. Seeing that you are young, I don't ask for anything else. If you compensate me for the spiritual stones of this spiritual jade, I will consider it my bad luck. Just as the 2 sides were confronting each other, an old man with a mustache wearing a gray-green Taoist robe quickly came, exuding the aura of a foundation-building cultivator without reservation, and behind him were 2 rows of 6 male cultivators in the late stage of key training. He came to the crowd and asked in a serious manner, "What's going on? Why are you shouting and yelling? Our Xiangyan Tower is not one of those low-level markets. If you want to make a scene, I will go out and make a scene. Manager Hu, you've come at the right time. Not only did these people knock me down, they also broke the protective jade I bought. Now they still refuse to admit it. Manager Hu of Xiangyan Tower, you have always been fair. You need to make the decision for me in this matter." The fat monk had lost all the smell of alcohol at this time, and he accused Lu Jian and the other 4 with tears in his voice, as if he had suffered a great loss. Manager Hu observed Lu Jian and the other 4 calmly, then exchanged a look with the fat monk, then turned to look at Lu Jian, and with the oppressive feeling of foundation building, he said, "Young master, now that we have all the evidence, how about you spend money to buy this spiritual jade and let this matter go?" Lu Jian's face flushed, and he gritted his teeth to explain, "I didn't hide him, he fell down by himself. Why do you want me to compensate? You didn't hide him." Manager Hu looked at the fat monk and his group. "Why did you help him if you didn't hide him?" "That's right, our brother Zhu is a frequent visitor of Xiangyan Tower, and he is very familiar with this place. How could he fall?" Manager Hu looked at Lu Jian again, his face turned cold. "Young master, your intentions are good, but now that things have happened, you have to pay for your actions, don't you think?" Lu Jian faced Manager Hu directly, and felt that breathing became extremely difficult. "We will pay you as much as you want." At this moment, Lu Xingwei behind Lu Jian spoke up. 200 mid-grade spirit stones. The fat monk held up 2 fingers and said to Manager Hu. Lu Xingwei and Lu Jian looked at each other, all a little flustered. Although they had some wealth, most of it was magic tools. They had spirit stones but not many. 200 mid-grade spirit stones were really beyond their ability to bear. Manager Hu nodded and said, "You can make up for it. If you don't have enough spirit stones, you can leave 4 people here first and ask one of them to go home and ask the elders for spirit stones. When you have enough spirit stones, you can return home together." Several people shook their heads immediately. The 3rd brother was still waiting outside. If he knew, he would definitely laugh at them. "It's just 200 mid-grade spirit stones, we'll give it to you." Lu Xingzhen stepped forward, took out 2 high-grade spirit stones from his storage bag, and slapped them into the fat monk's hand with a snap. The fat monk looked at the 2 high-grade spirit stones full of spiritual energy in his hand, his throat rolled, and a greedy light burst out in his eyes. Then he held the spirit stones tightly in his hand and looked up at Manager Hu. "Manager Hu, this matter is my bad luck. Since I have already compensated, let's write it off." After the fat monk finished speaking, Lu Jian and Lu Zai breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, they heard the fat monk scream again, "Where's my storage bag? My storage bag is gone." Okay, I thought you were just careless, but I didn't expect it to be a few dirty thieves. Hand over my storage bag." Lu Jian was confused. He had never seen a storage bag before. Just as he was about to explain, he heard the angry voice of Manager Hu. Okay, you don't take our Xiangyan building seriously now, right? You dare to do dirty things in my Xiangyan building. Young gentlemen, follow me for a walk." After saying that, he did not give them a chance to explain. With a wave of his hand, the 6 late-stage key training cultivators behind him immediately surrounded Lu Zai and the others, staring at them intently. "We are not thieves. This is our first time to come to Wenshan City. How could we steal things in your Xiangyan building?" No matter how they explained, they still had no power to resist the wolf-like and tiger-like late-stage key training cultivators. At this moment, a hearty laugh came, and everyone looked and saw a young cultivator with a body like an iron tower appearing at the corridor. Manager Hu's eyelids drooped, then he stepped forward and bowed, saying, "My fellow Taoist, my Xiangyan Tower is handling internal affairs, so please don't meddle in other people's business." Unexpectedly, the Iron Tower monk didn't even look at him, but just stared at Lu Jian, Lu Zai and the others with a smile, and his tone was a little gloating. "So, I said you can't get out of here, 3rd brother, 3rd uncle," Lu Jian and the others shouted when they saw Lu Hao, and then their faces turned red with embarrassment at his words. When Manager Hu heard this, he immediately felt that things were a bit troublesome, but when he thought of the 2 mid-grade spirit stones before, he said in a firm tone, "My fellow Taoist, since you are the elder of these young masters, please persuade them to hand over the storage bag of this guest." The chief shopkeeper of my Xiangyang Tower is in seclusion preparing to condense the infant. It would be bad if the chief shopkeeper of my Xiangyang Tower was alarmed at this time. Lu Hao glanced at Manager Hu, then said with a smile, "What's the matter? You don't want to do it secretly, so you are ready to do it openly? The 2 high-grade spirit stones gave you an opportunity to make a fortune, and you can't help it. How dare you, my fellow Taoist? I am a foundation-building cultivator and the manager of Xiangyang Tower. How could I do such a thing? I always enforce the law impartially." Manager Hu glared, his mustache curled up, and said to Lu Hao aggressively. Lu Hao folded his arms and looked at the 4 fat monks with a sneer. "Tell me, where did you lose your storage bags and what do they look like? Think about it before you speak. If you say a wrong word, HMPH, the 4 fat monks gasped. The fat monk who was the leader secretly glanced at Manager Hu, then said with a stiff upper lip, "Yes, it was with me before, but I can't find it after I fell." He didn't say anything else, but the implication of his words was still to point the finger at Lu Jian and others. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493 My Second Uncle Yuanying's Engine. Ha! The only response was Lu Hao's sneer. Then, in the astonished eyes of countless people, a hideous wheel axe came down with a cracking sound of tearing through the air. "How dare you?" Manager Hu glared, slapped his hands forward, and his magic power suddenly surged out like a tide, gathering in front of him to form an extremely thick magic shield. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him would dare to attack him without saying a word. Wasn't he afraid of alarming the shopkeeper? Hiss! The veins on Lu Hao's thick arms bulged, and the wheel axe flashed with an extremely sharp luster. In full view of the crowd, it blatantly hit the magic shield that Manager Hu had held up. Oops! The moment the axe touched the shield, Manager Hu's face changed drastically. In his field of vision, his magic shield did not play any blocking role. The sharp axe blade easily cut through his shield and chopped towards his head without slowing down. Manager Hu's face flushed slightly, and he forced himself to raise his magic power and moved 3 feet to the side. However, his dodging exposed the huge monk behind him to the axe blade. The huge monk looked desperate and wanted to resist, but under Lu Hao's spiritual lock, he could only watch Lu Hao's axe fall. Puff! Scandium! The axe blade cut through the flesh and bones without any obstruction, and fell on the wooden ground protected by the magic circle, making a sound like the howling of a fierce beast. A bloodline appeared in the middle of the huge monk, and then he fell to both sides under the gaze of everyone. A strong smell of blood immediately filled the air. Hiss! Many guests who noticed this scene, looking at the body lying on the ground, all took a breath of cold air, and looked at Lu Hao, who acted decisively with a little shock. Lu Zai and others who were surrounded, looked at Lu Hao, who directly killed the leading monk, and felt happy in their hearts, and most of the suffocation in their chests was relieved. Manager Hu looked at Lu Hao and the ferocious axe in his hand with great fear. With his eyesight, he could naturally recognize that the axe in Lu Hao's hand was a second-grade top-grade magic weapon, which was probably only a hair's breadth away from being a magic weapon. This is a big trouble. Manager Hu glanced at the fat monk who had died on the spot with a cold look in his eyes, and was angry at his lack of eyesight. But now he was in the public eye. If he gave in now, the reputation of the entire Xiangyang building would probably plummet. With his mind turning rapidly, Manager Hu's face was as gloomy as water. He looked at Lu Hao and shouted righteously, "This fellow Taoist, you actually fought in my Xiangyang building without a word. Don't you really take my Xiangyang building seriously?" Lu Hao looked amused, because after the other party finished speaking, he suddenly heard the other party's voice transmission in his ears. "My fellow Taoist, there must be a misunderstanding. Please come with me to the reception room. I will personally apologize and make amends. It is better to resolve a feud than to create one. Please give me some face and cooperate." Lu Hao looked at Manager Hu, who was still angry, and suddenly grinned, revealing his white teeth and bright red gums. "I'm sorry, if it were normal days, this would indeed be a good idea, but it's not possible now. My juniors are watching. If I don't leave them with a deep impression, wouldn't it be a waste of effort for me to do this?" The people around him didn't understand what Lu Hao meant, but Manager Hu understood it clearly, and his face became more and more ugly. Lu Hao dragged the giant axe forward. His tower-like body, coupled with his late foundation-building aura, made Manager Hu and others opposite him step back involuntarily. Your Xiangyi Yuan Lao's face is face, but is my face not face? Or do you think that these young people in my clan are the kind of ignorant children who secretly ran away from the family and can be controlled by you? I will say this today. This matter will not end until it is thoroughly solved. Lu Hao was full of vigor and suddenly turned his head to look at the remaining 3 people in the group with the fat monk. Let me ask you, who is instigating this matter, and why do you want to harm the young people in my clan? The 3 people faced Lu Hao, especially the latter who had just split their boss in half with an axe, and they felt their blood cold and their legs trembling. One of them looked at Manager Hu as if asking for help, and his lips moved. Manager Hu saw this and secretly said that it was not good. A murderous look flashed in his eyes, and his magic power quickly gathered. It's Manager Hu, it's him, looking for death. Before the man finished speaking, Manager Hu had already slapped him with a palm and killed him. How dare you slander me and frame me? Lu Hao did not take action, but just watched the performance in front of him with interest. Then he looked at Lu Zai and the other 4 and asked, did you see what was going on? They were stunned at first, and then they all thought about it. Lu Jian suddenly looked up and said, I can see that they are in the same group with Manager Hu of Xiangyan building. There is no storage bag missing at all. Everything was planned by them. They just wanted to cheat us of our belongings because they saw that we were strangers and had good conditions. Little bastard, you are full of nonsense. Slap your mouth. Manager Hu shook his beard and shouted at the guards. Several guards in the late stage of key training were also not big, and immediately raised their hands to slap their mouths. Lu Hao just watched leisurely, as if none of this had anything to do with him. Puff puff puff. At the moment when the guards raised their hands, a series of sounds of flesh and blood being pierced rang out above their heads. Under the horrified gaze of Manager Hu, a finger hole the size of a dragon eye appeared in the middle of the foreheads of the 6 guards, and a trickle of blood flowed out of it. In just a moment, 6 cultivators in the late stage of key training were killed. Endless coldness surged from the bottom of his heart. Manager Hu turned his head stiffly and looked in another direction. He saw a female cultivator with an icy face standing there, staring at him coldly with eyes without any emotion. Manager Hu's heart was alarmed, and suddenly he seemed to have figured something out. When he looked at the remaining 2 people, he was murderous. This matter was all the fault of these 4 people. As long as they were all killed, the matter could be covered up. Just as he was about to kill them, a cold voice sounded in his ears. Move again, and you will die. Manager Hu's movements paused. He slowly turned his eyes and saw that the cold female cultivator was just looking at her quietly. At her fingertips, there was still a little scarlet blood-red light flickering. The blood light was not strong, but for some reason, it gave Manager Hu a feeling of extreme danger. Considering his own life, he finally chose to stay where he was. Lu Hao smiled, took 2 steps forward, faced the remaining 2 people, leaned over and asked, whatever you want to say, just say it. The 2 of them were trembling, not daring to look at Manager Hu's murderous eyes, but crying and quibbling. All this was instructed by Manager Hu, and we are just following orders. The 2 seniors, please understand, if it weren't for Manager Hu, who gave us 4 brothers 100 courage, we wouldn't dare to blackmail people and make trouble here. Lu Hao clapped his hands and stopped the 2 from continuing. Then he turned to look at the 5 little guys standing in a circle of corpses. At this time, the 5 little guys were all standing straight, looking straight ahead, which made Lu Hao laugh uncontrollably and turn to look at Lu Jing. 5th sister, your method is still the best. After saying that, he said to the others, how about it? I said you couldn't get out of this building. Did you believe it now? The 5 little guys nodded in annoyance. Lu Hao's eyes were deep and his tone was natural. Then I ask you, if this is the case now, what will you do next? Not only him, but even Lu Jing on the side cast her eyes over. What will you do? After the 5 people lowered their heads and thought carefully, Lu Zai spoke first. The truth has been revealed, so naturally we should teach them a lesson and leave here. Lu Hao had no expression at all, and looked at the others. Lu Xingzhen looked up and looked directly at Lu Hao. It is very likely that this thing was done secretly by Manager Hu alone, which means he doesn't want to make a big deal. I will make him pay the price. That's a good idea. Lu Hao nodded slightly. Lu Jian stared at the remaining 2 people and said, to cut the grass, you need to uproot it, and if the power is strong, you need to make friends. These 2 people must die, and then discuss compensation with Manager Hu. It's good to think of this. Lu Jing's eyes showed satisfaction. The remaining two looked at each other and found that there was nothing more to say. Lu Hao put down the wheel axe in his hand and said in a slightly cold voice, "What you said makes sense, but third brother needs you to know that the greatest truth is still in your own hands. If you are in the initial stage of key training now, then the truth will not be on your side. If you are foundation building cultivators like me and fifth sister, then the truth will lean towards you, and someone will listen to your truth." Having said that, Lu Hao picked up the wheel axe again, and his eyes turned and locked on the remaining two people. "For example, now, I want to cut the grass and root it out, and they can only wait to be killed. Senior, spare my life." "Spare my life." As the voice fell, two axe blades flashed by in an instant, and two more corpses were added to the ground. Putting away the giant axe, Lu Hao didn't care about the corpses on the ground, and continued to talk to himself. "Of course, sometimes you have to judge the situation. If there is no life and death feud, then shaking hands and making peace is okay. But if there is a life and death feud, or the other side infringes on your core interests, for example, it is harmful to your path, then you must never let it go. Cutting the grass and eradicating the roots is the most correct choice." Lu Hao grinned. "For example, now, if it weren't for us, you would have been eaten up, so, this evil must be beheaded." Lu Hao turned his head and looked at Manager Hu. "Aren't you right?" "No, no, no, fellow Taoist, we can talk it over. I am deeply sorry for what happened to the young gentleman, and I am willing to offer you 100 top-grade spirit stones as compensation." Manager Hu spoke at the fastest speed with sweat on his forehead. Lu Hao was a little surprised and said, "Oh? 100 top-grade spirit stones? That's a lot." Manager Hu waved his hand and said, "Not 100, but 100 per person." After saying this, Lu Hao's eyes became subtle. If it was 100 top-grade spirit stones, he might be able to save them up by facing this old cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building. But if it was 500 top-grade spirit stones, it would not be something that ordinary people could have. "Hold them, as long as they hold them. When the second shopkeeper comes back, I believe these foundation building thieves will not be able to escape." Manager Hu nodded and said to himself, "This is not a place to talk. The two Taoist friends and the 5 young men, please follow me to the reception room so that I can apologize." Lu Hao and Lu Jing looked at each other, then put away the giant axe and signaled Manager Hu to go first. The group stepped over the corpses on the ground and followed Manager Hu, heading upward. "My two Taoist friends, we have arrived at the reception room." When they arrived at a reception room, Manager Hu leaned to the side and made room for them. Lu Hao and Lu Jing were the first to enter the reception room. They saw that in the reception room that should have been empty, there was actually a middle-aged cultivator wearing a Taoist robe sitting in the main seat at ease. Manager Hu entered the room last. After closing the door of the reception room, he smiled and saluted the middle-aged cultivator sitting in the main seat and said, "Second manager, the people have been brought here." Only then did the middle-aged cultivator in the main seat set his eyes on Lu Hao and the others. "You all came to my Xiangyun building, and it seems that you have acted a little too much." The second manager of Xiangyun building leaned on the wide chair behind him and said indifferently, "You all acted like this, which shows that you do not take Mo seriously, and you do not take my Golden Core Perfection manager seriously." Senior Mo, right. Lu Hao sat opposite Manager Mo in such a carefree manner, and Lu Jing also sat down. "You know the whole story. It's just that my subordinates are too greedy and have no vision. If Senior Mo wants to use his cultivation to suppress me, don't blame me." "Oh," Shopkeeper Mo smiled slightly, "if you have a backer, why not let them talk to me face to face?" From this, he was sure that Lu Hao and Lu Jing were the backers of Lu Zai and others. They are not backers, but their second brother and second uncle are visiting the Wenshin Wu family. Why not call them all over? Shopkeeper Mo was not afraid at all. "I'm afraid that won't work." "Can Senior Mo call a unyielding cultivator?" Lu Hao grinned, his eyes playful. "Unyielding cultivator?" Shopkeeper Mo's face froze, and he stared at Lu Hao carefully for a few times. What kind of existence is a unyielding cultivator? It is a realm that many people cannot reach in their entire lives. Before he could speak, Lu Hao continued, "But it doesn't matter. Just because you can't call him doesn't mean I can't call him." The next moment, a huge spiritual consciousness completely enveloped Shopkeeper Mo, sensing that spiritual consciousness that was almost as great as the abyss of heaven. Shopkeeper Mo felt cold all over, and his body bounced up from the chair uncontrollably, standing respectfully with his hands hanging down. "I'm here to see you, Senior. I heard from these juniors that you wanted to call me." The roar echoed in shopkeeper Mo's sea of consciousness, shocking his soul. He quickly said, "Junior, I dare not. Junior, I dare not. Everything is a misunderstanding. Junior will resolve this misunderstanding now. Please forgive me, Senior." Lu Ya still sat cross-legged in the cave, leaving a little spiritual consciousness seat on Lu Hao's body, and then retracted his spiritual consciousness. The spiritual consciousness that was as great as the abyss of heaven retreated, and shopkeeper Mo still maintained a respectful attitude, but now the object became Lu Hao, Lu Jing and others opposite him. Haha, you two fellow Taoists really keep your word. Why does such a small matter need to attract the attention of you and Ying seniors? Shopkeeper Mo said with a smile, and then looked at Manager who could hardly stand at this time. Chapter 494 Leaving Guangnan Territory Bluestone Sword Pavilion. Shopkeeper Mo looked at Manager who snorted coldly, and shouted sternly, "Why don't you apologize? Do you want me to beg you?" Manager whose knees softened instantly when he heard it, and he knelt on the ground, shaking like a sieve. Fortunately, he was still smart, and quickly took out a handful of spirit stones from the storage bag, and dragged them in front of Lu Hao and Lu Jing with his magic power. "My two Taoist friends, please forgive me. This matter is all my fault. I frightened the young masters. Please forgive me." The high-quality spirit stones piled up like a small mountain exuded an attractive luster. Lu Hao looked at Manager who kneeling on the ground, and couldn't help but curl his lips, not even interested in talking. Lu Jing, on the other hand, had already accepted this kind of thing to a certain extent, so she naturally put away all the high-quality spirit stones in front of Manager who. This matter ends here, but if Zhangyiling building wants to last long, Manager Mo has to take good care of it. Lu Jing's tone was not fluctuating at all. Manager Mo nodded repeatedly and said seriously, "To be honest, I have wanted to rectify the atmosphere in this building for a long time, but I have never found a suitable opportunity. This time, I have to thank the two Taoist friends and the 5 young men for creating such a good opportunity for me. Don't worry, I will start to deal with the unhealthy atmosphere in the building. I hope you will accept this small thank you gift." As he said this, Manager Mo took out a few small brocade boxes and handed them to Lu Hao and others. He had the momentum of not taking them back if they didn't accept them. Seeing this, Lu Jing reached out again and accepted all the gift boxes that Manager Mo had presented, and then took the initiative to walk out the door. Lu Hao chuckled, turned around and said, "Let's go. If you don't leave, do you still want to spend the night here?" Lu Zai, Lu Jian and the other 5 little guys hurriedly followed, and the group went downstairs and out of Zhangyiling building. On the way back, the 5 little guys lowered their heads like defeated roosters, and followed Lu Hao silently. Lu Hao did not speak to enlighten them, allowing them to reflect and comprehend on their own. As for Lu Jing, she would never do such a thing. Until the group of 7 returned to Wu's, before they walked to their respective caves, they saw Lu Ya sitting cross-legged in the void. Lu Ya saw them coming back, and asked with a little playfulness, "Where did you go tonight? Why do you look a little listless?" The little guys were embarrassed when they heard the words, and they hesitated and couldn't say a word for a long time. Lu Hao didn't have this concern. He laughed and said, "Lu Zai is interested in romantic places. As the 3rd brother, I naturally have to satisfy their curiosity. So, I took them to Zhangyiling Tower, a romantic place." "Oh," Lu Yang asked knowingly, "did you have fun? Did you gain anything?" "I gained a lot. 100 top-grade spirit stones and 1 top-grade magic weapon for each person. It's not a bad harvest." Lu Hao grinned, revealing a row of bright teeth. "3rd brother, don't say any more." Lu Zai's face flushed. Listening to her 2nd and 3rd brother singing the same tune, she felt embarrassed and wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Lu Ya didn't pretend anymore. He smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, don't say any more. You can go back and summarize what happened tonight. Try not to make such basic mistakes next time." "Got it, 2nd brother, 2nd uncle," the 5 little guys responded quickly, and then left quickly. After returning to their cave, they closed the door of the cave tightly. It was finally over. Under the moonlight, Lu Yan, Lu Hao and Lu Jing sat cross-legged. Lu Hao told Lu Ya the whole story. After listening, Lu Yan nodded calmly, "This is normal. A few young guys who are still wet behind the ears appear alone in a place like Zhangyiling, just like a little white rabbit sent to a wolf's den. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that these little guys can easily squeeze out a lot of money. I just didn't expect that it was Zhangyiling itself that did it." Lu Hao snorted coldly, "Oh, who said it wasn't?" I originally thought it was just an ordinary customer who was tempted by money, but it wasn't until the manager of Zhangyi Uanlao showed up that I knew that this was done by Zhangyi Uanlao, but the result is still good. The little guys have learned a lesson in experience. I think they should be more careful in the future, Lu Hao said. Lu Jing nodded. Lu Yer was not in a hurry and said slowly, they are still too young. Although they need to be educated, there is no need to rush. Just take it slowly. But it is good to teach them a lesson this time. At least Lu Xingzhen will have to stay in Wenshan City. This experience will also have a certain meaning for him in the future. At least he will understand that when encountering such a situation, he should move his thigh when it is time to move, and he should not hesitate. I hope so, Lu Hao said. Lu Yer changed the subject and said, this matter is over. I don't want to stay for long. We will leave and return to the clan tomorrow. Lu Hao and Lu Jing had no objection, and the opinions of the other four little guys were not important. Lu Hao then asked, no problem, then after we say goodbye to Wu tomorrow, will we set off? Of course, the fifth sister is estimated to be on the verge of forming a pill and can form a pill at any time. It is safer to return to the clan as soon as possible, Lu Ya said, turning to look at Lu Jing. The latter's face was calm, but when he talked about her, she said, second brother, don't worry about me. For me, it's just a matter of time before I can form a pill. Besides, with second and third brothers here, who can hurt me? Hey, just mention second brother, I can't stand third brother. Lu Hao smiled and corrected him quickly. Lu Jing smiled and glanced at Lu Hao, her tone fluctuated slightly. Third brother's methods, I just got a glimpse of them. Even compared to my little sister, it's not much different. Lu Yer was a little surprised. Oh, you know, Lu Jing is a foundation-building cultivator who has comprehended the magical power of the finger of extermination. Her killing power is so strong that she should be ranked among the top in the foundation building. Now her meaning, if it is not a compliment, it means that Lu Hao's strength has been recognized by Lu Jing. Lu Yer couldn't help but look at Lu Hao carefully for a few times, and then smiled and said, it seems that you, the third brother, have not wasted all these years, which is really good. Lu Hao smiled generously and waved his hands quickly. Family members know their own affairs. Compared with the fifth sister, I am still a lot behind. You can pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. But there is no tiger for you to eat here. Lu Ye reached out and patted Lu Hao's shoulder. Feeling the solid touch, he asked, is it the Chiang immortal body? Or is there a breakthrough in other aspects? Lu Hao felt the strength in Lu Ye's hand and grinned. I can't hide it from my second brother. It's the Chiang immortal body that is about to be completed. Lu Ye smiled and said, really good. If it is the Chiang immortal body, then what Lu Jing sensed is probably not exaggerated at all. Lu Ye reached out and knocked on Lu Hao's chest. It was obviously a flesh and blood body, but it actually made a crisp sound of metal hitting metal. This level of defense is probably comparable to a second-level defense magic weapon. Yes, with this kind of physical foundation, the success rate of your dam formation will be higher, Lu Ye said. That's the best. Okay, let's go back. It's getting late. Don't delay your daily practice, Lu Ye said, and waved his hand to signal the two to return to their caves to practice. After the two returned to their respective caves, Lu Ye's body quickly dissipated into the air and returned to the cave. The next day, early in the morning, at the Wu Square where Lu Ye and others parked the flying boat, a large group of people stood in front of a flying boat, including the Wu clan leader and elders. Lu Henjin, but my Wu clan is not treating you well. Why don't you stay a few more days before leaving? The Wu clan leader asked with a worried look on his face. Lu Ye shook his head and explained, Clan leader Wu, please don't think so. Lu and his people have been bothering you for many days. It may be inconvenient to stay any longer. Besides, the affairs of the clan are busy, and Lu has important things to do, so he can't stay for long. Seeing this, the Wu clan leader nodded, and it was difficult to persuade him. Wu Doran took a step forward, bowed and said, Master Lu, Xingzhen will follow me to practice from now on. Please rest assured, Master Lu, I will do my best to teach Xingzhen. Lu Ye also returned the greeting. I also asked Dao Wu to take more care of Xingzhen. If Xingzhen is naughty, Dao Wu must educate and guide him well, and never let him go. Master Lu, rest assured about this. After saying a few more words, Lu Ye bowed to the Wu family and said, I am sorry for bothering you these days. Welcome to visit my Lu family in the future. I will say goodbye to you all here today. Farewell, Master Lu. With a farewell of the Wu family, the Lu family's flying boat soared into the sky and sped away towards the northeast. Lu Xingzhen looked at the flying boat that gradually disappeared in the sky, and felt a little abandoned in his heart. At this moment, an old and powerful hand was placed on his shoulder. Lu Xingzhen turned his head and saw the figure of Wu Doran. Master, Wu Doran patted Lu Xingzhen on the shoulder and said slowly, "Disciple, you will practice with me from now on. If there are any problems with anyone or any grievances, you must tell me and I will stand up for you. Do you understand?" Lu Xingzhen nodded heavily. "Got it, Master." On the way back, the four little guys were very quiet. They practiced every day, and it seemed that the experience that night made them grow. Lu Yer was sitting and talking with Lu Jing and Lu Hao at this time. But most of the time, it was Lu Hao and Lu Jing who asked questions, and Lu Ya answered them. In this way, after flying for dozens of days, they came to the most central area of the southern region, Guangnan region. Guangnan region is the largest region in the southern region, and King Shi Sword Pavilion is located in this region. Entering Guangnan region, the most common thing you see is not the cultivators who step on magic weapons or the flying boats that come and go, but the sword cultivators flying with swords. Anyone who has some cultivation must have a sword with him, and the sharp aura is extremely strong. Moreover, as the flying boat continued to move forward, the number of sword cultivators encountered increased. That's right, Lu Ye's trip was to the King Shi Sword Pavilion, the largest cultivation sect in the southern region. When he became an infant, the King Shi Sword Pavilion sent a unyielding cultivator to congratulate him. Now that he was passing through Guangnan region, if he didn't pay a visit, it would seem that he was impolite. Although the King Shi Sword Pavilion probably didn't know that he was in Guangnan region, Lu Ye himself couldn't pretend not to know. The flying boat flew for more than half a day and finally stopped in an extremely prosperous cultivation city. After flying for dozens of days, Lu Ye and Lu Hao had no problem, but the four little guys were a little overwhelmed. Therefore, after seeing this cultivation city, Lu Ye immediately ordered the flying boat to land, intending to let the four little guys recuperate for a few days in this cultivation city called Purple Sword City. Sure enough, as soon as the flying boat stopped, the four little guys who were a little weak before immediately became energetic, and they were looking forward to getting off the flying boat. Seeing this, Lu Yer couldn't help but give some instructions, and then left a trace of Yuan Ying's spiritual consciousness imprint on the four people, and then let them leave the flying boat. With a spiritual consciousness imprint, if anything happens, he can sense it at the first time, which is very convenient. This is a small trick that Lu Yan has figured out after practicing and pondering for this period of time. It is not very useful, but it is just right for this situation. Lu Hao took the four little guys to stroll in Zijian City, while Lu Ya and Lu Jing quickly settled down. The settled place is the residence in the most prosperous area of Zijian City. It costs 1 top-grade spirit stone for 1 day. It can be said that all facilities are available. Fifth sister, you go to practice. I have notified the third brother. When the time is almost up, he will come back with the four little guys. Lu Ya looked at Lu Jing and said. Lu Jing did not act pretentiously, nodded, and returned to his house. Lu Yer did not move around anymore, sitting cross-legged on the futon, immersed in practice. Chapter 495 Lu Jing will form a pill. 3 days later, a medium-sized flying boat arrived at the foot of the majestic Qingchang Mountain. Qingchang Mountain is the location of the mountain gate of the King Shi Sword Pavilion, the largest sect in the southern region. When Lu Ya and his companions arrived at Qingchang Mountain, they were already noticed by the disciples of the Sword Pavilion guarding the mountain. This is the important place of the King Shi Sword Pavilion sect. If there is nothing to do, please leave quickly. The leading sword-wielding monk jumped up and came to the front of the Lu family flying boat, saying loudly. Lu Hao flew out of the flying boat and said with a bow, Songhai Lu passed through Guangnan and came to visit your clan. Senior King Shi Yuanrang also came to our Lu clan to congratulate our Lu clan's nascent soul. This time, the nascent soul of our clan came to visit Songhai Lu. The sword-wielding monk was a little confused, but when it came to the nascent soul master of his own clan, he still bowed cautiously and said, So you are a fellow Taoist from Songhai Lu. Please wait for a moment, so that we can report to the clan. Lu Hao nodded and said, Trouble you, Taoist. Then the sword-wielding monk returned to the team, gave a few instructions, and then disappeared into the mountain gate formation behind him. Lu Hao waited for about a moment, and the sword-wielding monk who had left earlier reappeared in the team. When he saw Lu Hao, he smiled and flew over quickly. Dao Ialu, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Uncle Yuan Rang happened to be in the sect. He heard that you were coming to visit, so he ordered me to take you into the sect. Lu Hao smiled and bowed. Then I'll trouble you, Dao, please. Under the guidance of the sword-wielding monk, the Lu family flying boat slowly entered the Bluestone Sword Pavilion. The Bluestone Sword Pavilion was full of fairy air. Along the way, there were cranes flying, sword-riding fairies, bluestone waterfalls, and pavilions, which looked like a fairyland. Under the guidance of the sword-wielding monk, the Lu family flying boat slowly landed on a high platform. Around the high platform, there were several sword pavilion disciples waiting to watch over them. The sword-wielding disciple said loudly, Dao, we are here. Lu Ye was the first to walk out of the flying boat, followed by Lu Hao, Lu Jing, and others. Lu Ye looked at the sword-wielding disciple in front of the flying boat and nodded slightly. Thank you. As soon as Lu Ye appeared, the aura of the nascent soul that could not be ignored made the sword-wielding disciple feel nervous. He bowed his head and said respectfully, Senior Lu, Uncle Yuan Rang is waiting for you. Please come with me. Lu Ye nodded slightly, and then looked at the people of the Lu family behind him, and then said, I will trouble you fellow Daoists to take care of the younger generation of my clan. The sword-wielding monk smiled, of course. Then he waved to call a disciple, and gave him a few careful instructions, and then said to Lu Ye, Senior Lu, this is my fellow disciple, and he will lead your younger generation to visit the sect later. Please rest assured, that's the best. Thank you fellow Taoist. Senior, please come this way. The sword-wielding monk took the lead, and Lu Ye followed slowly. After flying over a sword-like mountain, the sword-wielding monk slowly landed in a valley. In this valley, clusters of gladioli grow everywhere. And in the center of the gladioli is a thatched house. There was an open courtyard outside the house. At this time, King Shi Yuanrang, who had met Lu Ye once, was sitting in front of the wooden table and chairs in the courtyard with an ordinary old man. Master, Uncle Yuanrang, Senior Lu has arrived. The sword-wielding monk stood outside the courtyard and saluted very formally. The old man and King Shi Yuanrang in the courtyard looked at Lu Ye. The moment Lu Ye met the old man's eyes, he only felt an unparalleled sword intent passing by, and then the sword intent disappeared, leaving only a pair of calm eyes. Lu Ye's heart trembled. After careful calculation, the master of the King Shi Sword Pavilion in front of him was the one with the highest cultivation he had ever met. He saluted respectfully, Junior Lu Ye of the Songhai Lu clan, greet Senior King Shi. Fellow Taoist Yuanrang, it's been a long time since we last met. King Shi Ke looked at Lu Ye carefully, smiled, and waved at him, little friend Lu, right? Come and sit down. Lu Ye sat down as he was told. After Lu Ye sat down, King Shi Ke smiled and said, I heard from my disciples that the Songhai Lu family came to visit, so I was curious and came with Yuanrang. I think Mr. Lu doesn't mind. Lu Ye smiled and shook his head. How could he mind? In fact, even if you don't come, I will ask you to introduce me to you and visit you. Ha. I have always heard of Mr. Lu, but this is the first time I meet you. It's true that he lives up to his name. King Shi Ke showed approval. Lu Ye looked normal. If he had a choice, he wouldn't come here. But who made King Shi Sword Pavilion not only have a great man cut off the meteorite with a sword before, but also sent him a King Shi Sword Orchid core later? If he just turned a blind eye, it would be impolite. Senior, you are too kind. Compared with the many fellow disciples in Jianjek, I still have a long way to go. As for them, don't be too modest, little friend Lu. King Shi Ke shook his head. Now none of them is sure to beat Zhang Daoying of Wulian Heia. King Shi Yuanrang's face darkened. Whether they can do it depends on who they are compared with. Is Zhang Daoying, a natural swordsman of Wulian Heia, a person they can compare with? No matter how talented they are, no one can guarantee that they can compare with Zhang Daoying. No, not to mention being able to compare, they just can't compare. Seeing King Shi Yuanrang's expression, Lu Ye smiled slightly and said, I haven't seen the others, but fellow Taoist Yuanrang is already the one with a very solid foundation among the nascent soul cultivators I have seen. Judging from this, I think the many fellow disciples in Jianjie will naturally not be bad. This flattery was extremely naked. King Shi Ke's old face also showed a smile, and then he smiled with satisfaction. Speaking of which, Mr. Lu has a close relationship with Wulian Heia. Otherwise I would like to try to invite Mr. Lu to join my sword pavilion. Join the sword pavilion? It's a bit wrong for him to join the sword pavilion, as he uses a knife. However, Lu Yang also knew that the head of the Qingshi Sword Pavilion in front of him was just talking casually and would not really invite him to join the Sword Pavilion. He did not respond at the moment. Qing Shi Kei's heart was not the slightest bit shaken, and he asked again, "The Immortal Sect competition will be held soon. I wonder if Mr. Lu has heard of it." Lu Yan nodded. Seeing this, Qing Shi Kei showed a trace of regret. "Since Mr. Lu knows, I think he learned it from Wu Lianheia. In this case, I can't say it. I just hope that after the Immortal Sect competition begins, Mr. Lu will take care of the people in my Sword Pavilion." Although Lu Ya did not know what the process of the Immortal Sect competition was, the other party, as the head of the Sword Sect, said so. What else could he say? He could only nod in agreement. King Shi Kei looked at King Shi Yuanrang and said, "Haha, okay, it's rare for little friend Lu to come to my Sword Pavilion. Yuanrang must take good care of little friend Lu." After saying that, he stood up. The meaning was already very clear. Now that he had met Lu Ya, he was going to leave now. Lu Ye and King Shi Yuanrang also stood up quickly. "Farewell, Senior, Master, don't worry." Lu Ye finally stayed in King Shi Sword Pavilion for a few days before leaving. Afterwards, Lu Ye and others did not stay any longer, and rushed all the way to Songhai. Lu Ye and his party had been back to the Lu family's spiritual land for more than half a month. This morning, Lu Jing came to the second peak to look for Lu Ye. "Second brother, I'm ready to form a pill." The first sentence Lu Jing said after seeing Lu Ye made Lu Ye's eyelids jump. Lu Ye carefully examined Lu Jing and asked casually, "Are you ready?" Lu Jing nodded and said, "My magic power has been polished. There is not much progress in a short period of time. Moreover, I had a sudden inspiration this morning and a sense of enlightenment arose in my heart. It seems that the opportunity to form a pill has arrived. In that case, there is no time to delay. You go to the quiet room of the clan to form a pill, and I will protect you." Lu Ye was relieved when he heard it and spoke. The practice room of the Lu clan is located on a node of the Lu clan's spiritual land. The spiritual energy in the quiet room is rich and is very close to the 4th level spiritual land. At present, there are only 2 places in the entire Lu clan with a concentration of spiritual energy close to the 4th level spiritual land. One is the practice room located in the belly of the second peak, and the other is located in the first peak, which is Lu Ya's cave. In terms of safety, these 2 places are the best in the entire Lu clan. The former is protected by a separate formation, and the latter is protected by Lu Ya, the Yuanying's engine. After Lu Ya finished speaking, he waved his hand, and Lu Jing felt that his eyes were blurred and he had arrived in front of the cave in the belly of the second peak. Lu Ya cast a seal, and the cave in the mountain opened to both sides with a rumble. Hearing the noise, Lu Dingbo, who was the only one on the second peak, rushed over quickly. After seeing Lu Jing and Lu Ya, Lu Dingbo had some guesses in his mind, but still asked, "Is Xiao Wu going to form a golden elixir?" Lu Jing nodded. Lu Ye explained, "My 5th sister felt something this morning and found me, so I brought her here directly and asked her to go to the family practice room to practice golden elixir in seclusion." Lu Dingbo showed a hint of joy on his face, and hurriedly said, "Hurry, it's not easy to have a golden elixir opportunity. Xiao Wu should go to the cave to practice golden elixir. Go." Lu Ya looked at Lu Jing and said softly, "The golden elixir grade is not important. The important thing is to form a golden elixir, and you must come out alive." Lu Jing nodded seriously, then stepped into the practice room, and as the cave door closed, he could no longer be seen. Lu Dingbo looked at the closed door, feeling deeply moved. Once upon a time, their Lu family was just a small and insignificant family that was on the verge of extinction. Now not only has a nascent soul cultivator appeared, but now the second golden core cultivator is about to appear. It's like a dream. Lu Dingbo couldn't help but sigh. Lu Ye naturally understood what Lu Dingbo was sighing about, and just smiled and said, "Grandpa is not far from perfection. It seems that he can also impact the golden core in a short time." Lu Dingbo waved his hand and smiled, "Forget about me, an old man. It's a fluke that I can build a foundation, and I dare not even think about forming a golden core. But Dinghei's foundation is almost complete, so it shouldn't be a problem for Dinghei to form a golden core." Third grandfather, Lu Ya thought about it, and it was true. Lu Dinghei was the first foundation-building cultivator of their Lu family, and the third grandfather had taken the green jade fruit, which made up for his foundation. Logically speaking, the third grandfather's cultivation speed would not be slow, and it was normal to reach the perfection of the foundation now. It seems that I have to find time to visit the third grandfather. After all, Forming a golden core is not a trivial matter, Lu Ye said in his heart. Soon, the news that Lu Jing wanted to form a pill spread throughout the Lu family. Lu Dinghe was the first to arrive. Why has Xiao gone in? After Lu Dinghe arrived, he looked at Lu Ye and Lu Dingbo standing outside the cave and asked immediately. Lu Dingbo looked at him unhappily. Of course she went in, otherwise why would she still be waiting here? Lu Dinghe hurriedly explained, that's not what I meant. I was asking if Xiao is sure. Don't worry, third grandpa. There is no such thing as a 100% sureness of forming a pill, but fifth sister has been working on it for quite some time, so I think there shouldn't be any big problems, Lu Ye said on the side, and then added, besides, I'm here. If there's any change, I will take action. That's right, with you, Lu Ye. Xiao shouldn't have any problems. Lu Dinghe was relieved. After a while, Lu Yang and Lu Hao arrived one by one. Has fifth sister started to form a pill? Lu Hao's voice was as loud as ever. Seeing this, Lu Dingbo glared at him fiercely and scolded, if you can't control your voice, stay away. If you disturb Xiao and affect Xiao's dam forming, I will peel your skin off. Lu Hao smiled awkwardly, nodded quickly, and said with a pinched throat, I know, I'm just concerned. Compared with Lu Hao, Lu Yang is much calmer. Especially after refining the bluestone sword orchid core, Lu Yang became more calm, but there was a very sharp meaning hidden in this calmness, which made Lu Ye look at it twice. Brother, how is the effect of the bluestone sword orchid core? Lu Yang looked at Lu Ye, smiled, and said, the effect is very good. After speaking, he wiped his hand with one hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. With a long sword in hand, a heavy and sharp sword intent quickly broke out with Lu Yang as the center. It attracted the attention of Lu Dingbo and others around. Lu Ye carefully sensed it. This sword intent had both the sharpness of a sword and the heaviness of the earth. It was really a bit strange. But the more so, the more it proved that Lu Yang had walked out of his own path. Really a very powerful sword intent, Lu Ye couldn't help but say. This sword intent was as strong as the sword intent he had when he was building his foundation. Okay, don't gather here. Dan formation is not something that can be completed in a short time. Go and practice on your own, Lu Dingbo said. So many people gathered here. If it affected Lu Jing in the cave, it would be bad. Lu Ye suggested, third grandfather, eldest brother, and third brother, if you have nothing to do, why don't you come to my cave for a chat? I see that you have almost completed your foundation building and are about to form your golden core. If you have any problems in your practice, you can solve them all at once. Before the three of them could say anything, Lu Dingbo had already spoken, that's best. The three of you should solve the problems in your practice well, and don't wait until you reach the stage of forming your golden core to find out that something has gone wrong. Go quickly. Seeing this, the few of them did not linger any longer and flew towards the first peak with Lu Yang. Chapter 496 Lu Jing's elixir is ready. Lu Jing entered the practice room without being in a hurry. Instead, she meditated in the quiet room for several days. After adjusting her own mana and consciousness to the best state, she took out 2 porcelain bottles containing diamond pills from the storage bag. At this time, the spiritual energy in the quiet room was as dense as fog, like a fairy palace, which set off Lu Jing like a fairy in the sky. This is the role of the spiritual land. A node of a third-level spiritual land can achieve a concentration of spiritual energy close to the 4th level. For cultivators, it is of great help in daily practice or breakthrough. Lu Jing looked at the 2 porcelain bottles in front of him, then picked up one of them, uncorked it, and swallowed a round diamond pill made of gold. After the diamond pill entered the stomach, it was like a piece of charcoal, and it was extremely hot wherever it passed. Lu Jing immediately began to close his eyes and practice the exercises to help the diamond pill's medicinal power. Not long after, as the diamond pill's medicinal power was dissolved, Lu Jing's brows became tighter and tighter. She felt that as the power of the medicine dissolved, her entire stomach began to burn, and the blazing heat wave spread out from her stomach, causing her meridians to begin to boil. The mana in her body also flowed rapidly along the meridians like boiling water. The mana that was originally flowing freely gradually became violent at this moment, and her skin gradually turned red. Waves of bone-eroding pain continued to hit Lu Jing's nerves. In this pain that was enough to torture people to madness, Lu Jing slowly opened her eyes. Unlike her painful expression, her eyes were like 2 deep pools, without a trace of fluctuation. As early as when she achieved the magical power of extermination, Lu Jing had already made full preparations for this day. And the experience of forming a pill that Lu Ya taught her later was like a shot of adrenaline for Lu Jing, making her more confident in forming a pill. Boom! The power of the medicine surged like a raging sea, hitting every inch of her bones and flesh from the inside out, and then she forced it back into her danshan. During this process, the pain that penetrated into her bone marrow tore at her nerves, making the pain on her face even worse. When the golden elixir is condensed, the three aspects of the cultivator's spirit, ki and spirit are extremely important. If the spirit is sufficient, the body will be strong. If the ki is sufficient, the foundation of the elixir will be greater, and if the spirit is sufficient, the speed of the elixir will be faster. Therefore, when condensing the elixir, one should be unstoppable and work hard to condense the golden elixir. Ancient books say that the golden elixir can only be formed by condensing the heavenly gangs and earthly evil spirits, and water and fire refine the golden elixir, but in my opinion, in fact, as long as the cultivator can achieve the unity of spirit, ki and spirit, embrace the yin and bear the yang, then the human body can condense the elixir. Fifth sister, you are too murderous. Which means that your spirit is more aggressive during the elixir formation process. Use your spirit to control your spirit and ki, and turn the invisible into the tangible. The golden elixir is formed. Lu Jing maintained the operation of the mana in her body. The experience that Lu Ya had taught her before kept emerging in her mind, and then she quickly reflected it on herself. Golden elixir, condense it for me. As Lu Jing's mind moved, the mana in her body suddenly accelerated again. At this moment, Lu Jing seemed to have turned into a black hole that swallowed everything, and endless spiritual energy rushed towards her. From the outside, it looked like the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in all directions was spinning and whistling with the second peak as the center. Under the black cloud, a huge vortex with a diameter of several miles was formed, which absorbed all the spiritual energy within dozens of miles. Lu Ya stood on the top of the first peak, looking at the huge spiritual energy vortex above the second peak, muttering to himself. It started. I wish you success, fifth sister, second brother, it's only been 4 days. What's wrong with fifth sister? Lu Hao stood beside Lu Ya, looking at the huge spiritual energy vortex in the sky, a little puzzled. Have you forgotten what I told you before? When a cultivator forms a pill, he needs a lot of spiritual energy as a supplement. This is a normal phenomenon. Lu Dinghe glared at Lu Hao with dissatisfaction. I was shocked for a while. I forgot. Third grandpa, don't look at me like that. Lu Hao touched the back of his head and explained. After speaking, Lu Hao muttered, I don't know if this spiritual energy is enough for fifth sister to form a pill. Hearing this, Lu Ya's consciousness suddenly released, and his consciousness began to spread to the outside world. In just a few breaths, Lu Ya's consciousness spread to more than 200 miles away. It's just spiritual energy, how difficult is that? Lu Ya said, and stretched out one hand to grab the sky. With his action, the spiritual energy within a radius of 200 miles seemed to be held in the palm of an invisible hand. The cultivators in this range were puzzled. In just a moment, the spiritual energy around them was so thin that they couldn't understand it. Before they could express their doubts, they saw a spiritual hand between illusion and reality slowly closing. The spiritual hand covered the sky and the sun. The mere movement of closing caused a spiritual wind. Then many cultivators saw that in the palm of the spiritual hand, there was a large amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was madly compressed. Who is the one who did this? Looking at the sky-covering hand, someone asked absent-mindedly. Compared with this question, more cultivators thought of Lu's nascent soul. After all, the Dharma body that stood tall and almost as high as the sky really left a deep impression on them. The spiritual hand slowly retracted, and as Lu Ya retracted his palm, the concentration of spiritual energy in the entire Lu family spiritual land rose rapidly. Lu Dinghe, Lu Yang and Lu Hao looked at the scene in front of them in shock, and then looked at Lu Ya with a complicated look. This method was beyond their imagination. In ancient books, the great masters who moved mountains and seas, picked stars and took the moon, were probably only at this level. Second brother, you are my real brother. When I form a pill, you must do this to me. Lu Hao was the first to react. He turned his head and looked at Lu Ya. His eyes were fiery, and there was a hint of desire. With this concentration of heaven and earth spiritual energy, it is almost equivalent to a man-made cave paradise. Lu Yang was not polite, and followed up with, and me, second brother, you are my real second brother. You can't stand idly by when the eldest brother forms a pill. Lu Ya looked at Lu Yang with a frown on his face. He is your real second brother. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? After all, Lu Dinghe was an elder, so it was difficult for him to say anything, but he still coughed fiercely, revealing his presence. Lu Dingbo was at the top of the fourth peak, looking at the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was almost liquefied, and he was a little absent-minded for a moment. It had only been a short time, and they could no longer understand the methods of their grandson. Lu Jing in the training room felt that the concentration of the spiritual energy around her was rising rapidly, and she had withdrawn most of her spiritual consciousness that was used to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In this way, she had more energy to form a pill. 20 days passed in a blink of an eye. As Lu Jing used her spiritual consciousness to control her mana body and continuously compressed her own mana, her huge mana that had been perfected in the foundation building began to appear gelatinous. With the appearance of the first point of gelatinous mana, it seemed as if a gap had been opened, and a large amount of mana began to condense rapidly with this point as the center. After an unknown amount of time, after Lu Jing probed her spiritual consciousness into her danchan, she saw that nearly 80% of the original mana had completely condensed into a ball. The magic power group trembled endlessly, showing a golden color. If it follows this progress, the golden elixir that Lu Jing can condense must be yellow elixir, and the grade is definitely not low. But this is not what Lu Jing wants. She is an authentic foundation, she is a cultivator who has comprehended supernatural powers, and she is called the Killing Fairy. What's more, she has a second brother, Yuanying's Henjin, who is escorting her. Lu Jing's eyes became fierce, and then she didn't care and began to condense the magic power in her body again. The essence of the spiritual consciousness pushed the magic power to start rotating faster. Soon, a huge vortex was formed in her danchan. The vortex rotated at a high speed, pushing more magic power into her magic power group. Inhale. Every time Lu Jing inhaled, her whole body would tremble violently, and in her body, her magic power group would also compress once. Gradually, the gel-like magic power in her body completely solidified and formed a golden pill. The golden elixir has been produced. According to this process, as long as Lu Jing takes steady steps, the golden elixir is already within reach. But she still did not stop. With the appearance of the golden elixir, her movements became more violent. The spiritual energy was like water, constantly absorbed by her, and then transformed into her mana, which was poured into her golden elixir. Boom! A loud noise erupted from her body, and blood could not stop flowing from the corners of Lu Jing's mouth. At the top of the first peak, Lu Yan, Lu Dingbo, and Lu Dinghe were all there. When Lu Dinghe heard the loud noise, his eyelids jumped, and he looked at Lu Yao with some concern and asked, "Lu Yan, your fifth sister will not be in any trouble, right?" Lu Yao was also a little worried at this time. This loud noise has already shown that Lu Jing is compressing her mana to the limit. As soon as Lu Dinghe finished speaking, another loud noise came. Then, loud noises that were stronger than the last kept ringing. In the training room, Lu Jing was already covered in blood. Under the deep red blood, there were more terrifying cracks on her body. "Condition for me," Lu Jing roared in a low voice that was extremely solemn, and her magic power rushed into the golden elixir like a flood. As the magic power continued to flow in, a little purple light suddenly appeared in the dazzling golden light, and then more and more purple light appeared, reflecting on the surface of the golden elixir. After seeing the purple gold color appear, Lu Jing suddenly stopped, and then decisively stopped condensing. The moment she stopped, the golden elixir with purple spots in her body suddenly stabilized, and then quickly rotated in the danchan. As it rotated, waves of magic power, far exceeding her previous one, spread out to the surroundings without reservation like a tide. That was the power of the golden elixir. Wherever the magic power of the golden elixir passed, everything in the body was smoothed out, including the cracks on the body, which were also healing rapidly. At the top of the first peak, Lu Yao was the first to sense this fluctuation of magic power. His eyes lit up, and then he laughed without any warning. Seeing this, Lu Dingbo, Lu Dinghe and others quickly asked, "Did it work? Did it work?" Lu Yan nodded, and then smiles bloomed on everyone's faces. "I didn't expect that my Lu family would welcome the second giant and clan member. Ha ha ha, great." Lu Dingbo looked at the second peak and couldn't stop smiling. "There will be more and more later," Lu Yan said with a smile, and then looked at everyone. "My little sister has just formed a golden elixir, and it should take some time to consolidate. I will take care of her. Everyone should practice and don't delay your own practice, okay? Wait until Xiao comes out of retreat, then celebrate." Lu Dingbo's face was filled with joy. I will prepare the banquet first, and wait until Xiao comes out of retreat, and our Lu family will celebrate for Xiao." After speaking, Lu Dingbo flew away from the first peak first, followed by Lu Dinghe. Lu Yang and Lu Hao stood beside Lu Ya, watching the spiritual energy vortex gradually dissipating on the second peak. Lu Yang asked, "Second brother, what grade do you think the golden elixir formed by the fifth sister is?" "What grade?" Lu Ya thought for a moment and replied, "According to my experience, the fifth sister is a genuine foundation-building cultivator, and her background is very deep, starting from the yellow elixir grade. But the fifth sister has a strong character and has comprehended a magical power. With the two combined, I guess she will most likely give it a try." Lu Hao looked at Lu Ya and felt a little unbelievable. "Give it a try, second brother? Do you mean that the fifth sister will choose to condense the purple gold elixir?" Lu Ya nodded cautiously. After the loud noise, Lu Ya already understood Lu Jing's plan. But he didn't expect Lu Jing to be so decisive. "No, it's not just decisive, it's a desperate gamble, a desperate move. If something went wrong in the process of attacking the purple gold elixir, and the backlash of the elixir was not suppressed, then even if Lu Ya stayed outside the training room, Lu Jing would still be shocked from the inside out, and her body would be blasted and her soul destroyed. Lu Ya couldn't save her even if he wanted to. But Lu Jing succeeded. Therefore, Lu Ya guessed that the golden elixir condensed by Lu Jing was most likely to attack the purple gold elixir. Purple gold elixir? Lu Hao couldn't help but sigh when he saw Lu Ya nod. Purple gold elixir has always been a possibility for cultivators with great perseverance, wisdom and strong talent. For ordinary cultivators to be able to build a foundation and condense the elixir, it is already a blessing for several lifetimes. How could they gamble their bright future on a possibility of life and death? Even if it was Lu Hao himself, he would probably try it, but if it was impossible, he would never make a desperate choice like Lu Jing. Lu Ya put his hands behind his back, looked into the distance, and slowly said, "Okay, wait, I think in a few days, the fifth sister will come out of retreat after consolidating the golden elixir cultivation. I really hope that the fifth sister will come out of retreat soon. I am very curious now, what grade of golden elixir the fifth sister has formed," Lu Hao said as he flew towards the third peak. Lu Yang did not say anything else, but turned into swordlight and headed straight for the fourth peak. Now Lu Jing was consolidating her cultivation on the second peak, and he did not want to disturb her, so he was practicing on the fourth peak during this period of time. Time passed in a flash and another 5 days passed. On this day, the door of the training room on the second peak, which had been closed for more than a month, was finally opened. Lu Jing walked out of the training room slowly, and the next moment after she walked out, a figure gradually appeared in front of her from nothing. It was Lu Yang. Lu Ya looked at Lu Jing, smiled and cupped his hands. "Fifth sister, congratulations on becoming a Jinden's Henrun." Chapter 497, Purple Gold Pill, Brother and Sister Discuss. When Lu Jing saw Lu Ya appear, a very warm smile appeared on her usually cold face. She raised her head to face the sun, and her black hair emitted a faint golden light in the sun. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, with obvious excitement and joy. "Second brother, I succeeded." Lu Ya looked at his fifth sister who rarely showed emotions, and nodded gently. "I know." Then Lu Ya added, "How does it feel to achieve the golden elixir?" Lu Jing raised her eyebrows slightly, and then said very seriously, "Excellent, ha, that's natural. From now on, you will also enjoy a lifespan of 800 years and have become another important pillar of the family," Lu Ya said with a smile. After restraining his laughter, Lu Ya looked at Lu Jing with some curiosity and asked, "By the way, what grade is the golden elixir that the fifth sister has formed?" When Lu Jing heard Lu Ya ask this, a hint of pride first appeared on her face, and then turned into a hint of uneasiness. This extremely fast-changing facial expression made Lu Ya a little unsure. But he did not urge her, and quietly waited for Lu Jing's answer. Lu Jing sighed slightly, and then said, "The golden elixir I formed is a bit strange. It is said to be yellow elixir, but it also has the color of purple gold. It is said to be purple gold elixir, but it also has the color of yellow elixir. After saying so much, you should come and see it yourself, second brother." Lu Ya raised his eyebrows slightly. "You should know that the dantian of a cultivator is one of the most important cores of the human body, and it can even be said to be the foundation of a cultivator's practice. Once a cultivator's dantian is damaged, the path of the Tao will be interrupted at the least, and the magic power will be lost to the worst, and he will become a useless person. Therefore, No cultivator will take the initiative to expose his danchin to others, even between Taoist companions and masters and apprentices. This is really too risky. After all, at this time, as long as the other party has malicious intentions, he only needs to move his fingers lightly to completely destroy the danchin. It is related to the path and life. No one will do this. But Lu Jing opened her danchin to Lu Yang, allowing Lu Yang to put his consciousness into her danchin to see the golden elixir in her danchin with his own eyes. Lu Yer looked at Lu Jing, who was not worried at all, and then smiled slightly. With a flash of thought, a 3-inch man made of spiritual energy and looking like Lu Ya jumped out of his danchin. It was Lu Ya's unyielding. The moment the unyielding man appeared, it flashed and instantly sank into Lu Jing's danchin. In Lu Jing's danchin, at this moment, above the danchin of Qi Hai, a huge golden elixir was slowly rotating. But Lu Jing's golden elixir was different from ordinary golden elixirs. On the basis of golden color, her golden elixir was covered with purple light spots on the surface. The purple and golden light flickered in her danchin. Yuanying Lu Ya appeared not far from the golden elixir. He looked at the somewhat different golden elixir and smiled on his small face. Fifth sister, your golden elixir has already entered the threshold of purple gold elixir. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is purple gold elixir, Yuanying Lu Ya said slowly. Then Lu Jing's consciousness manifested a human form in the danchin Qi Hai. She looked at the Yuanying with curiosity in her eyes. Is this the nascent soul? It seems to be no different from a real person. Lu Ya smiled and nodded. Then he waved his hand, and the dark Taoist robe that originally covered him instantly changed into a red Taoist robe that burned like a flame. Of course it is no different from a real person, and it is also very convenient to change clothes. Especially for Taoists like you and me who have supernatural powers, wearing clothes transformed by supernatural powers on the nascent soul is equivalent to adding a layer of natural defense for the nascent soul. The human form transformed by Lu Jing's consciousness nodded. Thank you, second brother, for clearing up my doubts. Let's talk about your golden elixir. Lu Ya pointed at Lu Jing's purple gold spotted golden elixir. Lu Jing pretended to listen. Although your golden elixir can be considered a purple gold golden elixir, I think it barely meets the standard among purple gold golden elixirs, and there is still a certain gap compared to those golden elixirs with a completely purple gold surface. Fifth sister, you have to realize this. After Lu Ya finished speaking, he looked at Lu Jing. Lu Jing nodded to indicate that she had taken note. Lu Yer waved his hand again and changed into a light blue Taoist robe, then continued, of course, fifth sister, you don't have to take it too seriously. After all, there are very few cultivators who can achieve the purple gold core. Some purple gold core cultivators may never meet another purple gold core cultivator in their entire life. What's more, you have also comprehended magical powers. With the two combined, even if a purple gold core cultivator is in front of you, you will not necessarily be at a disadvantage. In fact, because of the magical power of the life-destroying finger, your killing power is even higher than that of most core cultivators. After speaking, Lu Yang also said in summary, little sister, you are now a true Taoist with magical powers. Lu Jing looked at Lu Ya smile and couldn't help but smile. Brother, don't laugh at me. When you were still not forming a golden elixir, you could defeat the golden elixir. I couldn't fight across the realm even in the late stage of foundation building. What's the difference between a Taoist with supernatural powers and a Taoist without supernatural powers? Lu Ya's nascent soul fell back, and a ball of green wind suddenly appeared under him to lift him up. A small wind dragon was wrapped around his fingertips, and he began to explain, little sister, the difference between golden elixirs is much greater than that in the foundation building or key training stage. You have just formed a golden elixir and may not feel much. But after you have practiced for a while, you will understand that what your second brother said to you is not a joke. When you are completely adapted to the body of the golden elixir, you will find the horror of supernatural powers. Lu Jing looked at Lu Ya's posture at this time with some envy. Only her second brother Lu Yer could do such a changeable and chic posture. I see, then I have to practice well. Lu Jing nodded and said. Lu Yer ejected the tiny wind dragon in his hand and let it fly back by itself. Of course you have to practice well. The speed of practice after Jinden will make you doubt your own progress. I understand, second brother. Lu Jing's tone was so firm that Lu Yer was a little surprised, and he couldn't help but look at her curiously. Seeing Lu Ya's look, Lu Jing's eyes became more determined. She stared at Lu Ya's Yuanying figure and said very seriously, second brother, you fight with me. I want to see the gap between me and you now. Spar with me. Lu Ya was a little surprised, then smiled and stood up straight. "Little sister, since you have this idea, then I, as your second brother, must not refuse. In this way, I will suppress my cultivation to the level of the initial Jinden, which is fair to you and can also give you a more practical feeling. What do you think of this?" Lu Jing naturally nodded vigorously to express her agreement. What a joke, she still knew what level her second brother was. If she asked Lu Yat to fight her with his current cultivation, she would be purely looking for trouble. Now Lu Yat has taken the initiative to suppress his cultivation to the level of just entering the golden elixir, which is perfect for Lu Jing. "Okay, I've seen the golden elixir too, let's go out." Lu Yat clapped his hands, and then under Lu Jing's gaze, the 3-inch man instantly jumped out of her danshan and returned to Lu Yat's danshan. Lu Jing's body also regained its vitality. She immediately cast her eyes on Lu Yat. She saw Lu Yat's hands constantly moving on his body. With Lu Yat's movements, his breath was also dropping like a cliff. When he stopped moving, his breath was actually almost the same as Lu Jing's. Lu Yat felt it carefully, then smiled and looked at Lu Jing and said, "How is it, little sister? My state is the same as yours now." Lu Jing stared at Lu Yat in surprise. This kind of fine control of his own magic power is enough to show the horror of his second brother. But the more so, the more the fighting spirit in her eyes boiled. She nodded vigorously. Seeing her like this, Lu Yat put one hand behind his back and the other hand at his side, looked up at the sky, and then turned into a golden rainbow and flew towards the sky. Lu Jing naturally understood what he meant. Every move of a giant and cultivator can attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and a casual attack can affect a range of hundreds of feet. If it is not controlled, I am afraid that the 5 spiritual peaks that the clan has built with great difficulty will be destroyed. Lu Jing took a step forward, and a red light flashed, chasing after Lu Yat. When they flew outside the clan protection formation, Lu Yat stopped first, and Lu Jing followed closely. Lu Yat looked at Lu Jing opposite and smiled and said, "Little sister, you go first." Lu Jing did not give in, and Lu Yat's strength did not allow her to relax at all. "Be careful, second brother," Lu Jing shouted, and the next moment, the golden elixir in her body suddenly turned, and the majestic magic power emerged from her body, prying the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy, turning into pressure that seemed to be real and pressed down on Lu Yat. Lu Yat raised his eyebrows slightly, and commented calmly, "Little sister, this level of aura pressure will not work on me." Second brother, Lu Jing naturally knew this, and she did not expect this level of pressure to have any effect on Lu Yat. She did this just to snatch the spiritual energy between the two of them, so that Lu Yat would have no spiritual energy to control. Lu Yat seemed to have noticed this, and nodded, "It's a very good and decisive idea." Lu Jing raised a barely detectable smile at the corner of her mouth, and then a red light flashed in her eyes. The next moment, her right hand was raised in an instant, and a scarlet light burst out from her fingertips. Divine power, life-destroying finger. The life-destroying finger force penetrated the space and appeared at the center of Lu Yat's eyebrows in an instant. The fair scaling intent made the pores around Lu Yat's forehead close to the limit. At the critical moment, Lu Yat flicked his fingers with one hand, and a red light flashed from his fingertips. Puff! A light sound rang out between Lu Yat's eyebrows. 2 fingers of the same origin but different energy collided and disappeared into the air. The waves aroused blew up the black hair on Lu Yat's forehead. "The fairy of killing is very good, but there is still room for improvement," Lu Yat continued to speak without looking away. "The magical power is not the end after it is comprehended. On the contrary, comprehending the magical power is just the starting point. The magical power is like a huge treasure house. As your realm, your experience, and your cultivation level improve, you will gradually discover that the mysteriousness of the magical power is beyond imagination. The key is whether you can stimulate and tap the power of the magical power. It's like this." Lu Yat's voice fell, and suddenly he pointed out with a finger. A faint golden red finger energy pierced through the space at a faster speed and flashed by Lu Jing. The speed was so fast that Lu Jing had no time to react. It was not until the strong wind blew on her face that Lu Jing reached out her hand belatedly, and a strand of hair slowly fell into her palm. If Lu Yat had moved a few more centimeters, it would not be just her hair that would be broken. Lu Yat retracted her hand and looked at Lu Jing. "Continue." Lu Jing smiled. Of course. The next moment, a light flashed in her hand, and a flying sword like a willow leaf with a sharp sword aura suddenly appeared in front of her. Lu Jing controlled the flying sword with her spiritual sense, and the flying sword instantly turned into a flash of lightning, with a cold light that made people feel cold all over. and stabbed Lu Yang. When the flying sword was approaching, Lu Yang suddenly stretched out his hand and flicked his finger in the void in front of him. Clang! A thunderous sound of metal clashing resounded through the sky, and Lu Jing's pupils shrank. Lu Yang actually used his body to hit the sword spine of the flying sword at the moment when her flying sword stabbed out, and knocked the flying sword out. This method without the slightest fireworks is a manifestation of returning to nature. If there is no absolute confidence in oneself, if there is no precise control of the battle situation, it is impossible to achieve this level. Lu Jing suddenly didn't want to fight anymore. Facing such an opponent, she felt that all her methods were in vain. She could not help but roll her eyes at Lu Yang. When Lu Yang saw Lu Jing's rolling eyes, he immediately realized something. He smiled awkwardly, shook his numb fingers, and said, Sorry, I was itching for a while and couldn't control it. Come on, don't worry, little sister, from now on I will only fight you at the level of the initial Jinden. Lu Jing looked at Lu Yang again with a bad temper, and then recalled the flying sword and attacked Lu Yang. In the sky, the battle between the two Jinden level people inevitably attracted the attention below. In the Lu family's spiritual land, all the clansmen who were not practicing came to the formation and watched the competition between Lu Yang and Lu Jing across the clan protection formation. The Jinden level attack attracted the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, bringing about huge aftermath. When the aftermath hit the clan protection formation, it would arouse waves of fluctuations. Such power made the Lu family members terrified. After watching Lu Yang and Lu Jing fight for a while, they suddenly saw Lu Jing in the sky withdraw his magic power and fly towards the formation without saying a word. Lu Yang was a little dumbfounded. Why did he suddenly stop fighting when he was fighting so well? He promised that he was using the level of the initial entry into the golden elixir, and he did not go beyond the scope at all. Little sister, what's the matter? Why did you suddenly stop fighting? Second brother promises that he did not cheat. Hearing Lu Yang's words, Lu Jing's speed increased a little. Of course, she knew that Lu Yang did not use the ability beyond the initial entry into the golden elixir, but it was just because of this that she felt desperate. Her second brother clearly did not use any ability beyond the scope, but he still suppressed her tightly, leaving her no chance at all. She was like a prey caught in a net, and the only way to go was to be swallowed. Chapter 498, The Future Direction of Cultivation in Divine Powers. Seeing Lu Jing flying back to the formation, Lu Dingbo and others immediately came up to him. Lu Dingbo looked at Lu Jing with a smile, a satisfied look flashed in his eyes, and said with a smile, Xia Ao, you just broke through the Jinden and need to stabilize your cultivation. Don't fight with others casually, so as not to unstable your foundation. Especially your second brother, there will be plenty of time in the future. It's not too late to ask for advice and exchange ideas with your second brother after your cultivation is stabilized. Facing Lu Dingbo's concern, Lu Jing smiled, nodded obediently and said, Grandpa, don't worry, Xia Ao's cultivation has been consolidated, otherwise I wouldn't want to ask my second brother to try my current strength. But now it seems that the second brother is worthy of being the second brother. Hearing this, Lu Dingbo glared at Lu Yang with some dissatisfaction, and then quickly sent a voice to Lu Yang, your sister has just formed a pill, and Lu Yang, you are already a unyielding, don't you know to let her go first? At least wait until she builds up her confidence. Lu Yang smiled embarrassedly, facing Lu Dingbo's questioning. He didn't dare to explain. What can he say? Should he say, he is already giving in? If you don't believe me you can watch the video? Seeing Lu Yang like this, Lu Dingbo didn't care about him anymore, but said to Lu Jing again, Xia Wu, how do you feel after forming the golden elixir? Is there anything you don't understand? Your second brother is here. If you have any questions, don't keep them in your heart and think about them by yourself, just ask your second brother directly. Lu Jing glanced at Lu Yang and smiled, second brother has explained it to me very clearly. I am now very clear about the future path. Please rest assured, Grandpa. After listening, Lu Dingbo nodded, that's good, that's good. After Lu Dingbo finished speaking, Lu Dinghe stepped forward, looked at Lu Jing with burning eyes, and asked curiously, Xia Wu, third grandpa has a question for you, just curious, if you don't want to tell you don't have to tell third grandpa. What grade is the golden elixir you formed? Lu Jing glanced at Lu Dinghe, and then seemed to think of something, smiled lightly, waved her hand, and laid a layer of mana barrier, including her, Lu Dinghe, Lu Dingbo and a few others. After doing all this, Lu Jing finally said, third grandfather, The golden elixir I formed is a purple gold elixir. What? Lu Dinghei's eyes suddenly widened. He couldn't believe what he just heard. He looked at Lu Dingbo with a questioning look in his eyes. Coincidentally, Lu Dingbo also looked at him in shock at this time, which made Lu Dinghei realize that what Lu Jing said was right and he didn't hear it wrong. Xiao, you said that you formed a purple gold elixir. Although Lu Dinghei had already believed it in his heart, he still asked in disbelief, wanting to hear Lu Jing admit it in person. Lu Jing nodded again and answered seriously, yes, third grandfather, I formed a purple gold elixir. Lu Yan also laughed and said, okay, grandpa, third grandfather, the fifth sister formed a purple gold elixir. I have verified it. After Lu Dingbo and Lu Dinghei looked at each other, the excitement in their eyes could no longer be suppressed, and they both laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that my Lu family would produce a purple gold elixir. Ha ha ha, ha ha, sixth brother, did you see that? Your daughter has formed an elixir, and it's a purple gold elixir. Purple gold elixir, how many cultivators dream of it but can't get it? Fortunately, the laughter of the two was blocked by the magic barrier set up by Lu Jing. Otherwise, according to their excited voices at this time, not to mention the Lu family, even the surrounding forces would know that Lu Jing had formed a purple gold elixir. Lu Yan and Lu Jing did not interrupt the two elders. They knew that such a thing would inevitably arouse the excitement of the clan members. Beside the two, Lu Hao and Lu Yang both looked at their fifth sister with some relief. They naturally knew how difficult it was for their fifth sister over the years. She deserved the achievements she has now. Not to mention, she also has a second brother who is also a top genius to guide her in front. After the laughter, Lu Dingbo looked at the few people who knew about it very seriously. No one is allowed to spread the news that Xiao has formed a purple gold elixir. Although our Lu family is not afraid of trouble now, it is best not to cause trouble. The purple gold elixir is not a trivial matter. If it is known by some people with ulterior motives, it will definitely cause a storm. Do you understand? After the voice fell, the other people nodded solemnly. Obviously, they naturally knew the importance of such things. Seeing that everyone nodded to show that they understood, Lu Dingbo's face showed joy again. Since Xiao has come out of retreat, the elixir banquet can begin. Third brother, go and make arrangements and prepare for the banquet. Lu Dinghei turned around and left quickly after hearing this. Lu Jing did not stop him. The elixir banquet was not only held for her alone. For the entire Lu family, having one more golden elixir cultivator in the family was definitely a major event worth celebrating. The elixir banquet lasted for a whole day and night before it ended. The first peak, in Lu Ya's cave. Lu Ya sat cross-legged on the cushion, looking like he was practicing, with a calm expression. Around him, strands of Dao rhyme emerged, and as the Dao rhyme flowed, it formed an ocean in a trance. Lu Ya stood in the Dao rhyme ocean. At this time, Lu Ya had fallen into the Dao ocean, and the unyielding in his body swam freely in various Dao laws, feeling extremely comfortable and free. The strong physique and unyielding, coupled with the bottomless foundation, gave him almost the same time to comprehend as theoretical practice. As Lu Ya continued to comprehend the Dao laws, his various spells and his cultivation also slowly climbed in this process. At the unyielding realm, the competition between cultivators is no longer a simple spell or magic weapon. The comprehension and application of the Dao laws in which they are located occupies an extremely important part. For example, during the battle between humans and demons in Yankee domain, the battle between the Blood River Ancestor and the unyielding Great Demon King was like this. The Dharma body displayed by the Blood River Ancestor is his own comprehension of the Dao of Blood. The stronger his comprehension of the Dao of Blood, the stronger his Dharma body will be, and the more terrifying his power will be. In addition to the Dharma body of the Blood River Patriarch, the domain is another major means of fighting for the nascent soul cultivators. This is why cultivators are called great cultivators, since the nascent soul cultivators. The domain is the concrete manifestation of the cultivators' understanding of their own great Dao. The deeper and more they understand their own great Dao, the stronger the cultivator's domain will be. Why the nascent soul cultivators can form a dimensionality reduction attack on cultivators below this realm is partly due to the domain possessed by the nascent soul cultivators. In the domain of the nascent soul cultivators, as long as the nascent soul cultivators want, then in the domain, only the spiritual energy they want exists. In other words, in the domain of the nascent soul cultivators, the nascent soul cultivators are the masters of this world. Unless they use the power of the same domain to fight, no matter how talented they are, they cannot cross this huge barrier. Just as Liu Ye showed behind the 10,000 Demons Gate, within 10 miles, everything he didn't want was completely squeezed out of this range. In the domain, only pure fire spiritual energy remained, and they even launched super-level attacks such as the Great Sun Falling. This is why Liu Ye was able to wipe out all those monsters like a dead tree with a whirlwind of force. In short, at that time, he was using the main means used by the unyielding Great Monk, and it was natural for him to use it to deal with some Jinden-level beings. 2 hours later, the diorama around Liu Ye slowly faded away, and Liu Ye slowly opened his eyes. After 2 hours of comprehending the Dao, Liu Ye did not feel any pressure at all, as if as long as he wanted, he could always swim in the vast ocean of the Dao. This is the foundation of the top level Shinying who built the unyielding Purple Mansion with the foundation of the heavenly Dao. Liu Ye slowly spread out his palm, and as his mind moved slightly, a ball of fire rose from his palm. Liu Ye looked at the flame in his palm, and the next moment, the flame jumped and changed into a round big yellow dog. The yellow dog was very smart, and the dog hair and fat layer on his body like a swimming ring were clearly visible. With a slight flick of the finger, it even shook like water waves. The flaming yellow dog licked Liu Ye's palm with its tongue, then jumped off his hand and ran and jumped around in the quiet room. Wherever it went, it left a few footprints in the shape of flaming plum blossoms in the quiet room. Although there were many flaming plum blossoms, it did not damage the items in the quiet room at all. Even jumping on the cloud bed did not set it on fire. It was really magical. Liu Ye looked at the flaming yellow dog carefully. The longer he looked at it, the blurrier it became. In the end, even its shape disappeared, leaving only a ball of leaping flames, jumping around in the quiet room. Liu Ye suddenly clenched his palms and extinguished the flames. Then he waved his hand again, and a dark blue water curtain appeared on the top of the quiet room. The water curtain turned into a water dragon, swimming around Liu Ye. Waving his hand to disperse the water dragon, Liu Ye condensed a small storm. After several turns, Liu Ye finally stopped completely. The cultivation after the nascent soul is really different. The comprehension of the great Dao is becoming more and more important. But for me, it seems that the time I spend on comprehension is a bit too much. After all, other nascent souls calculate the comprehension time in minutes, but he doesn't have such a unit of measurement at all, and starts with hours. He often comprehends for 1 or 2 hours, and still feels no pressure at all. Liu Ye is not a fool. He naturally knows that all this is related to his nascent soul. In other words, it is related to his foundation. If he didn't have such a strong foundation, it would be absolutely impossible to achieve his current level. Thinking quickly, Liu Ye thought about his own domain again. Since I broke through the nascent soul, because of the different levels of comprehension of the laws of various great Daos, my original domain has lost its relative balance. If I want to use my domain, I may not be able to use the harmonious state after the 10,000 Demons Gate, but speaking of it, this matter cannot be solved in a short time. Although I can't use the final state, there is no problem using one of them. Liu Ye slowly gathered all his magic power and thought carefully. By the way, it has been several months since I left Wulianghaya. According to the schedule, I have to prepare to leave for Wulianghaya. This is indeed on the agenda. There is not much time left for the Immortal Sect competition. If he is slower, he may have to go to the One Dao Emperor sect in the central region alone. However, Liu Ye has never known what the process of the Immortal Sect competition is. As a result, he has not been too anxious until now, but has stayed in the clan to practice slowly. Maybe, I have to learn some new spells. Liu Ye's mind moved, and he opened the skill panel. Name, Liu Ye. Lifespan, 50/2000 years. Realm, Early Nascent Soul. 4/200. Skills, Freedom of Longevity. Scripture Peak, 450,000. Skills, Magic Powers, Sun True Fire, Killing Finger, Guangmo Wind, Calling Wind and Rain, 1 Yuan Weak Water, 9 Heavens Thunder Method, Golden Crow Transformation into Rainbow, Law of Heaven and Earth, Star Picking Hand, How to Ling, Magic Power Points. 1. Status, 3 Flowers Gathering at the top of the head, 5 Kiss Returning to the origin. Many of the magical powers that Liu Ye had imagined had already been developed, but there were still a lot of techniques waiting for him to develop and explore. For example, the 3 heads and 6 arms that Liu Ye had imagined for a long time had not made any progress. The magical power of the star-picking hand had solved the problem of controlling multiple arms, and the next thing to solve was the 3 heads, or more precisely, the problem of dividing the consciousness into 3. Lu Ya estimated that if he could find a way to divide the consciousness into three, there would be no more obstacles to his imagined 3 heads and 6 arms magical power. And there are also those legendary magical powers, such as the body into a god, the second unyielding, 1 breath into 3 pure, 5 color divine light, etc. Lu Ya was very envious, but due to the lack of previous foundation, he had not made any progress. I hope that this time when I go to the Wandao Emperor sect, the Wandao Emperor sect will not be too stingy, Lu Ya thought silently in his heart. Chapter 499, Immortal Questioning Conference and Immortal Sect Competition. Although it was so, Lu Ya was not in a hurry to go to Wulian Heia. After all, according to his speed, if he hurried at full speed, he could cross several domains and reach Wulian Heia in a short time. Therefore, in the following time, Lu Ya continued to practice, comprehending the laws of the Great Dao all day long and perfecting his own field. According to Xia Haoji and Zhang Daoying, the strength of the disciples of Wandao Huangzong this time put a lot of pressure on them. Lu Ya was confident that he could stand at the top of the cultivators of the same realm, but for the sake of safety, it was better to prepare more. He was strong, but it did not mean that others would be weak. After practicing for more than a month, Lu Ya stopped practicing. The next day, on the first peak, Lu Yan, Lu Dingbo and Lu Jing stood outside the cave. Lu Ya looked at the scorching sun rising in the sky and said, "Grandpa, I will be away for a while this time, and I will not return to the family in a short time. Grandpa, please take care of the family affairs." Lu Dingbo was mentally prepared. Lu Ya was already a unyielding cultivator, and there was a huge gap between them. The clan could no longer supply what Lu Ya needed. So he just nodded and smiled. "Don't worry, everything in the clan will be fine, there will be no problem. You should know that our Lu family is now in the same position as the 5th level spiritual land. Ordinary people would not have time to hide when they meet our Lu family, so how could there be any problem?" "Yes, I know this," Lu Ya nodded, then turned to look at Lu Jing and said with a smile, "Besides, if there is any problem, isn't there a Taoist master in the clan?" Lu Jing's face did not change, and he seemed very calm in the face of Lu Ya's ridicule. Lu Dingbo laughed. "Yes, there is also Xiao Wu, a Taoist master, so what are we afraid of ordinary villains?" Then he said seriously, "Lu Yan, you have your own way to go. Grandpa is old and his cultivation is low. I can't see the scenery in your eyes, so Grandpa just hopes that you will be kind to others when you go out. If there is no life and death feud, try to expose it, but if it is a life and death enemy, either don't take action or put it to death directly." Lu Jing took over Lu Dingbo's words with a grim tone. Lu Ya was in a state of confusion. Why did he feel that Lu Jing's murderous aura had become stronger after he broke through the golden core? This couldn't go on like this. "Fifth sister, what's wrong with you? Am I the kind of person who likes to fight and kill? This time when I went out, there was no such thing. With Wulian Heia, what could possibly happen?" Hearing Wulian Heia, Lu Dingbo felt relieved. He waved his hand and said, "Xiao is right. Either don't do it, or cut the grass and root it out. You understand this principle, Lu Yan, so Grandpa won't say more." Lu Yan nodded and looked back in front of him. "It's almost time. I'll leave now." Lu Dingbo nodded, and Lu Jing said, "Second brother, don't worry. I'm here with you in the clan, okay? Our fairy of killing is naturally trustworthy." Lu Ya laughed, then jumped up, turned into a golden rainbow, and disappeared into the sky in an instant. Lu Dingbo looked at the sky and couldn't help but sigh. What exactly is Lu Ya's escape technique? Why is it so fast? Every time I see it, I find it incredible. Lu Jing also nodded. She didn't know much about this. The flying speed of a unyielding cultivator is extremely fast. In addition, Lu Ya's own golden crow transformation technique is the fastest in the world. Therefore, it only took Lu Ya half a month to reach Wulian Heia while he was traveling. At this time, Wulian Heia can occasionally see a huge flying boat crossing the sky, or a few escape lights breaking through the sea of clouds, flying directly to the back of the Yunhei Jade turtle perched on the sea of clouds. There are not many, but the quality is extremely high. When Lu Ya arrived at Yunhei City, he learned that several months ago, forces from various regions of the southern region came to Wulian Heia, preparing to pass through Wulian Heia and then go to Wandao Huangzong. All the forces that came here are among the most powerful forces in the southern region. Even Wulian Heia needs to be respected accordingly. Therefore, these days, Yunhei Jade Turtle has been stationed on Yunhei and fell into a short sleep to keep Yunhei City stable. Lu Yu chose a good-looking inn in Yunhei City and rented a cave to stay there temporarily. Anyway, they have already arrived at Wulianheiya, so there is no need to rush. After staying in Yunhei City for 3 days, Lu Ya set off to Wulianheiya to find Zhang Daoying and Zia Haoji. On the stage, 3 figures sat opposite each other. They were Lu Ya, Zhang Daoying and Zia Haoji. "Brother Lu, you said you would be back soon. You have quite a while." Zia Haoji, wearing a Taoist robe with a golden edge and a fire bottom, looked at Lu Ya with a faint smile on his handsome face. Lu Ya smiled and explained, "I was delayed for a while because of many things, otherwise I would have come earlier." Zhang Daoying looked at Lu Ya and smiled, "Brother Lu, you came early. Anyway, the Immortal Gate competition will be held in May, so there is no need to rush." "May, do you think this time is long? You should know that the Southern Region Immortal Questioning Conference will be held in Wulianheiya in 20 days. Zia Haoji raised his eyebrows. All the participants in the Immortal Questioning Conference are the Xianjiao monks from the major forces in the Southern Region. These Xianjiao monks will compete for the places to go to the Immortal Gate competition. Have you forgotten this event?" Lu Yu was a little curious when he heard this. He had only heard the 2 of them say that there was a competition between the 5 major Immortal Gates, and some major forces would also participate. But he really didn't know that there were also quotas for these major forces to participate, and even for the places in the Immortal Gate competition, the Xianjiao monks of these forces had to fight for them. "I already know about the Immortal Sect competition, but what is this questioning the Immortals Conference?" Facing Lu Ya's question, Zia Haoji seemed to be indifferent. Even if Lu Ya didn't ask, he would have explained it. To put it bluntly, the Immortal Questioning Conference is a competition organized by the geniuses of various domains to compete for participation in the Immortal Gate competition. You should know how big the 5 domains of East, South, West, North and Central are. There are more than a dozen small domains in the 5 domains, with many forces and countless cultivators. With so many cultivators and forces, there are naturally many geniuses, but there are only a few places for the Immortal Gate competition. If you want to participate in the Immortal Gate competition, you can, but you have to rely on your strength to get it. At this point, Zia Haoji paused, and then continued, "This is why the Immortal Questioning Conference is held about half a year before the Immortal Gate competition. Because the intensity of the Immortal Questioning Conference is extremely high, it also causes the cultivators to need a lot of time to recuperate and recover from injuries." Extremely high intensity. Lu Yu was a little curious. This Immortal Questioning Conference is not even as good as the Immortal Gate competition, but Zia Haoji actually described it as extremely high intensity. How high is this intensity? Yes, the intensity is extremely high. In previous years asking Immortal conferences, there have been records of the death of Xianjiao monks. Zia Haoji sighed. These dead monks are not just cats and dogs. At the very least, they are Xianjiao from the top forces in a region. They died in a foreign land just to participate in the Immortal Gate competition, and for a place with such a high intensity, don't Wulianheiya and their sect elders care? Lu Ya asked. Of course they care. Zia Haoji's eyes were inexplicable. But sometimes, you don't have to care about everything. Brother Lu also understands that where there are people, there are fights. This is also true for these long-standing major forces. Moreover, the number of frictions between these major forces is only more and more, and the grievances between them are countless. Even if this asking Immortal Conference has the factor of competing for places and participating in the Immortal Gate competition, for these long-standing major forces, isn't it a good opportunity to resolve the long-accumulated conflicts with other forces? Lu Ya understood after hearing this. So with these relationships, this Immortal Questioning Conference has become the best place for the major forces to resolve their grievances. That's right, Zia Haoji nodded. So every time there is a contest with conflicts and grievances between the major forces, we Wulianheiya will generally not intervene by default. They will resolve it among themselves, but it is Wulianheiya who is responsible for maintaining the order and safety of the conference, so unless one party admits defeat, even the elders of those forces can only watch the battle and cannot intervene. I really didn't expect this. It's actually like this. Lu Ya sighed inexplicably. Everyone wants to get into the big forces and big sects, but in the eyes of these big sects and big forces, the best disciples may also be taken out as chips on the chessboard to fight and compete, to seize the glory that belongs to the sect. This is really ironic. Zia Haoji nodded indifferently and said, that's right, but it doesn't matter to us Wulianheiya. Anyway, Our immortal sect competition is originally a competition between our 5 major immortal sects. If those forces want to join in the fun, they have to follow the rules. Lu Ye said he understood. The 5 major immortal sects stand tall in the world, divided into 5 directions, suppressing 5 places of trouble. This status is not something that ordinary people can shake at will. Besides, if you want to shake such a force, you have to see if they have the strength. And it just so happens that the 5 major immortal sects fighting against the 5 troubles are the strongest. But speaking of it, there are quite a few cultivators with decent strength among the forces that came to participate this time. Zai Haoji changed the subject and said. Lu Ye became a little interested. Even Zai Haoji admitted that it was not bad, so it must not be too bad. Even you, Zai Haozhenjin, said so, which makes me a little interested. Zai Haoji's mouth twitched suddenly, and he looked at the other 2 people present. Of the 2 of them, one was born with a sword type and possessed a clear sword heart, and was an ultimate sword cultivator. The other had not yet shown his full strength, but from the clips of his previous attacks, one could also feel his strength. After all, even Zhang Daoying, who was born with a sword type, could not do what Lu Ye did. It would not be a problem for either of them to bear the title of true lord. But for a cultivator like him who only realized the magical power at the peak of the golden core to bear the title of true lord, even though he was extremely proud, he still felt that it was a bit inappropriate. Zai Haoji shook his head helplessly. Master Lu, please stop teasing me. In front of Master Lu and Master Zhang, I dare not call myself a master. Ha ha ha, Master Zai Hao, don't be so modest. We all know Master Zai Hao's strength. He deserves the title of master. Lu Ye looked at Zhang Daoying with a smile and asked, Master Zhang, don't you think so? Zhang Daoying was stunned for a moment, then after meeting Lu Ye's eyes, he quickly understood and nodded in agreement. Senior brother Zai Hao's strength is naturally extremely strong. Even for me now, it is not easy to defeat senior brother Zai Hao. You really are. Zai Haoji had a frown on his face, and he almost took out the phoenix wing-gilded spear to hit the 2 people in front of him a few times. After Lu Ye and Zhang Daoying chatted for a while, he said seriously, but I am a little curious about how many of the top forces in the southern region are worthy of attention. There are really many worthy of attention. There are a total of 14 small regions in the southern region. The top forces in each small region are as few as 1 or 2, and as many as 4 or 5. Even if each family sends out a cultivator, there are about 30 people in total, not to mention that the number is much more than this. After Xiao Haoji finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at Zhang Daoying. For example, the Kingshi Sword Pavilion, the largest force in the southern region, has 3 people coming this time, all of whom are Yuanying stage genius disciples, and they are ambitious. Kingshi Sword Pavilion? Lu Ye remembered that when he visited Kingshi Sword Pavilion before, the Sword Pavilion master wanted to pull him into the Sword Pavilion. Now that he thinks about it, he is probably not without consideration in this regard. It's just that he didn't know about the Asking Immortal Conference before. Lu Ye nodded and said, the Kingshi Sword Pavilion is naturally an extremely powerful force. I wonder if the 3 sword cultivators from the Kingshi Sword Pavilion have mastered magical powers. Chapter 500, The Dharma appears, the sword domain opens. 2 decades passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the gate of Wulianhei Mountain opened, and a cloud ladder across the sky appeared in the sea of clouds, one end in Yunhei City, and the other end directly in front of Wulianhei Mountain Gate. The cloud ladder was like a mighty long river, rushing all the way from the source of the sea of clouds, and was finally stopped by the not-so-tall mountain gate of Wulianhei. Lu Ye, Zhang Daoying and others stood on the top of the 4th peak of Wulianhei, quietly watching the changing sea of clouds in the distance. The huge sea of clouds Jade Turtle, which was as big as an island, and the city of Yunhei with tall buildings, suddenly had infinite clouds surging out of the sea of clouds and gathered behind the neck of the sea of clouds Jade Turtle. The next moment, the sea of clouds turned into ladder, and a road composed of clouds began to extend from the back of the sea of clouds Jade Turtle. Endless clouds and mist gathered and came towards Wulianhei at a very fast speed. At this moment, the wind stopped and the sound disappeared. In an instant, everything was calmed down, as if there was only the cloud ladder that continued to spread and grow between heaven and earth. When the cloud ladder grew and spread to the gate of Wulianhei, the cloud ladder, which was originally composed of light clouds, actually made a rumbling sound, as if a terrifying beast was roaring wildly. But even this crazy and terrifying beast, before it descended on the not-so-tall gate of Wulian Heir, really crashed into the gate like clouds, and was immediately stopped by the gate. This kind of terrifying power is hard to imagine for those who have not seen it with their own eyes. The not-so-tall gate seemed to have existed for eternity, and even if the sea of clouds rushed with a force of billions of pounds, it could not be shaken at all. This scene is really magnificent. Lu Ya looked at the cloud ladder and sighed. Haha, let alone Brother Lu, even I, a disciple of Wulian Heir, have never seen such a scene. Zai Haoji came back to his senses and laughed. Today is the day when the Immortal Questioning Conference officially begins. All the forces that have arrived, all the participating geniuses, and all the spectators have gathered in Yunhei City and come to Wulian Heir through the cloud ladder. They will eventually walk into the main peak of Wulian Heir, Xianjian Peak. On Xianjian Peak, there is a sword domain. They will eventually walk into this sword domain. Lu Yu has no idea how long the sword domain has existed. Even Zhang Daoying and Zai Haoji beside him don't know, let alone an outsider like him. But according to Zai Haoji, there is a battle stage in the sword domain that can be called a masterpiece of nature. As for what it looks like, he didn't say much, just said that after Lu Ya enters the sword domain, he will see it with his own eyes. After the cloud ladder was built, 2 teams of sword-controlling monks flew out from the gate of Wulian Heir Mountain. They landed on both sides of the cloud ladder one by one, as if guarding the cloud ladder. After the monks of Wulian Heir fell into the cloud ladder, just 5 breaths passed, and a huge Dharma image rose up from the front of Wulian Heir Mountain Gate. It was a middle-aged monk with a peaceful face. He stood at the end of the cloud ladder with a calm face, suppressing the cloud ladder with his Dharma image like a giant. This person was the head of Wulian Heir, Xianjian Taoist. Xianjian Taoist was wearing a blue and white Taoist robe. His eyes were directed to Yunhei City. He slowly said, I am the head of Wulian Heir, Xianjian Taoist, waiting for you to come at the top of Xianjian. His voice was loud, like thunder resounding between heaven and earth. It resounded in front of Wulian Heir, but rolled far away. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at Yunhei City, as if it resounded throughout the entire sea of clouds, and as if it resounded throughout the entire southern region, showing his majesty and greatness. The next moment, in the sea of clouds, between heaven and earth, another Dharma image, with Yunhei City as its base, stood up between heaven and earth. That was a white-haired elder of Wulian Heir, Lanjian Taoist. His eyes were like the sun and the moon. After he looked down and swept across the entire ancient city, he looked up at Wulian Heir, and a vast, lofty and free voice came out, Taoists, please, boom. Then the next moment, a huge roar sounded, and Xianjian Taoist reached out with one hand, grabbed the end of the cloud ladder, and lifted her up to the top of Xianjian Peak. At the moment when the cloud ladder reached the top of Xianjian Peak, infinite spiritual light burst out, and infinite array patterns appeared between heaven and earth. Lu Yu looked up, as if he saw a world between the spiritual light and the array patterns, and a sky sword that spanned the sky. And the next moment, the cloud ladder was inserted into the infinite spiritual light. After doing all this, Xianjian Taoist's Dharma image converged and disappeared, turning into a stream of light and falling into the sword domain. On the other hand, in Yunhei City, a gorgeous flying boat that seemed to be made of black jade slowly rose into the air. It flew to the starting point of the cloud ladder, and then 5 figures walked out of the flying boat and landed on the cloud ladder. A loud and majestic voice that seemed to contain endless sharpness resounded through the sky, Kingshi Sword Pavilion, come to ask the immortals. Then a free and easy, free and arrogant voice appeared, Lingming Sect, come to ask the immortals. Then a deep and rough and domineering voice like the sea, Nanhuang Sect, come to ask the immortals. Under Lu Ya's gaze, one after another loud and majestic voice resounded through the sky. Every time a voice sounded, it represented a top force in the southern region. Endless spiritual energy gathered, and the strong wind caused the quiet sea of clouds to begin to stir. Then the strong wind became stronger and stronger, and the sea of clouds began to surge again, and finally even began to roar wantonly. It was as if a giant beast had awakened, wantonly showing its violent and unparalleled power. This scene is magnificent. Lu Ya's eyes were bright. This scene was the only one he had ever seen. Of course, Zhang Daoying smiled slightly, and then he looked up. The sword domain is open, let's go, Brother Lu. Okay, Lu Ya agreed immediately. He was also curious about what the scene was like in the sword domain. After that, The three of them turned into streams of light and rushed straight to the top of the heavenly sword peak. There was no obstruction along the way, and Liu Ya easily entered the sword domain. Is that the heavenly sword? Liu Ya looked up at the giant sword that stretched across the sky and asked with some confusion. Xia Haoji stood beside Liu Ya and laughed heartily. Ha, brother Liu, that's the battle stage I told you about. Wulian Heiya, call it the peak of the sword immortal. The peak of the sword immortal is really appropriate. Liu Ya nodded involuntarily after hearing Xia Haoji's explanation, expressing his agreement. Xia Haoji stopped laughing and began to explain to Liu Ya, this sword immortal peak is also the arena used by Wulian Heiya when holding the immortal gate competition. Therefore, it has extremely high specifications and even the refining void cultivators cannot break it. On the main body of the sword immortal peak, there are many sword grids extending out, which are the viewing platforms. Under the influence of this sword domain, all the audience in the sword grid can see what they want to watch without obstacles. After listening, Liu Ya nodded and said, I see, don't say more here, let's go over, Zhang Daoying said simply, and then took the lead in soaring into the sky. Seeing this, Liu Ya and Xia Haoji also immediately mobilized their spiritual power and flew towards the sword immortal peak. When they reached the sword immortal peak, Liu Ya realized how huge this sky sword was. With his current nascent soul vision, he couldn't see the end of the sword body at a glance. Such a distance was really too exaggerated. Under the leadership of Zhang Daoying and the others, Liu Ya came to a place very close to Wulian Heiya's people. Then the two of them flew towards Wulian Heiya. Liu Ya waited for a moment and finally saw a figure appear on the cloud ladder. There were 3 people in total. The leader exuded a powerful wave of the nascent soul stage. His figure was like a sword. He scanned the whole scene until he saw Wulian Heiya. His eyes suddenly ignited with a blazing fighting spirit. He was looking at Zhang Daoying. Liu Ya followed his gaze and saw Zhang Daoying, who was still calm. Perhaps Xiao Zhang never took this person seriously. The familiar Taoist robes, the hairpins on his hair, and the aura emanating from the visitor all explained his identity as King Shijianjie. King Shijianjie, the current senior brother Wang Shihu. Liu Ya turned his head to look at Xia Haoji, who smiled at him. The current senior brother of the Bluestone Sword Pavilion has mastered the Bluestone Sword technique to perfection. He formed his nascent soul 7 years ago. It is said that he should have realized the supernatural power when he was in the Golden Core stage, but he has never responded. Another voice transmission floated into his ears, which immediately made Liu Ya look at him with a new look. Brother Xia Hao, you are so familiar with him. Do you have any opinions about this current senior brother of the Bluestone Sword Pavilion? How is this possible? I was just worried that you didn't know him, so I collected the files and introduced him to you, Xia Haoji shouted in injustice. Liu Ya smiled slightly. He just said it casually, but he didn't expect Xia Haoji to be so meticulous. Thank you, brother Xia Hao, otherwise I might not know any of them until now. Liu Ya looked at the monks who appeared at the end of the cloud ladder one after another, and felt a little emotional. As time went by, more and more monks came to the sword domain. Every time someone came, Xia Haoji would explain to him through voice transmission. He was really reliable. After about half an hour, the peak of the sword immortal was already filled with densely packed cultivators, but compared to the entire heavenly sword, there was still a lot of vacancies. Liu Ya, Zhang Daoying and others sat alone at the front of the stands. The cultivators of other forces also sat down one by one according to the order of their arrival. Wait, Brother Liu, after the opening of the Questioning Immortal Conference, it is the time for the cultivators of each faction to resolve their conflicts. At this time, there is really nothing to see for us. Only when there is a fight for life, will we be interested, Xia Haoji said. Liu Ya was about to speak, but suddenly felt a gaze full of anger and malice. He followed the gaze and saw a very young cultivator glaring at him, which made him a little confused. He was very sure that he had never seen this person, but he didn't know why this person looked at him with such eyes. When the young cultivator saw Liu Ya, he was not afraid at all, and still looked at Liu Ya with a murderous look, as if he wanted to use his eyes to make Liu Ya feel ashamed and embarrassed. Liu Ya looked normal, but the other party was so unscrupulous that he really didn't know his place. His eyes moved, and when he looked at the other party, a bolt of lightning that was almost invisible and intangible suddenly shot out from his eyes and crashed into the man's eyes in an instant. 9 Heavens Thunder Method, Heart Thunder. Heart Thunder specializes in the soul, just like now, after the Heart Thunder stimulated by Liu Ya fell into the other party's soul, It suddenly expanded and turned into thunder that swept across his soul. The man was filled with despair and almost thought he was going to die here. But until the thunder disappeared, he still didn't suffer any harm. Only a voice like thunder rang in his ears. "A small punishment is a big warning. I don't want there to be a next time." The cold voice made him almost unable to control the magic power that was about to run wild in his body. He stared at Luya fiercely and cursed in his heart, a thief who stole the quota. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.